I'm painting pictures on the ceiling like I'm a Venetian. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. These bastards have got you frantic with their systematic Babylonian sex magic. It's tragic. These psychopathic fascists wreak havoc upon each and every demographic. They got you falling down a rabbit hole like Alice. Pass me my chalice, for this world is savage. Fools won't do some damage. There's so many stages to their evil planning. We're trying to learn to speak a universal language. Sometimes it feels like it's more than we can manage. Don't take this life for granted. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
Harness roaring upward toward the heavens like a lioness. Heavy hurricane, the birth of the initiates. Segment scorching, blazing fire priestess. So fly, wings descend from the ashes. Just to be rising, since the hypnotizing. Higher angelic frequencies that come from struggling. Hypnotic introspective human vision. Sacred serpent lick their ears for howling.
The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
Rising from the deep, fly by just like a phoenix. Tips so wavy, got a bunch of jealous beaches. Won't go crazy, it's a nightmare for the dreamers. They think it's safety, but it's really just obedience. Time to tell the secrets, listen bitch, we gotta speak it. See at least like you breathing, there's illusion in your freedom. New normal, new world order, they've inverted all the meaning. So we do this for a reason, keep it big, yeah, that's a beacon, that's a beacon.
Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
Life in some kind of Orwellian fiction piece. It's disastrous. Did we ask for it? 41, but I'll be waking people up till I'm in my casket. Get a grasp on it. We get up until the mandated mask off it. This fake ass reality, they're draining your energy. Come with me, we're bringing the synergy. From here to infinity, we're sipping the Hennessy, spitting the heresy. You're blindly following enemies. But wait till your life, why do you let it be? When you play with fire, kids, eventually you always end up getting burned. That's what I learned. Lesson taught is a lesson earned. Like seeking the knowledge we speak of is blasphemy. Speak with conviction and blame the oligarchs for authoring history. Controlling the minds of the masses, scrubbing their minds with their classes, indoctrinating a nation to keep us sedated. Waking up in this communist paradise, wearing masks with some sort of parasites fill for your lives.
Selling heaven. Your mind is a loaded weapon. They want to control your possessions. They're selling Armageddon. They want you begging like a peasant. Man, I tried to tell them. Condemnation before investigation is the evidence of your indoctrination. It's blatant, you're a willing participant and a hypocrite. I'm partaking in mass shaming. Yeah, I'm different. These imbeciles are only used of innocence. They trying to condition us to a new normal with constant repetition. Cognitive dissonance got this fool tripping. Now civil war's imminent and BLM is a stimulus. People acting belligerent when now's the time to be vigilant. But they didn't put COINTELPRO on the syllabus. If you think that you came from a monkey, then you're primitive. Them idiots are thick as fuck, thinking they came from Australopithecus. I'm sick of these frivolous rituals and the ways that they try to belittle us. Coronavirus is an anagram for carnivorous. It's ridiculous. So now we meet at a paradox to which most are oblivious. With the nations of ignorance, no, it don't make a difference. I stay vigorous, chilling with syncretists, ever ambiguous with my gibberish. There's no such thing as a coincidence. This place is so magnificent. The possibilities are infinite. I'm just an insolent immigrant, freeing my mind from imprisonment, using my voice as a blunt instrument. These 808s are so militant. Now I've got myself in a predicament. I tell myself I will be so hesitant. I strive for excellence, immune to the pestilence. I'm a perfectionist, show proper etiquette, or I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit.
They can't stop me, but they keep on trying and keep denying that they got all of the minds prying on our personal lives as the lies unfold. Truth is sitting around waiting for some truth to be told, but let it be known that we are the hoax. Questioning things of that, I'll take you out of your comfort zone. I'm not saying I know there's no dome, but it kinda feels like I'm going right back to the globe. While the shepherds fight to fleece the flock, the doomsayers debate about their doomsday clock. Some say we're in a cult of believers, but how we in a cult when we're nothing but leaders? Think and let think, man, you know that's the credo. We keeping that in mind everywhere that we go.
Day after day we open the doors of perception, finding more and more of the damned adaption, armed with minds to unlock the hidden answers, interested in research, journalistic freelancers. Having left behind any model-specific proposition, opened eyes perceiving through direct observation. Having left the realm of fairy tales and fiction, sharpened beaks pointing the right direction. Making use of the tools we have at hand to fight against ignorance across all lands. Smashing absurdity with blue branches, uncovering idiocy and distributing pink branches. Separating the wheat from the chaff, enabling the think tank with your tragedies. Follow patterns and make us yawn, badly acting human shields that randomly spawn. We do in fact call BS on your fabricated anecdotes, moving on without you, not even leaving notes. Activating infinite potential, lying fallow people waking up, speaking what they know. We recognize your fakes, empty the frames, we have looked through all your fancy games. Your green screen doesn't impress us anymore, your fear tactics.
Fixed. Okay, the mic's fixed. We'll start with that. The mic's fixed. I have to rebuild from scratch here. Everything started over. It just blanked out my OBS on the random here. So bear with me. Let me see if I can bring in some external audio sources. So if you're in the chat, go ahead and let me know if the audio is loud and clear. And I'll see if it can pick up the phones. Thanks for those. So if you're in the chat, go ahead and let me know. Okay, it sounds clear over the radio. So if you're listening at Infinite Plane Radio at any of the audio streams, it should be loud and clear. Maybe even too loud. Think about your neighbors. It's already 11. All right, Kick His Ass C Bass says audio thumbs up. Okay, we'll go ahead and move forward then. We have a ton of voicemails, probably related to the McAfee PSYOP. We'll see what that's about. I have my doubts about that, but I have been following it. Whatever it is, I mean, who's actually making money off it? You know, it's either a troll or a PSYOP or a stunt, but it seems to have metastasized. We'll go into that a little bit. Thanks for joining, Marcel from Holland. Patricia Mathis says it's fine. Appreciate it. Okay, let's go ahead and just go through a few of the things here. There's this thing trending about Joe Biden. Apparently he said something that's been construed in a certain way, and I checked Snopes about his wiped statement. I thought he said wife. I'm just going to play it, and then you can decide for yourself. And then I'll let you know what Snopes said about it, because Snopes is something of an arbiter of reality these days, or consensus reality.
What? What must be 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 what?
Now, a lot of people have been talking about what he said. Many people have different opinions. It depends on whether or not you like him, I guess, based on how some people are interpreting that. But I think it's just something about his wife. But Snopes said nothing to see here. Snopes said, let me get you the quote, because usually they're rushing to his defense. And what they said was, while we can't definitively say what Biden said, neither can anyone else. And that would be Snopes. It's got to be intentional. Now, if it was the thing about the wipe, then you're probably dealing with the level of humor you would expect from somebody like Jim Carrey. So I thought, well, maybe this is a Jim Carrey thing, Jim Carrey character, or hologram in chief, or whatever he is. I mean, it just differs. All right, so many things to cover today. I was actually on the other side of town by the university, and I was reminded of safe spaces and how they existed there. You know, they started at these universities, and the safe spaces were always biased, if you think about it. The safe space was to protect liberals from right-wingers, Tea Party types, MAGAs, the early larval MAGAs. And so the safe spaces were to be like meme-free zones. So it was to protect you from ideas. Then came social distancing, which is state-mandated safe spaces. And these are to protect you from viruses. And I'm seeing now how I kind of think that safe spacing was practicing for social distancing for many of them. And now the same ones that you're social distancing from are the ones who are spreading misinformation, because they're the ones who are, of course, carriers of the variants. You know that. You're a variant factory if you're not triple vaxxed and double masked. I'm still waiting for space junk helmets to take off. Man, this is an interesting one too. Okay, so let's move on to this. So this is kind of funny to me. Inform Overload is one of my favorite channels.
A YouTuber from France.
Used to be one of my favorite channels. Not anymore. Last year they were pretty good because they would find a lot of good information and present it rapid fire. Well, what they're covering today is this. Influencers have been offered cash to spread vaccine disinformation, which is probably true. And so apparently someone was hiring influencers to produce 45 to 60 second videos on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube to say, quote, the mortality rate of Pfizer is 3 times greater than AstraZeneca. Anyway, these shills, some of them have come forth to say that they were being offered payment to act and to perform, and then to reference some BBC article. So one of them said, I can't work for a client that won't give its name and who asks me to hide the partnership. Let me just play a clip. They're super annoying though. I'll just say this. There are people shilling on both sides of the fence. So last year, we had the celebrities like Tom Hanks and others just coming down with the fashionable disease. And now it's the other side of the fence pushing their narrative. Oh, it's the anti-vaxxers and the COVIDophobes are playing two sides of the same game, if you ask me. And this just shows. I mean, who's getting paid? I know I'm not. In fact, I was taken off of monetization for DLive because of the event of 1/6, because of my criticisms of it. Sleepy Random says, can you turn up the audio just a bit? Let me take a look and see if there's any. Okay, the audio does not go up any higher. What I can do though is let me test out. I have a bit of software here. It's called Equalizer APO 64 1.2.1. Let me give it permissions to make changes on my hard drive. I agree. This is supposed to let it This is supposed to allow me to go beyond all the default settings. I should be able to raise my volume, so if you can't hear me well, I'll manually reboot later. How's that? Zara says you sound like you're on Mars. Did I break my mic or something? Is my microphone screwed up? It sounds fine on my other device. I never sit around talking about audio because when I started this channel a few years ago on YouTube, we were inundated with trolls, and one of their favorite games was to flood the channel with people saying, I can't hear. So you'd have 5 or 6 people coming along saying they couldn't hear, and then they would stop the thing, they would reboot it, and it would just mess up the flow, and then the trolls would laugh. I fell for it like once. But anyway, we're fine. Let us continue. So my point here was that you have shills on both sides of the debate. Now, I'm not saying that they don't have a point. I mean, it is true that AstraZeneca is pretty much, the logo anyway, is the mark of the beast. Like, this isn't medical misinformation for all of you censors that are listening right now. Just look at the logo. It's 3 6s, just like your CERN logo, and the WEF, the World Economic Forum. You know, the worshippers of the beast matrix don't bother to hide it. It's like, why are we even calling this misinformation? This is just fact. I was thinking about this, you know, at some point it's just going to be a weekly thing. I told you, this is the new communion wafer. And it's also your blood pact. Not with Satan, but with establishment media and establishment scientists, who are basically his proxies. All right, let us continue. Now, this is going to drive Jurassic Liars 26 wild when he hears this. So, Mike Lindell, somebody said turn up the cowbell. Mike Lindell is stirring the pot. This is the pillow guy. And everyone knows this guy from Jimmy Kimmel. They try to rip on him as a crackhead or whatever, but you know what? He was addicted for a while. He overcame it. His story is very public. It's not a thing of shame for him, and it's given him tremendous clout and credibility with the right. And so he goes into the White House and he's like, I was really good at algebra. Let me fix your election. And Trump is like, yeah, let's do it. I mean, that's pretty much his story. So he's like in charge of this thing, but he's figured it out. He literally has cracked the code here, and he's going to deliver the goods August 9th, 10th, and 11th on a cyber symposium. So they're going to be online. No one's going to be able to disrupt this, and he's going to broadcast what he believes are going to be results that will fundamentally alter the results of the election, or at least the we'll see. They think that Arizona is going to be the first domino, but here's the thing, you know, it's being hyped up. 8/11 is going to be also is another important day because there's going to be an emergency broadcast service alert. FCC announces nationwide emergency alert test on 8/11. So mark your calendar, 8/11. FEMA's going to be maybe dropping a bomb. Anyway, Mike Lindell says his cyber symposium will be bigger than Elvis's 1973 Hawaii concert. It's just funny here because you have this strange juxtaposition of Elvis, Mike Lindell, and Trump and Elvis, because Trump's biographer has even said that Trump is in his fat Elvis years. But anyway, there's this channel on YouTube that has gone into detail analyzing the various ways the media has revealed, more or less through predictive programming, what the near future seems to portend, and he seems to be right on target. So I just think it's funny here, the MyPillow CEO is saying he's going to outdo the king. I'll be watching, and I'll be waiting for the 8/11 address. We'll see if it's the one we've been waiting for. I noticed, I barely watch the news. It's like if you don't watch the news, you can't catch it. But I have noticed a lot of maskies walking around again. I thought that was over, but there's a fourth wave of idiots. Just a heads up. I was asking myself today, I was like, why aren't there more dead homeless people? Like, you would think that they're unvaxxed and they're not protected. They're not sheltered in place in front of their Netflix in their basements, having everything delivered by Uber drivers. Like, they weren't protected from this devil virus. How did they make it? Maybe they're the variant carriers. All right, let me see here. I'm going through comments. Puzzle says 9/11 was too suspicious. Better do it a month earlier. Oh, 8/11? Right. I thought 7/11 would have been a great day. It's kind of a September. Anyway, as far as their coding goes, I thought, but, as blatant, as obvious as everything is, looking back, it's like you can't really tell the future, as weird as that is. Although we have, on this channel, just to be fair, we actually have accurately predicted the future. If you were listening to Infinite Plane Radio, you knew about space helmets making an appearance, 2020, 2021. You knew about space junk, sourced from China, causing problems in America this year. You also would have known that World War III was going to start on 3/11/2020. You would have known that the Sunday before. So actually, no, this channel is pretty prescient. And it's not really psychic or anything like that. It's not prophecy. It's simply, we're reading the metascript. There is a level of media control that has to do with the universal culture or religion or cult, whatever you want to call it. It's a cult at this point. But you can read it. Zareth says, I'm a space junkie. Now, there's a lot of interesting things to be said about space junk, which is one of the major, quote, threats right now. There's correlations between the outer space and inner space that have been told to us in the movies symbolically. It's fascinating. But most recently, on the ISS, for the first time, and I had said this, I had said, isn't it conspicuous the ISS has never been hit with space junk? After all these years, they're talking about how many tens of thousands of pieces of space junk there are. How come it has never been hit with a piece of space junk? Well, just a little while ago, on May 12th, a routine inspection of the robot arm found a hole, a 5 millimeter wide hole in the thermal covering. According to the Canadian Space Agency, a piece of space junk hit the robotic arm. So space junk damages ISS's robotic arm. The significance here is that, one, the odds of this are just astronomical. It's absurd. But two, it's punctured in the arm. It was vaxxed. And the mission was actually called Celestial Immunity. So you have space junk, and then you have the mission Celestial Immunity up here, and the space station gets vaccinated. But the correlations between inner space and outer space are very well known, and it's pretty clearly described if you look at the cover of, it's called the Celestial Immunity Project. Look at the cover of The Economist, Aliens Among Us, where it's making this correlation between viruses and alien invaders, or the virus carriers. This is from August of 2020, The Aliens Among Us, How Viruses Shape the World. And when you look at the cover, it looks like outer space with moons, probes, satellites. But no, you're looking at AIDS and bacteria and microorganisms. And it's just like, okay, look, this is inner space, outer space. And so the injection of the vax is to clean your inner space. And right now, the space junk is the major threat. And the ISS gets hit by space junk on a mission called Celestial Immunity. This is absurd. This is great storytelling, I guess. So this is astronaut Megan MacArthur. The Human Research Investigation may provide insights into new vaccines and drugs and advancing the commercialization of space. So she's doing vax science in space. Zara says the Andromeda strain. Oh, what is that one about? Yeah, but I think this is all preparation for alien invasion. Or maybe the alien invasion was just to give us a dramatized version of the aliens within, the anti-vaxxers. Like, what if all the alien propaganda over the years was to prepare you for this? To fear those who reject Big Brother's establishment, science, and media. Now, if anyone's interested in it, I did kind of follow up on this John McAfee thing, and there's very little to suggest that that was indeed his authentic account. There's quite a lot to suggest we're looking at a big prank. I don't know if his wife would have approved of it. I'm waiting for more information, but I have quite a lot. I have quite a lot to go over here with regards to that thing, but I think we kind of flushed out the whole story. If anybody has anything, I'll be happy to go over it. But this is something else I wanted to get into. So, do you remember a few months ago I said it's kind of odd that Alex Jones can talk about taking Joe Biden out of the White House by any means necessary and he gets away with it? Yet everybody else, even tangentially connected to the 1-6 riot, was just swept up, just all thrown into jail, no trial. It's like, okay, you were somehow connected, you attended it, you're a suspect. Yet you have the real agitators up there just saying the most egregious things, and they're not being charged. So listen to this. This is Michael Flynn, and he outdoes Alex Jones here. Listen to this. This was when he was presented with a rifle as a gift in Yuba, California.
That's awesome.
And tell us about your gift.
Left-handed, lefty.
So we were trying to come up with a rifle that we thought was appropriate for a general. So we went with the old school woodland camouflage. So anyhow, this is one of our top quality guns. And
Maybe I'll find somebody in Washington, D.C. That's awesome.
And tell us about your...
So if you heard that, maybe I'll find somebody in Washington, D.C. So you might say that's kind of something that could be taken to be a threat. I mean, just given his background in particular. I mean, if you remember, he's said other things, or he's answered questions in ways that seem to be sort of flippant, but could be taken to be incitement, or at least in the court of public opinion. Because when you look at all of these various fake shooting events, staged terror events, fake characters like Timothy McVeigh, what you find is that the media has narratives to support these absurdities. So whether or not he's doing it on purpose, if you want to give him the benefit of the doubt with jokes about committing political assassinations at a time like this, you want to give him the benefit of the doubt, you have to admit that he's giving a lot of ammunition to the other side. Politics USA said, convicted felon domestic terrorist Michael Flynn jokes about committing political assassinations in DC. That's how it's being spun. So I'm bringing this up because I have a feeling that the next bowl cut shooter is going to be a MAGA, a QAnoner. And this is what kind of made me think about this. I was watching the latest event with Trump where he was in Phoenix. And those of you who follow all of this meta scripting notice, as I've pointed out, that yeah, you do indeed find patterns and things that kind of reveal what the future may hold. So, for example, we have to bring them up in context, the McCloskeys. So whether or not you think the McCloskeys had a point waving their weapons in front of their mansion at the marchers, at the peaceful protesters, or whatever, it's hard to deny that these two ridiculous characters, she's dressed like the Hamburglar, and then he's got this ridiculously, I don't know what it is with that shirt. I guess it's just unbuttoned too far down. I thought it was just too tight, but there's something with his shirt. They look clownish to me. But they're up there defending their property. But it's not a coincidence that this exact image came right off the cover of the Turner Diaries, which is about 42 years old. And the Turner Diaries came to life last year, and now all of the latest mass shooters have had a copy. Now it's suddenly being talked about after having been ignored. I mean, this is the book that inspired Timothy McVeigh. Now, what recalled to mind the Turner Diaries for me more recently was the event in Miami. I was like, wow, that tower, that collapsed condo looked like McVeigh's work. And someone had pointed out to me that Timothy McVeigh was not only a fake character, as I had said, but in all likelihood, he's still alive, and he's actually working as Agent Weisball, the guy who presided over the fake disco shooting. So my point being, we have references to the Turner Diaries just kind of coming back. And the narrative with the Turner Diaries is the white nationalist threat. And if you look at the mainstream media's assessment of this and what Biden says, you would think that this is a new terrorist threat that we all have to confront, that it's actually this real thing, that this 1/6 insurrection was just the tip of the iceberg. They're really overhyping this non-existent threat. However, the place where Trump gave his speech was called Turning Point Action. So it may not sound like a lot, Turner Diaries, Turning Point. I would say it does suggest quite a lot. And then a couple of other things too. The hint of the Kraken being released on 8/11, 37 terabytes. There's quite a lot about the number 37, if you want to get into it, that ties into this idea of a Kraken, and it actually connects to the 113 date. Just stuff to look forward to. I don't want to get too lost in the weeds here, but I just wanted to point out that the Turning Point Action speech might be significant, and Turning Point and Turner Diaries can't be ignored if you want to look at the bigger picture, especially in light of these jokes about political assassinations. There's a picture being put together here. That's what I'm pointing out. Commenter says, have you seen the Photoshop zoom of Klaus? They zoom in and show different demons on his face. No, I'd like to see, if you're going to post a link, talking about Klaus Vader, our leader. What do we call him? Our dear leader? Yeah, Trump, though. Trump had said a few things very interesting to me. One, he had said, Biden, he said, that's not Biden, that's not Biden, it's not Biden. He said it 3 times. He also traced cues in the air multiple times. So between McAfee's Dead Man's Switch drama, which was a lot of hype, I think, the Turning Point speech in Phoenix, the throwing of the cues, the calling out Biden as not being Biden, there's a little bit more. Now, Mike Lindell, who I already said, has suggested that he's going to overturn everything on the 11th. He said on 8/13, Joe Biden will step down. Now, this is Mike Lindell. You know, you may not think he's credible, but Mike Lindell claims August 13th will be Trump reinstatement. He gives exact dates. He's been given this information from God, apparently. So we'll see. But 8/11, there will be that emergency broadcast to be prepared for. Remove Kippa says Turning Point USA is a John Birch Society. It's Freemasonry. Interesting. Zared says Klaus used to shine Kissinger's with his thin lips. I've seen pictures of him when he was younger. Klaus. So let me go and bring this up. Someone wants to see pictures of the Paul Weiseball character. Now, I don't have a lot. There's a lot more pictures than what I have here, but it's not just the side by side that's going to do it, because you have to find the more recent pictures, and the changes that you'll see are consistent with age. But yeah, I'll make those available. In fact, you can find them at our forum at infiniteplane.media. I'll make that a note. I'll make a special video about it. What I'm suggesting here, though, is that the condo explosion looks so much like this. I'll find it for you here really quick here. It looks so much like his work that I was like reminded. I was like, that looks like McVeigh's work. And it's probably not a coincidence that we have all these references to the Turner Diaries all of a sudden. There aren't any coincidences. You know, when it comes to the mainstream, no coincidences. We've been following this concept of what I call the meta script. So, for example, last year, 2020, was largely templated off of 68. The media made it so. If you look at how they framed events and how they intentionally tried to color things, they want to color your perception. And I thought this was just some sort of a PR thing, more or less, an influence operation where they're taking stylistic cues from the late 60s. But it was on both sides. It started when Trump had actually said, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. So this was said by Trump May 2020. And he defended this statement after. He claims he didn't know that this statement was from a police commissioner in Philadelphia from 67 to 71 who had used that expression or coined it. And that's when I started paying attention to this correlation between 68 and 2020. You can find this reiterated in mainstream sources and movies like The Five Bloods, Spike Lee's movie, which was 2020, set in 68. And the cover had 5 individuals kneeling in front of a grave. And this was released before the kneeling became a thing with BLM, post George Floyd's death at the end of May. So anyway, looking at it from this perspective, we thought last year that it would follow that 1969 would be indicated in 2020, that there'd be some kind of similar pattern. And sure enough, 1969 has resurfaced in the form of the space race, which has been a big part of it. But the next thing I'm looking for to correlate with 1969, perhaps another thing might even be space. I think the next thing to look for it right now in this context, just sticking to the subject, is Helter Skelter. Keep in mind, Charles Manson, who, by the way, was the age of Jesus. He was 33 when he started his cult. He was talking about Helter Skelter as being the phase where the peaceful protesters become violent and where they're told to rise. And he was taking these messages out of this Beatles album. And that's where the phrase Helter Skelter comes from. But the thing to keep in mind is the Manson killings they were intended to be a false flag. He was blaming or scapegoating blacks to start a race war. That was the whole point of it. That's why I was wondering, why didn't he just get a job at CNN? If he wanted to do a race psyop. So I'm looking for something similar. Just expect it. Another thing from 68 that was resurfacing in 2020 were the monoliths. Space Odyssey's monoliths were everywhere. I think there were something like 87 last year. And now, if you've noticed, NATO has a big, giant digital monolith that all of our world leaders have gone to go worship. I'll get the Timothy McVeigh Weisseball comparisons, and I'll put them on the forum if I don't find them now. Let's go ahead and continue. Let's see. Yeah, Biden's been talking about blood drinking a lot, which I think is... Some are saying it's indicative of his mental decline. I don't know. Maybe he's got something on his conscience. And then he talks about being present on the Judiciary Committee 150 years ago. So it's wait, Joe Biden was in politics in 1870? This vampirism thing. Maybe there's something to it. By the way, I watched part of a movie. It was Interview with a Vampire. I think it was free on YouTube. I couldn't get past 20 minutes of it. Total garbage. I can't believe how bad movies used to be. Is anybody else having that experience? Ever since I've started hyper-analyzing the news, the fake news, the psyops, the garbage propaganda movies on Netflix, who, by the way, the founder of Netflix, the co-founder, the first CEO, was the great-nephew of Edward Bernays, from Propaganda. We're talking about Wizards of Mind Control. Bernays, related to Freud. I mean, none of this stuff is coincidental. But anyway, the more I analyze all this fakery, the less I can even enjoy movies anymore. It's been that way for a while. Sleepy Random says, watch Abraham Lincoln, Vampire Slayer. All right, let us continue. I do like CNN. If I ever get the chance, if it's on somewhere, I will watch it. I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. Look at this. This was the absolute state of China. This is Eon Cheong put this up on Twitter. Online influencers are chasing clout, pretending to be affected by floods. So here you have somebody in our media chastising social media influencers in China, pretending to be victims of floods for clout. And this is what CNN has been doing since their inception. How often have you... They fake everything. They psyop the weather. They psyop everything. It's not just the shootings. But they don't like it. The mass media doesn't like competition. They don't like the average person being able to psyop for clout. Remember these images from early 2020 in Wuhan where people were just falling on their faces? Whatever happened to that? What variant was that? Why don't they bring that one back? Gardening Gal says everything new on Netflix is woke teens. Well, Netflix is your Project Looking Glass. You want to read the future and the past, look at Netflix. I mean, it kind of distorts it, but not really. It's actually a perfect reflection in like the fundamentals. Like if you had watched Netflix 2019, you would have been ready for 2020. That's why I've been telling people, get ready for asteroids. Put on your helmets. You got your double vax and your triple mask. They're going to tell you to put on helmets, and you're going to have to. And it wasn't long after we started talking about this that it actually happened. And it turns out, so the Chinese space junk, the piece that almost hit the Indian Ocean, it could have landed anywhere between the 42nd North and 42nd South. That piece of space junk was launched on the 119th day of the year, which has significance. You'll know if you've read the Metascript, the book. But that piece of junk was going to hit us near the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling. And I looked into this, and 42 years ago, when Skylab was going to fall, there were helmet parties where people were putting on helmets thinking that this thing might land on their homes. I love it though. The tinfoil hatters are the ones making sense, and the ones who aren't wearing the tinfoil hats they're going to put on the space junk helmets if they're not already wearing a full headgear. Yeah, tinfoil masks never took off. I was surprised at that. I think it's almost an elitist thing too. There's something kind of interesting. Like I haven't checked yet, but I'm willing to bet I'll see more masked faces at Trader Joe's than a Walmart. Like I went to a Target and it was like every other person was a maskie. So it's like, okay, it's got to be, I think maybe it has to do with one's political leaning. We know this, it's a political thing, but people shop in this way too. So I'm kind of curious to see. But it's all just, that's all it is. It's all just an opportunity for a social experiment. It's a conformity test. In many ways, it's a Milgram experiment. I would say that WHO has Munchausen syndrome by proxy. But this is the New World Church. It's the New World religion, and if you've already been an apostate, if you're already a media apostate, you didn't fall for it, but you're just watching people who did fall for it. Look, this is an example. I said that the media has been psyoping the weather. This is proof of Neuralink, because I was just thinking, I wish I could get that clip from CNN where that guy is leaning into the wind when people in the background are just walking along calmly. And here is that clip.
Okay, picking it up here in Wilmington, North Carolina, right at the Intracoastal, and we're in one of these bands.
Someone just tweeted this.
Nasty.
And yes, this guy is hyping up the weather, leaning into the wind, and the people in the background are unaffected.
We had some bands like this last.
See, this to me this is how everybody is right now. You might laugh at this and say, well, these people in the news, they're so mendacious. Well, I'll tell you what, the reporter here who's consciously playing into the deception is pretty much, I think he's exactly the kind of mindset. He has the exact mindset of the people who are reinforcing the pandemic narrative by wearing the masks. They feel like they're doing some good by playing into it. Like they're in a way, they're role-playing, they're LARPing, but I think that there's some kind of a virtue attached to it. Like they're saving you. I'm making you safer. You stay home and I'll brave this dangerous weather. And in the background, of course, you have the anti-maskers who don't trust the media. This is just drama. It's crisis acting, actually. And I said it last year, I'm like, we're a world of crisis actors. And those of us who stepped off the world stage are being drafted onto it, where, no, you have to participate. It's one of those movies where the actors come off the stage and run around. You don't get an opt-out anymore. But they give you a check, right? Michael O'Connor says it's an old video. Well, there's thousands like it. That's my point. Thousands. Here's another one. This is a picture where the reporter, Anderson Cooper, is up to his belly button. And if you take a step back, you can see the camera crew is not that deep. So he might even be kneeling. Anderson Cooper might be on his knees right now. As hard as that sounds to believe. Under the water, faking it. This is crisis acting. Infinite Plane Radio. Call back if you care to. You know what? Just so you guys know, I turned the ringer off because we had 3,200 back-to-back calls the other night over McAfee, and the ringing just wouldn't stop. Okay, here's another one. This is Lucy Yang from ABC. This is Eyewitness News 7. So she's in a boat, very brave, and the crew and everyone around her. But then in the background, no, it's not Jesus walking on water. That's just a regular person who doesn't believe the fake news, and he's not pretending. Because the guy behind her, yeah, he's literally at street level. Like, she's not underwater. They're faking it. Nothing new here, though. All right, let's see here. Going through comments. Lieutenant Kramer says Trump's mother is from Scotland, and he's building golf courses there. Good God Almighty, wake up and pray for some leaders of our military to fend off the UN and NATO. Yeah, fend off the cult of the digital monolith. Good luck. You know, the whole pandemic, I believe, was just an operation to effectively stop the infodemic. And the infodemic was free-flowing information. Mark says, did you see the new Economist cover that called out the IPS? It's called No Safe Place. Let me take a look. It wouldn't be the first time. I mean, I think that it's not just us, you know. I mean, it's the people who are calling out the fake news effectively are constantly being, in a way, almost mocked. I get the sense that there's a bit of animosity too. Like, I think the mass media resents people that don't believe. You heathens. If you have a cover, if you can show me the cover, I'm looking for it right now. I found so many great covers. In fact, now that we're on the subject of Economist covers, I found it. The one cover you have to look at is the one from the solstice of 2017. It's like the new shape of Chinese influence. The new shape of Chinese influence has a globe covered in spikes like a COVID. And again, this is 2017. The new shape of Chinese influence, new novel, influenza. Novel influenza. Okay, No Safe Space has a couple of penguins on a recliner watching the globe burning on TV. Yeah, I would say that's definitely a shout out. You know who else I think shouted us out is SpaceX. You know, in their Dragon module, they have a penguin. They send up there. It's so they know. It's called Gwyn, the flying penguin. Here it is. Now this was created by a London-based company called Jellycat. It was chosen as SpaceX Crew's it's chosen as their zero-G indicator. It's like, all right, guys, it's time to fake like we're floating. Somebody behind the screen, like they have this fake set, somebody above pulls the string, and it lifts the penguin up. And that's how they. Have you seen those old movies where they faked ghosts with strings, like lifting objects? That's what it looks like they do with these things. They don't even try anymore. I'm kind of embarrassed for how poor these billionaires have performed. I mean, with that kind of a budget, I could have faked it so much better. I could have outdone, but it's all ritual. Like, if you didn't know, there's a ritual going on. It's a fertility rite in the sky. Remember I was talking about how 1969, 1920, and 2021, that there's this templating? Well, part of 69, the moon landing, that was a fertility rite. Apollo, sun god, the moon, and as strange as that may sound, I mean, the Saturn rocket, Saturn the obelisk, that's the Earth god, you're looking at a fertility rite. And that's why the mass media was drawing attention very conspicuously to the shape of Bezos's rocket. they were pointing this out because they were reminding us of what we were actually seeing. And what's more, when you look at the Virgin, which is the goddess, you look at the Virgin rocket going into space, all those actors up there are opening their mouths in a very exaggerated fashion because they're supposed to be, if you ask me, it's because it's a fertility rite. Not a coincidence that the Virgin ship goes up there and then its wings go up, like behind its, I don't even like to, I'm sorry, but its wings go up, it's lewd. And then a week later, the other thing goes up. It's all a ritual. I didn't make it up. I'm not in their cult. I don't worship this stuff. They do. Knockout Bear says billionaires are Babylon heirs. Yeah, I would say so. The 666, what is it? No, sorry, the Triple Comma Club is what they call themselves. But it wouldn't surprise anyone here if you've looked into, and I'll go through this really quick for a few minutes here. If you go to themetascript.com, I do have a little bit of a lineage on one of these mind maps about the new religion, where it comes from, and specifically the space age and its origin with Babylon, mystery religion. Aleister Crowley described the New Age religion as a rediscovery of, I'll get an exact quote. Aleister Crowley described what he was doing as a rediscovery of the Sumerian tradition. And the thing is, he was operating on his side of the world, but in America, Jack Parson, well, he was the American counterpart to Aleister Crowley. And so the significance here is that Crowley was all about this sex magic, basically, is at the core of this thing. What they actually venerate, what they worship, is the god of the earth, and his main emblem is the obelisk. And what I'm suggesting is Jack Parsons, rocket scientist, American counterpart to Crowley, had just taken the old aeon, their words, the old age, templated religion, and just dressed it up with science fiction. So you turn your obelisks into rockets. Your goddess of the night sky, Isis, is now the ISS. And if you look at the dates and the various ways that they script these various dramas, these events like the Apollo landing, you'll see, no, it's all ritual. So you have at the very core of this space age, the very beginning of it, at the very genesis of it, you have this New Age religion. New Age Satanist Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard, science fiction writer. And L. Ron Hubbard, you might not think much of Scientology, the media attacks it, but when you really get down to it, Scientology is just another facet, another face of this space religion, and it's the same at its core. It's all the Babylon mystery religion. There's quite a lot to go into here, but a few other hints to throw out there. Robert Heinlein, Stranger in a Strange Land, he has some connections to a Laurel Canyon group, the Parsonage, and this book club where you had a combination of rocket scientists, Satanists, and film types, actresses, filmmakers, and all of that ties together to construct our New Age religion, which has largely come to us through pageantry and drama through the television. How many of you that are actually there to watch these rockets launch? No, you're all experiencing it through the screen. And the screen, the screen is the new Bible. So the New Age Bible is the screen that is curated by them. It's the digital monolith is the perfect description of this thing, because unlike the previous Bibles where they have to find the heretical texts and burn them and burn the people who knew the info, well, now they can just shadow ban you and delete that content. And they delete with impunity. The digital book burning has gone on unabated since I've been paying attention. They really kicked it in hyperdrive like in 2016, but nobody cares about the channels that get kicked off. And the channels that get kicked off YouTube are the conspiracy theories, or those things that are branded conspiracy theories, which basically is just non-mainstream media takes on things. And they're always expanding the definition of what a conspiracy theorist is. And now They stopped calling you conspiracy theorists because it sounds like you might have a point or you have some kind of reason behind what you're doing. But now they've changed it to you're conspiracists. They spell it conspiracist, and they do it on purpose. It's all word magic. All right, let's see here. Michael Connor says love and rockets. Yeah, well, that's my point being, just briefly, is that the fertility rites that you were watching this month in the sky were just a kind of a redoing the rites of the of 69. And 69, if you get into it, Crowley in his Book of the Lies, they talk about this. That number also has a lot to do with this concept of sex magic. And that's why it's not a coincidence, if you ask me, that SpaceX and space sex sound so similar. In fact, there's a company of adult objects that created things based on these rockets that actually used that name. Probably not a coincidence either. Well, none of these things are coincidences. I could go into the... In fact, we should just do an updated documentary, Cult of the Obelisk, where we go through all the space agencies and show you, no, this is a religion. It's a cult. Heaven is something that, there's always been disagreements on what exactly heaven is. Some concepts of heaven involve rewards for things done on earth. Others are more ephemeral. Different ideas of heaven, but people kill over their competing versions. And the new heaven, the universal one, is outer space. And people aren't fighting over what outer space is because they can all agree it's science. Sin, religions differ on what constitutes a sin. Well, not anymore, because the new concept of sin is the virus. It's the ultimate tool to regulate the individual. And instead of it being a superstition, now it's science. But it's still a superstition. Just like outer space and space travel is still fake. Lily Bell Bell says, the NATO digital monolith was ridiculous. I noticed the German chancellor was confused. I think they were just in full demon worship mode. They're like Lord Baal. And they're waiting for the AI god to descend upon it. That's the reason why I think it's important that it's digital. Now, if you look at the significance of... Here's where AI comes into this whole thing. AI, A is 1, I is 9. And the significance here is that every major transformative psyop of like the last century has been encoded with this AI. Pearl Harbor was Operation AI. During PNAC, when they were planning 9/11, they described it as, we need a new catalyzing event, a new Pearl Harbor. And what did they get? 9/11. 9/11 had 19 hijackers. There's your AI. 19 years later, COVID-19, which was preceded by C-19, a comet, by the way. Just a lot of this 19 kind of figures into this stuff. So now we have the World Economic Forum talking about the Global AI Initiative. And this is coming from the World Economic Forum. It says, Global Alliance aims to accelerate the adoption of AI. Now, this talk of artificial intelligence, look, responsible artificial intelligence. Again, the next transformation, well, this is post-reset. So the reset, COVID-19 is a reset number, in other words. It's like they hit the reset button. That's somehow coded into this thing. Now, I have something here, though. This is kind of interesting because we're talking about AI, artificial intelligence, as like descending into this digital monolith and taking over and basically showing us how to run our one world properly. Well, now listen to the girlfriend of a billionaire, so you know she's in touch with reality. Listen to Grimes talking about how artificial intelligence can perfect communism for us, perfect government.
I have a proposition for the communists.
And she says so because forced labor is not a vibe, if you didn't know.
So typically, most of the communists I know are not big fans of AI. But if you think about it, AI is actually the fastest path to communism. So, if implemented correctly, AI could actually theoretically solve for abundance. Like, we could totally get to a situation where nobody has to work, everybody is provided for with a comfortable state of being, comfortable living, AI could automate all the farming, weed out systematic corruption, thereby bringing us to as close as possible.
So, again, we're talking about this AI god that will descend and fix everything. And now I want to get to the last part. I can't listen to it all in one. I mean, this is the person who named her baby off of the Google Chrome suggested password. Like, it's totally unpronounceable. Okay, now, listen.
Farming is really not a vibe.
Yeah, forced labor is not a vibe.
Let's be real, enforced farming is really not a vibe.
Not a vibe. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I want to hear that with a pile of skulls behind her. Like, I'll put that in the background. It's just, there's something about this idea, though, of handing over control of the world to AI. It just sounds like they've been building up for this, and a lot of people will probably think it sounds just fine. Well, who do you think's going to be behind the curtain? You know, if you ask me, it's a ruse. He couldn't get over his fiance's death, so he brought her back as an AI chatbot. The Jessica simulation. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, caller? What topic are we covering that you want to talk about?
I don't know if it's me, but I can't hear you that well. You're kind of muffled up.
Okay, let me try this. Hold on a second. I want to make sure I'm on the right speaker with you. Okay, how about now?
It's a little bit better. So I just wanted to speak about the Grimes thing. So I don't think these are real billionaires we're dealing with here. I think they're all kind of like actors on a world stage. They're paid for, you know. They're not really... the money's not... There's a certain level of power that you have in this world, and at that level, like, money is not even a thing anymore. You know what I mean? I think whatever's controlling Bezos, Gates, and all these guys, I think all these guys are just there to show you that, look, you too can be a success as well, you know, and to keep everybody chasing that Memon dream, you know. I think what really controls the show behind the scenes is are like these people that live in castles in Eastern Europe that have no roads going to them. You know what I mean? Like, if you ever watch that channel, the Central Intelligence Agency channel, it's like a homeless guy that just backpacks through the forest of Europe, and he actually like stumbles upon these castles with like perfectly manicured lawns in there. It's kind of creepy, actually. You know what I mean? And I think those are the people that run the show, you know what I mean, that run everything here. And everybody you see and I see on TV are just these people that they're kind of like put there, on, you know, to like represent them. But you'll never know who they are, because I remember when I was working at a pharmaceutical back in the day, and they just got bought up by the this is weird stuff. They just got bought up by the original Merck family, if you're familiar with it, who I'm talking about. The original Merck family, you know, is Merck Pharmaceuticals. And what happened was he's sitting there telling us who they are, and, you know, they're like a 400-year-old family. They're 150 family members strong. And, you know, he gave us a little show and tell about who they were. And then he turns around and he says... you see this technology behind us? And everybody like looked at these big screen TVs. Like, this is our technology. We've owned the patents for liquid crystal displays for the last 200 years. You know what I mean? Like,
wow.
Like that blew my mind right there when I was listening to that for the first time. And the reason I'm saying that is because I think all this shit that we're going through right now has already been done. I think the Spanish flu was absolutely fucking fake, and they completely, like, you could brainwash people so much easier back in the day with a newspaper, you know what I mean, as opposed to now. But I'm surprised how many people are still brainwashed even now with all this, you know, access to real information as opposed to this fucking Fed shit that we're given through CNN. I can't believe how many people are still brainwashed in the society, but
right,
it is what it is. And
I remember.
Yeah, go ahead.
I remember there was this meme going around last year of like a plague 100 years ago, Spanish flu, then 100 years before that, something else. And they said, oh, it's a cyclic thing. It happens every 100 years. And my first thought was, no, the elite like to gut the middle class every once in a while, and they can use different excuses. It's a plague, or they can use communism. But it just seems like it's a strategic way to consolidate power, and they did that. I mean, if you look, last year, look who made out like $33 billion first quarter was Amazon. Meanwhile, all the small businesses get shut down. So yeah, I think this is an elite trick.
Yeah, exactly. They did the same shit with the Spanish flu. The Spanish flu was absolutely fucking fake. Nobody died in reality. But you have people out there saying, oh, yeah, I know people did that. They did the same shit. So if you look at the timeline of the Spanish flu, there was like Spanish flu, the Roaring 20s, and then all of a sudden, like, the Roaring 20s was this shift in capital right there, and then all of a sudden, like, the Great Depression. And it's like, what the fuck just happened there? You know, and the same thing's happening over here. You see this pandemic taking place right now. You see this skyrocketing Tesla stock and all that other shit. You know, there's no value in the fucking stock at all. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden you see what you're going to see next is complete, total fucking economic collapse, and then you're going to see a world war again. Is what you're going to see. You know, or some kind of fucking, you know, like, thing that just absolutely destroys this world again and it sets us back into the Stone Age, because that's what it did. You know what I'm saying? But the way I see it, the real people controlling the things, you'll never know who they are. I'll never know who they are. But I got a glimpse of it in my lifetime. And I think those people right there were some of those people. You know what I mean?
Well, there's somebody
it was the only time I sat that far away from a billionaire. You know what I mean? And, you know, it was kind of surreal, actually. You know what I mean? It was because, like, right after they told us who they were, they laid off like 1,000 people after they literally bought a $10 billion company here in America. You know, like outright cash. Here you go. No, it was like pocket change for them. Okay, we'd like this back, please, because it was like a company built on confiscated technology from the Nazis. It was their technology. You know what I mean? It was like it's old school shit, but it's like, you know, because they weren't allowed to buy companies in America because until Bill Clinton opened up that NAFTA fucking trade, and then all of a sudden these billionaires were able to buy. And now what you're seeing is like this buy up of pharmaceuticals everywhere in America. You see Sanofi buying up like a shitload of freaking pharmaceuticals, and you see Merck buying up a shitload of pharmaceuticals too. So and those are all European companies. I'm telling you right now, whatever's ruling the show is in the forests of Europe, and if you ever end up there, you're either on the dinner plate or you stumbled on there hiking through the woods, man. You know, and that's what's going on. There's no roads going to these mansions. You know what I mean? Castles, actually, because they don't want you going there. You know what I mean? But if you check out that, I'll leave you at this. If you check out that channel, Central Intelligence Agency channel, it's just this like crazy guy from South Africa. You know what I'm saying? That backpacks through Europe. But it's really interesting, the stuff you see in there. So yeah, check that out, and cool. Thanks for the call, man.
Yeah, appreciate it very much. Appreciate all the information, and I'll check out that channel. Have a great night.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
All right, excellent points there. Someone in the comments says Hunger Games, and that's what it sounds like. And what he brought up about 200-year-old patents, this is all very consistent with this idea that there is this entrenched elite who periodically have to hit a reset button in order to maintain a balance of power, which makes sense to me. How else can the few maintain control over the many? And it does seem like the internet is problematic. Like, I think that the internet itself is an infodemic. I think literacy is an infodemic. If you look at the way that literacy has been controlled, especially over plantations, you're like, well, the people who like to control people know about how to control and filter information and how to use ignorance as a weapon. And the internet is a way to dispel ignorance. It's mostly optional these days. A lot of people, like callers, a lot of people still opt into the ignorance, and they show you. They literally put it on their faces, which is convenient in a way. You don't accidentally get too close to any of them. But I think this is also one of the reasons why we've been inundated with nothing but dystopian fiction. All fiction, if it's mainstream, it's dystopian. If there's anything that takes place in the future, it's always after we wrecked the world. Always post-reset. Tone Deaf says the Roman aristocracy and the black nobility, all roads lead to Rome. Well, it does make sense that you wouldn't have people in front with very recognizable names. You know, people fall for the red herrings all the time, and I think that's what the caller was referring to. You got these billionaires or supposed billionaires or actors. I like the idea that some of these actors out there who are making millions per movie are just minimum wage employees, just working at some rich guy's mansion, and their lives are secretly hell. I mean, actually, it might be that way, like Britney Spears. Right. Lucky Larry Scheckelstein says, the victors write the history. Well, that's true too, and right now they're curating history day by day. And this is why it matters, and this is why this channel matters. Because this channel is the only platform where we're going to maintain a continuity of criticism over the course of many years, and we're just going to continue to criticize and note what is real, what is fake, so there is a record. Because every time they censor a video or block an idea, they're trying to destroy any competing versions of what happened, and our version happens to be the correct one. We may not have all the facts, but we're not starting off with a lot of false premises. You know, I don't believe in global warming, for example, and if I had that as a starting point, then I wouldn't be able to understand, I don't think, the psychological operation inherent in things like, well, the carbon footprint. The idea that you are somehow responsible for the world's response. Like, your use of dino juice is going to cause flooding. You know, that's just a modern flood myth. And it actually does terrorize people. Think about how you might laugh at the story of Noah's flood because it's childish. And if some guy walking around with a beard said, hey, the world's going to flood, get in my ark, you wouldn't take him seriously. But now you got this billionaire who says the world's going to flood, get in my rocket. And if you look at the emblem of NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, it's literally a dove. And if you look at their page, and this is the group that works with NASA, it's a world being flooded, and you've got this ark that they've built. And look, that's what the space program is. It's our escape from global warming, which is the wrath of God because of our wickedness. But the globe punishes, well, it punishes your consumption of fossil fuels, your consumer decisions. But your original sin, though, has been given a new name, and they call it your carbon footprint. Let's see what else we have here. Going through comments, everybody here, I appreciate you leaving comments. We try to acknowledge all of the great ideas, and also I put them on the screen. A brand new setup here. I had to start from scratch tonight. Also, I have the phones back on, 833-311-1984, and we do take voicemail. So if I'm not live, if you want to leave a message, in fact, I have quite a few voicemails to go through here. Let me go through the rest of these links before we get too much further. Also, press passes. So if you didn't know, last year after the lockdown started, I started issuing out press passes for Infinite Plane Media. And this just means that you call in and therefore you're a reporter. And we had a number of people who were investigating the claims of the media when the pandemic thing started. And, you know, if you're media, you're essential. If you're essential, you're not locked down. So this became something of a freedom pass. So I have a lot of people ordering these press passes and calling in. And what I'm trying to do now is consolidate all of the field reporters. So if you have a press pass, if you want to be involved any further, infiniteplane.media. I'm going to be using the forums. I'm going to be using press releases to consolidate a lot of what we're reporting on, but I'm also going to be doing debriefings. So if you have someone who has actually done some reporting, or you've gone to do something firsthand, we can do interviews about it in the Discord server, and then it will get played later. Last year we had a number of eyewitnesses to some, like for example, we had someone in Yorba Linda when that crazed Antifa ran over the Trumpers, broke a few legs. Well, she had actually batoned and maced one of our reporters. Then also the other side of this organizational structure, if you look at the chart, this is the what we do in the Discord server, the think tank, where we do a lot of our research. If you want to be involved in the research, if you want to have access or get the links and get the tips, get the spoiler alerts before anybody, you might want to join the Discord server. Just go to infiniteplane.info. Probably the easiest link to memorize. You know, last week, all of my domains were shut down for like 12 hours. How many of you here remember that? I had doxed QAnon, which many people find hard to believe, but I'm not even trying to really make too much noise about that now. It's a done deal if you ask me, and you'll see in the coming weeks. But right after I pointed this out, all of my domains were just seized temporarily. They came back up, but while they were down, I purchased infiniteplane.info and infiniteplane.buzz from a different registrar. So I know we hit a nerve. And we've done this a few times in a few different ways, I believe, this channel and this think tank, but you know you did something right when your web domains get pulled and nobody tells you, no explanation. There's a few other things that have happened to with this channel, like earlier this year I could get into, but let's stay on topic. Oh, by the way, Richard Branson was worse than Epstein. Branson, okay, this is bad. Okay, so basically this, Branson catered to the A-list and the royalty, while Epstein catered to the B-list. So Branson also has islands, as you know, in the Virgin Islands near Epstein's. His airline is called Virgin, and you could find many images of Branson. You know, and I don't know how much of this is just PR. Interesting character. Like I said, I'm going to do a follow-up, kind of a part 2 to the Cult of the Obelisk documentary. I might even start producing that tonight because I didn't spend enough time analyzing Virgin, and now that I've had some time to look into this character, there's quite a lot to go off of there. You know, in addition to his basis in that movie Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Like the last caller had it right. These world stage characters they give us are just that. It's admitted that Elon Musk's persona, his character, the guy who's the first colonizer of Mars, was dreamed up in the mind of that Nazi von Braun, who published it in the Mars, A Technical Tale. He's also consciously identified himself with Gene Wilder, Willy Wonka, Iron Man, you know, Tony Stark. Let's see what else here. Oh, look, I have to, this is something else too. If you didn't notice, the Branson thing, I find this to be very problematic. So, and I'll show you. I can show you how it's fake with one little glitch on the editing. But here's a problem I have. They didn't go into zero gravity. Like they didn't actually go into space. They're doing, if anything, this is it's a parabolic flight. You know, it'd be equivalent to going in an elevator really high and then jumping as it goes down. Like, this is just a roller coaster ride, and I just find it really odd that they would unbuckle at the top of a 50-mile high roller coaster ride. And there's chairs in the room that you could impale yourself on. This one's bad in itself. The Bezos one is 10 times worse. We'll look at that one separately. But if you watch the top of the climb here, because you don't see them on the way up. You're not going to see Bezos and that 80-year-old Wally Funk. You're not going to see them being pressed against their seats, you know, their eyebrows down to their chins, you know, when the G-forces are pushing down on them. We don't see that. We just see them at the top when they're dangling from the wires. But anyway, on the Branson flight, you'll see this stuff coming out of the back of the rocket, like at a 45-degree angle to the right. You can just watch. This is original footage. Well, that debris that's coming out, I believe, is just a special effect. I think it's a CGI layer. And the reason I say so is when it cuts back to the inside of the ship, you see the same debris, but now it's on the inside. And you can see a piece right here by the window, right by the portal, almost hits him. It shouldn't be there. It shouldn't be on the inside of the ship, but it is. That alone tells you they're not in space. I also have a problem with how wide they all open their mouths, but we'll talk about the overjaw effect later. Do you all know what the overview effect is? They claim that if you go high enough, you suddenly start seeing through national boundaries and political parties and everything is one. Like, that's their new Christ consciousness. This is this new age thing. Cosmic consciousness. That's why I said space is the new heaven. So those who have gone to heaven, who have seen the face of God, come down changed. Those who've gone to space and seen the face of globe, come down changed. It's a religion. Lily Bell says, I want to know how Bezos walked off the thing with his cowboy hat on his bald head. I watched him take it off before entering the capsule. Ooh, a continuity error. I just thought it was strange that they're up there at the top of the world and they could look out the windows and experience the overjaw effect or whatever, but instead they start throwing Skittles and little orange balls around and doing zero-G Twister. Like, okay, that's not weird. This guy and his brother, this 80-year-old and an 18-year-old named Demon, are gonna just kind of frolic around in the middle of the cramped cabin. None of it made sense. What a waste of $28 million. Hillman says, so you have to go to space to get an overview effect? No. Lucky for you, Space Buzz exists, and the Space Buzz Project wants to brainwash your kids. So basically, what they think they can do is they can give your children a virtual experience they call... This is the virtual education program where they can virtually take them up to space with Oculus lenses on their heads, and this will make them feel like they've gone to space, and then they will have that effect. This is a video on the subject by Spacebus.
Diving in outer space, but when gazing back,
oh my God, look at that picture over there.
They saw our small...
Wait, did you hear that astronaut? He said, look at that picture over there. He didn't say, look at that big wet ball hanging in space. He said, look at that picture.
Space, but instead, when gazing back,
oh my God, look at that picture over there.
They saw our small, fragile planet and realized it's all we have. This powerful cognitive shift is known as the overview effect, and less than 600 people have been to space to experience it.
So, they want to democratize this experience. It's not just for billionaires. You don't have to be rich to go to heaven.
Spearheaded by ESA astronaut Andrei Kuipers, the Overview Effect Foundation takes children on a revolutionary educational program designed to inspire a new generation of young ambassadors for planet Earth. Sending them...
So there you have it. Sending them into space on a custom engine rocket simulator. They're going to have a green screen. And,
with the program...
And they're going to feel like they've gone to outer space. This kind of reminds me, and this is just brainwashing, by the way. They want to give you a cognitive shift through a TV screen, through a simulation.
And its resources more sustainably, as we're all astronauts aboard Spaceship Earth.
And that's the key there. You're all astronauts aboard Spaceship Earth. And it's part of this idea of moving you towards this sustainable habitat as a new ideal. We have to minimize our impact on the environment. It reminds me of Space Cadets, which was this TV show, which was actually kind of a hoax. It was this is a British TV show. Space Cadets from 7 December 2015. The final episode was on 16 December. No, this is 2005, excuse me. This was a 5-day trip around the world. That was the basis for this TV show. But anyway, they never left the Earth, but the people on board thought that they did. And the way that they pulled this off, how they managed to get everyone in this space shuttle simulator to think that they were actually orbiting, is they used special effects and a lot of lying. Half of the people on board were actors, and the other half were cadets. And apparently the simulator was the same one they used in the movie Deep Impact and Armageddon, Space Cowboys, you know, movies that are predicting the future where asteroids come down to Earth or whatever. Which is going to happen. In fact, TMZ reported on it recently, so you know it's going to happen. If TMZ reports on something, you know they want it to really saturate everywhere. The people who don't watch, you know, political news, they'll catch the celebrity news. TMZ on Twitter, enormous asteroid heading toward the Earth. Anyway, my point being about this space cadets is that people inside this immersive illusion, surrounded by people who reinforce it, aren't really able to get out of it. And it wasn't until the end when they pulled the walls down that, well, they started crying is what happened. Because they thought they were in space. Lickety says Mars is in St. George, Utah. I think Mars is in Aries Zona. So Major Tom to ground control, this is from TMZ, there's a giant asteroid headed our way. I want to point out this too. This one's the size of the Great Pyramid. They always do this, like on election day. Asteroid the size of Trump Tower is going to hit the White House. They're always just making these things up. And I want to point this out. They predict an asteroid every other day. They've been wrong every single time. Think about that. You're supposed to believe that they can accurately send probes to comets and asteroids millions of miles away, and they do it all the time, and these little probes send selfies back. They're always right, but how come they're always wrong when it comes to the incoming? And also something else, why don't we ever see photographs? You know, I'm always just stunned that they still show us these drawings of the Earth. Looks like crayon. Tominoid says Mars is anywhere they stick a red filter on. Right. You know, there was something about the red filter. There's some giveaway I found on a site where I believe the filter, no, so you can find this. It didn't, I guess they weren't thinking their props through, and they had the NASA sticker on the rover. I have to look and see. There was something off with the color which suggested a blue sticker and a red filter. Lily Bell says on Sky News Australia they reported an asteroid the size of Sydney Bridge. Right, it's always like that. Like another good point, they didn't know where the Chinese rocket was going to land. It's just so contradictory. They're accurate with everything going out, but they're wrong with every incoming prediction. There's something wrong with this picture, and what's the difference? Well, you can't fact check them when it comes to their celestial observations. But when they lie about stuff here on the Earth, yes. By the way, this is one of these examples where I think that this channel has been messed with or something. I think that there's a correlation here. So last year, we were talking about this story and how unbelievable it is. How in 1965, an asteroid a meteorite ruined an Alabama woman's afternoon. So, no, actually this was 1954. So unbelievable. But I brought this up because people who believe in the moon landings have to believe in this. You don't get to opt out. It's like your Bible. You know, if you're going to believe establishment science, you can't cherry pick. You got to go with the whole picture. So, according to this story, back in 54, an 8-pound rock fell through her ceiling, filled up her house with dust. Dust filled the house after the crash. When it finally settled, they spotted a rock. Now, what doesn't make sense about this is they said that there was a reddish light and a fireball, trails of smoke, and an arc of light in the afternoon sky. This rock then went through her roof, bounced off her radio, and hit her where she was lying on the couch. So you heard all this right. An arc of fire, arc of light, trail of smoke goes through the roof, bounces off the radio, and then whacks this woman on her hip. Her name is Ann Hodges. I think it's a ridiculous story. And I was looking at, they called it the extraterrestrial bruiser. And they have a picture of her on her bed with a doctor who's got a bow tie, so you know it's legit. And it looks like they smeared some paint on her. Like, that doesn't look like an impact wound. Like, is this what an asteroid would do? It looks, honestly, it looks better than some tattoos I've seen. It's just a weird design, like kind of feathered. That's not a wound. It's not a bruise. They just smeared some makeup on there. My point being, if this is fake, and let's see, I believe that was it Buzz? Was it Buzz Aldrin who gave the petrified elephant dung to the government of Holland? Yeah, moon rock given to Holland by Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong is fake. Like, at what point do you just stop having Stockholm syndrome and saying, well, yeah, maybe they faked the moon rock, maybe they fake asteroids, maybe they faked the moon because they had to trick the Russians, but this is real. Oh, the space station's real. I mean, at some point, the house of cards just has to fall. Moon rock given to Holland by Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin is fake. But the moon landing was real, right? Unbelievable. And they are very sensitive about their moon rocks. Do you remember NASA's SWAT team? Got to be careful talking about moon rocks around NASA. If they're listening, they'll send a SWAT team to your house. Look at this. Why this grandmother is taking on NASA over a moon rock gift from Neil Armstrong. This is from 2011. Her name was Joan Davis. Basically, she needed money for her grandchild's surgery, and the only way she could think of to make money was to sell her moon rock that her husband got from Neil Armstrong as a gift. The moon rock was the size of a piece of like rice, a grain of rice, and it was inside of a paperweight. So she tried to sell it to NASA, and instead of explaining to her, you can't just sell it, they said, meet us at Denny's. She got to Denny's, she brought the thing with her, and says here, she unknowingly met with law enforcement officers at Denny's. They seized the 75-year-old and the paperweight, because all lunar material is property of the federal government and possession is a crime. So if you didn't know, it's actually a crime to possess moon rock. So if you purchased any on eBay, I wouldn't talk about it. But anyway, it says here, the 75-year-old woman who tried to sell the paperweight may try to hold federal agents liable for detaining her for 2 hours in a parking lot in urine-soaked pants. So they held her there. And of course, the other side of the story, the other aspect of it too, is that it was an actual SWAT team. So NASA has a SWAT team. NASA's SWAT team detains 75-year-old. Granny roughed up in moon rock raid, CBC News. 25 years of curating moon rocks. I had no idea that it was that much of a crime until recently, but yeah. All right, let's continue. And by the way, the moon rocks that I think they were giving away, they supposedly found them in Antarctica, because that makes sense. What, they fall off the moon and land on the bottom of the Earth or something? Okay, I'm going through the rest of my notes here. This is a great one. I got to read it though. The European Commission wrote an 18-page report on, quote, far-right humor. So they have these books. Like, do you remember back? I had this book. It was actually like a police guide. It was called The Satan Hunter. And it was a guide for police or law enforcement to find satanic gangs. And this was like during the Satanic Panic. So it was like, if you find Black Sabbath albums and, you know, candle wax on a shoe and a 5-pointed star, it means this. It was one of these ridiculous kind of like sensationalistic books, or guidebooks on how to hunt down these Satanist cults. And this was during the Satanic Panic, which is kind of like it's kind of resurfaced with the QAnon thing. But anyway, the new devil of the day is the far right extremist. And now they're just like, I mean, I thought the ADL was bad. They're like, AOK symbol is not, now it used to be what AOK was AOK. Then it was 666. Now it's white power. Bowl cuts, hate crimes. You know, it's a hate crime to cut your hair that way. It means that you're in solidarity with school shooters. But it says here, a humor and far-right extremism, a primer. While it is a truism that extremist movements are only successful if they speak the language of the masses, researchers and practitioners have been repeatedly overwhelmed by the new guises that extremist communication adopts in the digital era. So they're overwhelmed by the memes. The most potent weapon known to mankind are satire and ridicule. Now that's out of civil rights activist Saul Alinsky from Rules for Radicals, a book dedicated to Lucifer. This was the guy who I believe was a mentor to Obama. But anyway, his book is actually pretty good. It does, I mean, if you read it, you'll understand how Antifa works, how they are constantly polarizing people into groups, the oppressor, the oppressed, good guys, bad guys. Well, we're the Antifa, so we can't be fascists, right? Well, anyway, he wrote this down. The most important weapons are satire and ridicule. But it's interesting because he was a lefty or commie. But this is all stuff being used by the right. It says, humor is very attractive for extremist groups because it affects emotions, cognition, and communication. Humor reduces interpersonal barriers. This is why they don't like memes. They are definitely trying to censor memes. I've seen talk with a lot of these political leaders about how, you know, you shouldn't even be talking to people in public because that will spread the virus. Like, this is really what we're looking at here is the pandemic was to stop the flow of unregulated memes. Far-right extremism and online culture, right, because there's no far left. Memes are units of cultural meaning. Like, what are they going to start doing? Burning memes? Like, what are you going to do? You know, print them out, make a big stack. I often wonder, though, if you were to take all of the deleted YouTube comments and then print them into books, how tall of a building would you need to house physical copies of all of the digitally burned books? And for videos, just a transcription of it. You know, you would have a tower, you know, probably reaching the Kármán line of just books that they've burned. I wanted to actually create a digital library, just kind of to replicate this, you know, to scale, and then have it burned, you know, animated as an art piece. Just a tribute to all of this destroyed culture. All right, so the dog meme is one of the most, Doge meme is one of the most famous internet memes. It's been adapted. Now, this isn't a manual to spot extremism. So now this Dogecoin thing is an extremist thing. It's been adapted in various ways to tease a kind of outdated humor. In far-right circles, it's been combined with Nazi memorabilia to trivialize the violence of the SS. So can somebody point to me somewhere where the Dogecoin, the Doge doggy, has been conflated with Hitler? I have not seen a swastika on that thing yet. Digital hate culture. The creation of sharing of memes as a ritual of an imaginary community can foster a feeling of collective belonging to those who participate in these dispersed online networks. They're trying to say that your meme friends aren't your real friends. That's what they're trying to say here. Oh, a ritual of an imaginary community? I would invite everyone listening here for a mere $2 to join the Infinite Plane Society Discord server where we make memes around the clock. And it's not fake. It's not an imaginary community. It's real. The think tank is real. The evolution of ideas is real. What we're doing is actual content creation. Again, here's a link here. Patreon.com/Infinite Plane Society. $2 a month. If that's too much, just $2. I won't kick you out of the Discord server. Just get in the door. It's like a cover charge to get in the club. And what we do there is nonstop research, memes, animation, and the like. But what they're talking about here is unregulated culture, unregulated by the NWO mono cult. So they're trying to say that these aren't your real friends. Like the people in the chat, oh no, it's an imaginary community. But you can trust, the ones on the other side of the screen, if it's, from CNN or Fox or one of those. It says it can foster a feeling of collective belonging. In this way, overtly humorous and harmless everyday images shape political worldviews and opinion forming in the pre-political space. And it's because they know, and this is from Saul Alinsky as well, that politics is downstream from culture. And the controllers of the mass media hate the fact that you're having any input in culture, because that's where they're trying to prep you for their garbage that they're going to present to you in the news later. Let's move on. Far-right actors have adapted to the ways of thinking and expression in social networks, and politics must be entertaining to break the boredom. So since we're not boring, and if they're not boring, if memes aren't boring, they're a threat to the system. Because they want to monopolize the ability to captivate the attention. They want a captive audience. And they had it for 2020. When you were in lockdown, you were pretty much a captive audience, insofar as they were able to censor alternative channels. This channel doesn't get censored, even though we're frequently shut down, but we have so many redundancies. And one of the ways, and they hate this, one of the ways that I keep YouTube going, one of the ways I keep this channel going is I keep it going 24/7. And what that does is it makes it impossible to process and therefore censor. They can't even digest it. All right, let's see here. Zareth says, Hunter's money laundering posters are worth every penny he gets to give to his brother, President Beau Biden. Yeah, there is a theory that Joe Biden is being played by Beau in a mask, and that Beau fake died at 46 to become President 46. Not unbelievable, if you ask me. Oh yes, I did set up an auction site if anybody wants to go take a look. And look, here's what I'm going to do with it. I just barely got started with it, but I was kicked off of eBay after 42 sales, all 5-star ratings, no explanation. And it's because I want to start painting memes in particular. And that's probably what got... It's because it's hard to censor products, it's hard to censor memes. I even tried this. Here's a drawing of mine. This is Anthony Fauci. By the way, spell his name backward. I-C-U-A-F, Dr. Eichhoff. Here's a link. I'm going to be creating a lot of meme art. I'll take requests. So if you have anything you want me to draw, or mostly draw, not so much painting anymore. I prefer to just keep it ink, but I'm putting them all on these auction sites, and all of the auctions start off at $1. And it has a buy now option. I won't put too much time on that promoting it, but it's in the chat. You can find it also at infiniteplainsociety.com. Just scroll down for the auction link. Those are the first ones. I have plenty more. Lickety Split says McAfee should call in. Does anybody think McAfee's alive or dead? What's the story? I mean, I find it peculiar that he would be alive and there wouldn't be any investigation into whoever faked his autopsy report. I mean, this would mean a whole new level of conspiracy, because it would imply that he didn't fool a lot of people. I mean, there's just too many people to be involved. I'm sorry, at this point, I just can't say he's alive. What's our reason for thinking he's alive anyway? Well, I guess one thing that's a little fishy is the suicide note, but that only suggests that maybe he was murdered. But there's a few things about his recent, the dead man switch that make me think that that has nothing to do with him. I'll still look into it. If anybody has anything new, in fact, let me check the voicemails. I think I had someone here who had a little bit of information.
Hey, it's me again. I really think it's important that I tell you that Joe Biden is associated with the Irish Mafia.
Okay, different call. I may go into this one. Joe Biden is associated with Irish Mafia, and there's quite a lot there, but I'm looking for some of these messages that were left about McAfee. Let's see what we have here.
Hey, Tim, I don't know if you've heard about the picture going around where Mike Lindell had a ring on his finger that was supposedly associated with the Knights Templar or some kind of Knights Templar. See, I don't think that whole story of him being a crackhead turned billionaire it's all fake.
Yeah, okay. So he's suggesting Mike Lindell's transformation from crackhead to billionaire is a fake story. And yeah, he does have a Templar ring. I saw that. Okay, here's another message. I'm looking for some of the McAfee tips if we have any here. Here's another one.
The ongoing discussion with McAfee, there's a lot of evidence that is out there that points to McAfee being Rusty Shackelford. And we all know that McAfee lived in Belize for a while and visited the camp and all those islands around there, which is awfully close to Epstein's Island. So I would think that there's a decent chance that the two are the same. McAfee also said he was spying on the government for years through computers he gave through secretaries. I think that's worthy to be touched on in the...
Yeah, that is true. McAfee did kind of brag about, there's a sort of retaliation, donating computers as a way to entrap. And so he did claim to be the head spy master. In fact, I'm on his new Telegram. I'm just not convinced it's him. Because if it is him, then he's QAnon. Because all of his posts recently have just been totally cryptic. In fact, let me go over some of these. I don't want to sound like I didn't research it. I didn't get bored of it. I spent hours and hours on it. I just didn't arrive at any conclusions. McAfee's Telegram cryptically hints 38 days. Now, a few things I did notice. He mentioned flood quite a bit. Talked about information warfare. And one reason why I think this might be worth noting too is he does talk about some topical things like Arizona. And again, we're just a few weeks away from this symposium. But let me take a quick look here at this McAfee Telegram account. Okay, here's something else, and I think a caller the other night brought this up. He wasn't a biblical guy. If you watch the way he lived, he slept underneath a hammock. He did things to a dead whale. So it's strange that half of his Telegram posts are biblical verses. And behold, I bring a flood of waters upon the earth. I'm sorry, but I'm just not really convinced it could be him. He says, all the right people are scared. They should be 38 days. Time is not real. Time equals light. So this is like something that would appeal to the QAnon shaman. Like, when did McAfee become a QAnon shaman? I'm not into the shamanism stuff. What do you mean time is light, time is not real? McAfee's frustratingly cryptic Telegram posts suggest he may in fact be Q. Here's one that wasn't too difficult to decode. CIA is here. Risk is this week for God and country. Lame, I'm sorry. So I wasn't able to make anything of it. A lot of people went down this rabbit trail. I am not convinced that there's anything at the end of it, but I'll continue to look. Oh, this is great. I love it when the media eats its own. Here's TMZ, fake news company, reporting on fake news. Reporter in Germany smears mud on herself, pretending to help flood cleanup. It's the same media that gets miffed when social media influencers pretend like they're in the flood for clout, and they get caught doing the same thing. And so I'm going to play this clip. So here you have a reporter, and apparently off camera, someone had noticed that she was smearing mud on herself. I guess it's for dramatic effect. Fake news is fake. But this is just one layer of it. It's like, oh yeah, they'll fake it by putting a little bit of mud on their face, but no way they would fake tears. No way they would fake blood. Well, blood. They've never actually faked tears. Well, maybe once. There was one crisis actor with tears. Only one. And it was this year, in fact. It was, let me see if I can find it. So basically, you had a crisis actor at the guided tour / bad performance art. They called it an insurrection. So at the insurrection, there was an actress or crisis actress who had tears in her eyes, but I believe it was like an onion she had. She had an onion in a Kleenex. I'll see if I can find that. Now, as far as that fake insurrection goes, we do have some new clips that should already have been mainstreamed, but they buried these things. These are some clips of some agent provocateurs in the audience. So here's a provocateur. This is actually on the 5th. So this is the day before.
Go to jail tomorrow. We need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol.
So emphatically saying we need to go into the Capitol tomorrow. Again and again, and people are just basically disputing it. And then you have others who are involved in it. We all know it's not a conspiracy theory. They were a bunch of MSM actors. CNN did the insurrection, if you want to be honest about it. And I think there was a 7-to-1 ratio of insurrectionists to cameramen. In other words, for every insurrectionist out there boldly posing, you had 7 cameramen. Let's see here, going through comments. Zara says, low IQ people believe in Q. Well, I don't know. I mean, look, I don't want to broad brush, but I will say that believing in anonymous sources is highly illogical. Check this out. The individual who shot Ashley Babbitt. Now, Ashley Babbitt is not dead. That's not even her real name, if you ask me. It's a psyop. That has been taken apart. I went over this last week. I think the video is called Everything Wrong with the Capitol Shooting in 21 Minutes or Less. I'll put a link to this video in the chat if you haven't seen it. Must watch. Bookmark it. Everything Wrong with the Capitol Shooting in 21 Minutes or Less. And what you'll find here is that the Capitol shooting was a choreographed piece of performance art, that nobody actually got shot. And I pointed this out. I said, she's got padding. She's wearing a backpack beneath the cape. And then you actually see them smearing the fake blood. There's continuity errors. And you have this one individual here who dips his hand. He touches her nose, right? It looks, this guy, I don't know who he is. He might be an influencer. He looks like Kyle Rittenhouse. Anyway, he dips his hand in this supposed victim on the ground, bleeding in her blood. And he comes outside and he starts waving his hand around. And he says to everyone, look what you did with your right-wing anger and hatred. You know, you caused someone to die. Let's see if I can find a picture of his hand. It's just bad writing. And when you actually look at it all in context, and this is the character who does it, looks like Kyle. Is that Kyle? You can actually see the setup. I'm just going to put the link in the chat. You get to watch it for yourself because it's a slow motion, frame by frame breakdown of a psychological operation. So knowing that it's fake, we have to ask ourselves, why is Donald Trump making a martyr? Why is he trying to make her into a martyr for this cause? Ashley Babbitt, martyr for the right wing. Well, they've identified him after Trump called. He said, I want to know who did this. He called for the guy. They want his name. His name is Michael Leroy Byrd. His life was not in danger. It's all a lie to cover up a crime. That's the new story. Now, his life wasn't in danger. He capped her from across the room. And if you actually look at the breakdown of the shooting, it makes very little sense. And people who are looking at this are saying, why would he have used a gun, a hand cannon, in a situation where handcuffs would have been in order? Or bear mace. But no, he went straight to the pistol, and there were other people in the line of fire. Other officers that could have been shot had the bullet gone through her head or whatever. And Trump was like, they shot her in the head. No, it was the neck. Or the squib was in the neck. But anyway, I think it's interesting that this fake shooter of this fake victim, and these are all encoded names. Ashley Babbitt, wrapped in the American flag, Yeah, obvious reference to the book Babbitt, Lewis Sinclair. The lady that got trampled to death with the flag that says, "Don't tread on me." These are inside jokes. This guy's name, Michael Leroy Bird, I don't think it's a coincidence that MLB or BLM backward is encoded in his name, because this is all part of this dynamic they've set up. BLM versus Western Derek chauvinism. All right, let's continue. Going through my Minds account. Somebody found some symbolism in a couple of movies. Power Book 3, Raising Kanan, and the History Channel. Nothing new here, but every mainstream movie, every mainstream production is part of the cult of the obelisk. It's a carefully curated version of reality intended for mass consumption. So nothing new here. Here's a clip from a movie called Ant Bully, awash with one eye, Illuminati stuff, Masonic stuff. Nothing to see here. Oh, this is nice too. Vax apartheid, unvaccinated passengers and fully vaccinated. Who didn't see this coming? It's brainwashed or unbrainwashed. It's like, yeah, sure. I'll go with the unbrainwashed. No argument here. Oh, by the way, I have these new t-shirts. They're not new. I put these out before. You can't trust the plan. We know that. It's an old fake anti-commie resistance movement to entrap the right wing. But you can trust the Infinite Plane Society. This is t-shirt. It says trust the Infinite Plane Society, but I highlighted trust the plan. So if you've lost faith in Q, you can trust IPR. IPR drops have been far more accurate. We're not a rolling prophecy club that always pushes our dates back. The Common Sense Show. Biden has opened the door for the UN to move into America prior to World War III. Well, World War III has already started. It's the ongoing perpetual war on the individual by the state, by the oligarchs. But I do think that there is a lot of hype about UN troops, FEMA coffins, and all this stuff. But I'd like to remind people that your living room is the FEMA camp. And they've already shown that if they want everybody in lockdown, they can do it. Here's an interesting development. So do you remember I was talking about incels? Okay, so after 9/11, which was a 19-year template for terror, now we have COVID for 19 years. So after 9/11, you had a certain story emerge about these terrorist cells, sexually repressed. They want to destroy the great Satan, go to heaven, get their 72 virgins. They want to destroy the West and put all women in burqas. You know, it's a caricature of this idea of these radical Islamists, which have all just been feds, basically. Well, they created this caricature and then they run all these psyops based off of it. They introduce contact tracing, where it's like, well, where did you get this violent meme from? You got it from the Quran, which has been replaced by QAnon, which is where you get your violent verses today, which turn you against the great Satan, or against Hollywood in particular, or the Democrats. Same thing. Evil, satanic pedophiles in high places. So then I'm just suggesting it's the same exact story. So the radicalized terrorists, they blow themselves up and they're trying to change the world for this caliphate. Well, the new system are the radicalized incels. These are the new terrorists. And now it's being discussed as these incels want to have an uprising and they want to convert all women back into being the type of women they want them to be. So how women-hating incels are plotting World War III so men can take back society. Goes on to say they want to take back society from feminism and degeneracy. This is exactly what the Islamists were trying to do. Holy war. The Holy War narrative has been reborn in this sense. And it's the incel terrorist shooters. So you have this new shooter, and his name is Trey Genko 21, he plotted to slaughter 3,000 sorority girls. Now, does that number 3,000 ring a bell? 9/11. So this is just your new 9/11. Your QAnon radicals. You get contact traced. It's like, well, did you go to a mosque in Yemen? We've got to find out where you got that violent verse from. The idea, I think, it's just like with this COVID thing. You know, it's about mind viruses, but they've replaced the mind virus with the physical virus. Everything we're seeing is just such a repeat. Incel-related violence. Do they get virgins? Like if they blow themselves up after committing atrocities, do these bowl cuts get virgins in heaven? And where are the female mass shooters, by the way? There hasn't been a single female mass shooting. Like they don't do it. Incel-related violence has been linked to 53 deaths in recent years, statistics show. One of the most popular incel forums say that the members want to reset society. So now everyone's getting in this reset game. So this is all about Western society, basically the Great Satan. Quote, "It's no secret that Western society's been ruined by feminism. Straight white men get no respect." The user continued that women are ungrateful to men. It's only get worse. Incels on the rise. This is absurd. And you know what's worse about this is that they're calling it the black pill. Have you ever heard of the black pill? It's too bad because there's actually a pretty good set of podcasts, the Black Pill podcast and Black Pill Radio. Well, the black pill, according to the mass media, is the incel pill. The incel community is self-reinforcing and self-radicalizing, with members believing that their looks or their personal traits have condemned them to loneliness. They refer to women as female humanoid organisms, or foids. This radical ideology is black pill thinking. Red pill, which is in their vernacular, is something they've moved past. The black pill lets them see the harsh truth of the world. It's fatalistic, and those embracing black pill thinking believe that there's no possibility of circumventing the female prejudice to attractive men in status. That's insane. Elliot Rodger is something of an incel martyr. This kind of reminds me of all these movies that they used to have. You know those movies like in the slasher films? If you think about it, the slasher films were always the incels, where they would go to the party, where the attractive guys would get the sorority girls, the incel would be mad, and they would kill the attractive guys. Like, this is an old story, and I think it's fake. And what's more, Elliot Rodger, if you get into this character, first of all, his father, and his performance was terrible. Elliot Rodger was trying to do this American Psycho talking to the camera thing, ridiculously unbelievable. But his father, and we talked about the Hunger Games earlier after that one caller, we brought it up. His father was the Hunger Games assistant director, Peter Rogers. And his grandfather was involved in World War II concentration camp photography. So, interesting family. If you think about, being involved in war photography, something like the Hunger Games, and then a psyop in Palo Alto. Hilariously done. I mean, the actors were the worst. The actresses were hilarious. The sorority girls were like trying to describe the horror, and they couldn't stop laughing. One of them was like, I think, if I could find those clips, they all said it sounded like pop, pop, pop. Do you remember the pop, pop, pop memes? How many of you here were auto-hoaxing Elliot Rodgers? Thinks he's a truther says, is that dude even white? Right, interesting point. Yeah, does he even represent that? Elliot Rodgers called for a war on women. It doesn't make sense. It's like, okay, so he can't get any girlfriends, so he wants to kill all the girls. It's like, doesn't that even reduce his chances more? He's complaining that they had no attraction towards him. This is another one. This is a Toronto incel shooter. All hail the supreme gentleman, Elliot Rodger. Now, in my experience, from my observation, Whenever you have a mass shooter reference another shooter, it's fake. They all exist in the same fictional universe. This was very pronounced recently. How many of you saw the King Soopers shooter? And if you're a believer in mass shootings, you won't be for long if you keep following this channel. The King Soopers shooting of 322. Now, we woke up that day saying this is a super day for a psyop. Because 322, Skull and Bones Society. Well, on that date, King Soopers in Boulder, specifically store number 33, was shot up by a mass shooter. There were 33 union workers who were at the store that were shot at. Most of the victims were there for their COVID shots, but they got the AR-15 instead. It was like this. It was meant to be an irony. Like the media's like, they went there for their COVID shot and they got the AR-15 shot. It's like the psyops never end. But anyway, this shooter at King Soopers claimed he was doing it in retaliation for the Christchurch shooting. You know, Brent and Tarrant. So you had basically a retaliation shooting. It was like a Muslim shooting to get back at the white power guy shooting. And then that's how connected these events are. Then at the same time, you had the shootings in Atlanta, the parlor shootings, where you had another incel shooting up. Well, no, he wasn't an incel. He wasn't celibate, but he was a misogynist. So you had a sexist shooter with a fashy haircut shooting Asians in these targeted shootings at multiple locations. Now, do you remember the way that they arrested the guy in Christchurch? They did a pit maneuver, meaning they ran him off the road and pulled him out of his car. Well, it happened to be the case that the police in Christchurch that day were doing drills on pit maneuvers. So when the shooter comes driving down the road, they were already doing a drill for it. They were able to just quickly run him off the road and pull him out of the car. And there was somebody there who videotaped it who happened to be an actress out there. I mean, that whole thing was so fake. But my point is, the way that they got the parlor shooter off the road was a pit maneuver. After he did a multiple location shooting, the Georgia State Patrol used a pursuit intervention technique on Tuesday to stop the suspect. So what's fascinating is this event was on the anniversary of Christchurch, and it was a templated event. Targeted demographic of immigrants, multiple locations, followed by a pit maneuver. There's a few more details about the story that are, I think, very intriguing. But my point being, all of these events reference one another in ways that are far beyond coincidence. Like, you know that 50 of the people who were shot at the Las Vegas shooting at the Harvest Festival on August 1st of 2017, 50 of the same people were shot at again at the Borderline Bar and Grill shooting, which was 13 months later. So you tell me, you know, if this is believable to you. See, the Thousand Oaks shooting, look, they survived Vegas. Then came the second mass shooting. When the first shots were fired at Borderline Bar and Grill, look, this person says, I was at the Las Vegas mass shooting, as well as 50 or 60 others. This whole thing, and it gets even worse. So, and you can look this up, you can fact check it, even though these aren't real facts, because we're talking about fake news, but 50 people shot at one event are all shot at again 13 months later. And then to make it even less believable, down the street from the Borderline shooting, there was a drill being conducted. So you have the Borderline shooting, and then down the street there's a drill. The drill, which was about a couple blocks away, involved, they said, 50 crisis actors. So what are the odds that you're going to have a crisis actor convention, a drill, down the street from a shooting? And what's more, the drill was based on Vegas. It just shows you it's all big operation. Thomas Groin says, the Mockingbird, Wag the Dog, Matrix reality is getting more over-the-top crazy and absurd. Yeah, well, or maybe it's just us. I think it might just be us. Like, it's always been this absurd. It always has been, but nobody ever pointed it out before. Marcel says, what do you think of the last post on the McAfee Telegram? Now, which Telegram is it? There's two. There's McAfee Afterlife, and then there's the one that I was pointing out. So let me know which one. By the way, this channel, like I said, we've been pointing these fake things out forever. I went out to Aurora, Colorado, after they put up this monument to the Aurora shooting, you know, the Joker shooting. And this is just, to me, this is just how, I don't know what you call it. It's just manipulation. So you have the Aurora shooting, and they put up a monument, which was basically a bunch of swans made into something of a pyramid. They call it the 720 Memorial Foundation. And it honors the 13 lives and 70 people wounded. So I was actually out there in the area shortly after they had the inaugural opening of this event, of this monument. They had this ceremonial opening, and they explained what it all meant, and then people were just supposed to go in and check it out. So when I drove by it, I saw a lot of people kind of milling about, and I thought, wow, all these people were affected by this psyop. You know, it's like they can't all be actors. So then I got closer, and nobody was really looking at the thing. This was right outside of their courthouse there, and what was happening was there was a massive Pokemon hunt going on that day. So the city had sponsored a Pokemon hunt next to this mass shooting memorial, so that anybody driving by that day would see people milling about, looking at their phones, like they're sobbing over pictures or something. No, they're hunting Pokemons. I mean, it looked good from the outside. Nope, there's no Batman statue. That would have been cool. Oh, by the way, I was live streaming my criticism of the thing, and at the back there was a rock, and they had a dedication to someone who had helped pull the thing off, some city employee or whatever. But anyway, my live stream was cut off, like in the middle of my criticism of this monument. They shut my channel down. That's what I mean by this channel's hated. Thinks he's a truther says, I was wounded by dangerous misinformation. You can catch it, you know that, right? You can catch flat earth and drive off the edge. That's what they'll have you believe. Doesn't matter if it's real or fake. Nope, if it's unregulated, I mean, it's not like you arrive at things. You don't arrive at conclusions through logic or reason. Nope. Oh, hey, earlier we were talking about Grimes, the wife of Musk. You know, the parents of baby Yucky. I love their names, Musky, Yucky, Grimy. Anyway, she's talking about communism. Well, now, Musk makes a big show about selling his $82 billion mansion or whatever, and he's moved into this shack. Have you seen this? This is all posturing. Like the Pope pretending like he doesn't like living in opulence. It's all posturing. Let's see, Matt182 says, the other McAfee one has comments allowed and noteworthy breaks from character. Yeah, that one's fake. The other one, I'm still kind of... Okay, let me check out the McAfee Afterlife one. And I believe I have all of the relevant links on my page. By the way, the forum is open, infiniteplane.media. If there's anything you want us to discuss that we haven't discussed, you can probably find it here in the forums. Just find a thread or start one. We have quite a lot here. I have a thread here about the Dead Man's Switch, and I believe I have all the relevant links there. But let me take a look at the McAfee Afterlife. I just think it's unlikely. Okay, here we go. It's unlikely that he would be posting on Telegram in these cryptic ways that aren't really telling us anything. Like this. Howling 814-812, the arrival 1111, are you ready? Immortality is yours, take it. What are we supposed to believe here? Like, what are we being told to expect? He says, justice will prevail, every lie will be revealed. The apocalypse, my children, it's time to turn to God. Like, did McAfee have a come to God moment? Did he ever turn to God anytime? Before he, did he convert? The last I saw, like I said, he was sleeping under a hammock and doing things to dead whales. Let's take a look at this latest post. It says, media is too big. What's behind this picture? What's this video? If someone could just look at it for me, and I'll get to it later. I'm not into the shaman thing, the QAnon shaman, or shamanism. I'm going to play this clip again. I played this earlier. This is Michael Flynn, presented with a rifle in Yuba, California, who's making jokes about political assassinations in D.C.
That's awesome.
And tell us about your gift.
Left-handed, left-handed.
So we were trying to come up with a rifle that we thought was appropriate for a general. So we went with the old school woodland camouflage. So anyhow, this is one of our top quality guns.
Okay, now listen to what General Flynn, who at the last such meeting, somebody said, why can't we just kick Biden out and put Trump back in? He says, I don't see why not. Paraphrasing. He's constantly throwing accelerant onto this fire, and he won't get arrested for this. If I said what he said, I would be in jail. And there's a few others I could name, provocateurs who say things all the time that would get you flagged, demonetized, jailed. Listen to this.
Maybe I'll find somebody in Washington, D.C.
Maybe I'll find someone in Washington, D.C. I mean, that's
awesome.
And tell us about your gift.
Okay, so there you have it. Michael Flynn flippantly joking about, I suppose, taking somebody out at a time like this when we have a contested election. And right now, as far as I can see, there's two presidents. Does anybody else have that idea? Do you have that feeling that we have two presidents right now? User Offline says McAfee is another QAnon psyop. He might even be QAnon, or part of it probably, but it's strange though that a dead man would be appropriated this way. Like, don't the people doing this LARPing feel bad about it? Matt M says, Q nonsense, the man proudly lived amongst a harem of 7 women. Sure. Well, you know who else? But there's others who have doubted his death. There was a neighbor, rather the sister of a neighbor, thinks that McAfee's alive and that he escaped. And this is the neighbor who was murdered after being tased in the face by John McAfee, or somebody John McAfee ordered to do so, in retaliation for the neighbor supposedly giving tainted meat to John's violent, unruly dogs that were wandering around. And he escaped the police by burying himself in the sand with a box over his head. Like, that's the story. But One Step Too Far says he found out about the extinction level event coming out on August 11th. Okay, Matt M says one of his slightly earlier posts shows a divorce paper with who we believe to be his wife. Right. The thing is, if his death is fake, then she's playing a role and she's doing some misdirection on, purposefully. Okay, what's this extinction level event? I mean, they're always being reported. TMZ just said when it was going to happen, so probably. Here we go. An asteroid-related, extinction-related event. You know that COVID was originally blamed on an asteroid called C-19? No, a comet, rather. It was a comet. I think earlier I had said asteroid. It was a comet they called Atlas, which has some interesting things about it. A bright comet is approaching Earth. Here's how you can see it. Comet Atlas, like the ominous opening of the Game of Thrones. A comet may be visible with the naked eye in late April, early May. So this was C-2019 Comet Atlas, and there was talk of this thing possibly breaking apart. What's interesting to me about it, one, the green thing, color symbolism, because COVID is just a cover for this green revolution anyway. But first of all, Atlas, the book Atlas Shrugged is about the world being shut down in much the way that it was shut down last year. But there was some talk that was quickly shut down about the comet having been the source of COVID-19. It says here, star points, did COVID-19 come from space? Comments on the origin and spread of the virus led this team to conclude that, yeah, maybe it came from this. Was COVID-19 created to distract us from a doomsday asteroid? Anyway, lots of these stories were being teased around the time that it arrived, and I thought that's interesting. Another C-19. All right, let us continue. I'm not really a believer in this McAfee thing being legitimate, but I am following it. So if anything does develop, I will post it. You'll hear about it here first. Representative Ronnie Jackson, ex-White House doctor, says Biden will be forced to resign. I've seen a lot of talk like that. If that's the case, it's probably an act so that we get, what, is it President Pelosi or Harris? Who gets in first? Look, critics are slamming Biden for sucking the blood out of kids. Comment after a town hall. He has been getting some flack for these comments. Biden, are there people in the Republican Party who think that we're sucking the blood out of kids? I thought this was just such a strange, out of context thing to say, considering that nobody's talking about adrenochrome anymore. But, well, except for Biden now. Here's a clip if you hadn't heard it.
Can you clarify what you said about no one in the Democratic Party is anti-police? I know that you have said you don't want to defund the police.
That is not the Democratic Party's position.
Okay.
I'm the Democratic Party. I am president. So is the Speaker of the House, and so is
Anyway, after a few minutes of confusion, he jumps into the blood part.
Majority leader. We are not defunding the police. We have not.
Are there people in the Democratic Party who want to defund the president?
Are there people in the Republican Party who think we're sucking the blood out of kids?
The party who wants to defund
people in the Republican Party who think we're sucking the blood out of kids?
Again, very, very strange, but well within his character. Not the strangest thing he said. I mean, nothing's going to top the thing about the cockroach legs. Remember the thing about the swimming pool and the cockroach legs? I mean, he said some pretty strange things. I'm like, man, is he doing some father-son bonding with Hunter? Is that what we're seeing here? Little crack? I don't know what it is, but commenter says that's what someone who sucks blood out of kids would say. Right, I mean, it's on the tip of his tongue, in other words. Like, it's not even in my lexicon. I don't walk around just flippantly mentioning something like that. Ivar says, Biden and Corn Pop sucking the blood from kids. Yeah, the Corn Pop story might have been the beginning of this. His decline. I don't know if it's an act anymore at this point. Almost seems like there's no control, especially after that comment earlier today. Thomas says, defunding the police is a good thing. The police work for the deep state system. Interesting point. Hadn't heard it phrased that way. But the people who want to defund the police happen to be a bunch of, advocates for communism and statism, which is another form of police state. So it's like, well, a boot on the face is a boot on the face. They're replacing one system with I don't know if I trust their intentions, in other words. Like, do you trust their intentions? The peaceful protesters? That would be my starting point. It's Orwellian from the get-go. Now, I don't know what you all think about this Arizona audit, but here you have Liz Harrington saying that they have 275,000 potential fraudulent ballots in just one county. This is again, not going to go away. 8, 9, 10, and 11 is the Cyber Symposium. Take a listen.
Of 18,000 voters who were purged from the voter rolls, who voted in the election but were purged after the election. And here's a significant one, Brett, if I could bring up that Maricopa County will not touch. 3,981 people voted despite registering after the October 15th court-ordered deadline. And here's the key question. That means Maricopa County certified false results. And if we still have a free country with one set of rules for every American, those votes need to be thrown out immediately.
Okay, so it's not going away. The media, of course, has derided it, marginalized it, but it's not over yet, so it'll be really interesting to see. And also on 8/11, keep in mind we have this national emergency broadcast alert to look forward to. I have another voicemail I want to play. This is from today.
Hey, Tim. I just forgot I should probably be telling you this, that, I'm on the chats on other times than when the show is being aired. And I found myself talking to a lot of different people, a lot of new people. So this message is a good and a bad one. I think you're doing a great job. You know, your hard work is paying off, and I can tell what you're doing. And at the same time, I think it's attracting a lot of people that, as you say, might, kick you off or set some alarms off or something like that. I don't know. I spent some time convincing someone about infinite plane and all that stuff, and it's, try to play both sides and find a baseline. But I don't know how to go about this, and I think that's kind of maybe in another email or something.
Yeah, what he's talking about is the think tank. So we have the 24/7 stream, and yes, we do get a good mix of individuals in the chat, and that's kind of the point. We started this channel with when I first started the channel, in fact, I didn't even have anything on the screen. It was a blank screen, and the focus was just the chat room, which we called the think tank. And we were always being inundated with trolls and disruptors, so I started issuing out wrenches to everybody in the chat room if they were on our side. In other words, they adhered to the rules. And it's not about agreement, but it's about manners, more or less. And then when somebody who wasn't affiliated would come in the room, there'd be several hundred people ready to ban them. And then, of course, if you were banned, you could be pulled out later with a request. But we quality controlled the hell out of these chat rooms with the wrench. And that's why when you look at the channel and the artwork, you're constantly seeing these penguins with wrenches. Yeah, it represents the moderator's wrench. It's the force that's required, to maintain peace and harmony. And it's worked wonderfully. And we took that same concept of offering moderators into Discord. In fact, I kind of think that the Discord concept of having these moderators and vetting people probably had its genesis in these chat rooms where people were trying to use these whatever they gave you tools to kind of to create your own little community there. One Step Too Far says John Podesta is Chester Bennington's biological father. Start there. And look at Mike Shinoda's 100% definitely, totally, absolutely, unequivocally unrelated philanthropic charitable work. I was looking into that John Podesta thing, and the other day I was driving and I passed by some kind of like children's, youth, and families or something, and I noticed they had a sculpture out front of the logo of the triangle and the triangle. And I want to find out, is it true that spirals and triangles and all these designs are indeed, pedo symbols or whatever? Because somebody had pointed out the Colin Kaepernick flavored Ben & Jerry's ice cream. It's not even ice cream, it's a dessert, it's non-dairy. But someone had pointed out that there's a symbol on there that is a Pizzagate symbol. And I'm looking, and yeah, there is a little spiral, but there's a point where it's like, is every shape the devil? Is every star, every polygon just inherently evil? We can't draw spirals anymore? Is pizza just ruined? Now, I haven't been doing the wrench thing on YouTube as of late, just so you know, because they pretty much I can't. You're not going to believe this. I can't log into any of these channels. So if you're on the YouTube channel now that has 86, I can't log into it. The one with 73 people watching, I can't log into that one. But I can stream on them using the software with the streaming keys. So I was kicked out of those Gmail accounts a long time ago. Yeah, I have lots of Gmail accounts that have been shut down because of YouTube accounts that have been shut down. So if you lose 3 YouTube accounts, you lose your Gmail. I mean, it's insane when you get into the numbers here. I have a spreadsheet that I had to send to YouTube's legal department to show them that, yeah, I had 100 channels taken down with false claims of copyright violation. All right, let us continue. I'll look into this thing. I'm not ruling anything out at this point, but I do prefer that we have evidence to substantiate extraordinary claims. And that's where the Pizzagators tend to have a lot of innuendo. There's a lot to build narrative, but we still haven't seen frazzle drip. That would be the next thing that I need to see. And if you don't know what frazzle drip is, that would be Hillary Clinton's face mask made out of supposedly purportedly ripped off of somebody's face and put onto her face. A few other quick things I want to go over before we turn it over to the 24/7 stream. A lot of these things we'll break down later. We talked about the overview effect, and I wanted to get into this thing. I'm going to introduce it later. You'll probably hear about this soon anyway, the overjaw effect. We've been doing some research into these space agencies, so look forward to a follow-up to Cult of the Obelisk, where I'm going to go into all these different programs, specifically the Virgin Galactic and others, and all of the esoteric symbolism. That's the aspect to this stuff that I think you have to take into account to know just why everything is as crazy as it appears to be. And when TMZ is reporting asteroids, that means that it's going to be believable by the masses. That's like the litmus test. It's like Snopes and TMZ. That's the parameters of the world stage. If it makes it past those two, it's real. If it's not vetted by those two, that's how low the standards of evidence are for this thing. Lickety says there's deeper Pizzagate stuff before it got political. Now, is Cappy dead? Is Isaac Cappy really dead? John says, did you guys know that Jeff Bezos' space dong took off at 9/11? Yes, that's a great point. In fact, I do cover a lot of this, what I would call meta scripting, that shows you that what you're seeing is a scripted part of a much, much bigger story. And yeah, Bezos' launch and the other launch right before it with Virgin were both ritualistic events. The Virgin Galactic launch was on the 42nd anniversary of the Skylab falling, which was a 7/11. And this is all esoteric thelemic symbolism if you care to get into it. But let me just show you one. We'll go into the Babylon working. This was, Jack Parsons. We talked about this earlier. Well, during the Babylon working, they had this star on the ground that they used, their symbol, and it's got these like 7 sevens all over it. And what you'll find is all kinds of interesting combinations of that number. 77 is all over the Skylab falling. 7/11 is the date. You got 77 tons Skylab. But this number, the numerology, is encoded into all these events. So the fact that it would take off at 9/11 is just another example of what I would call metascripting. There's connections like this that connect things like 9/11 to the George Floyd death to the Rodney King beating. I actually have some news clips, I believe, from the Bezos launch. And that one was also, of course, on the anniversary of Apollo 11, which is another very significant ritualistic event. Jeff Bezos launches 69,000 feet higher than Richard Branson, 351,210 feet. So how many miles is that? Anyone care to guess? How many miles did Jeff Bezos go? Oh, 66.6 miles up. Well, 66.517. But I mean, they're so close. They should have just nudged it, that extra amount there. Almost. And what better symbol, for the Tower of Babel than the CEO of Amazon in the capsule of the rocket? Amazon itself is like the Tower of Babel. The space program, in many ways, represents it. Mankind united in one monolithic cult in a mission from Earth to the heavens. The internet is our unifying language, but I mean, it's a perfect representation of the Tower of Babel, and I think that's what they're constructing in front of us. And the reason why is because they have to pull it down, as you'll see. Commenter says symbols will be their downfall. I would say so. And they rely on us being symbol illiterate. And those who used to notice patterns and symbols before were called crazy, schizophrenic. Now you're just right. Now you're the guy with all the spoilers, Like, spoiler alert, the conspiracy theorist is talking. John says Q was planted to control the opposition. Sure, I mean, Operation Trust, fake anti-communist movement. And when Parler was hacked, I was convinced. I was like, okay, this seals it. Anybody who's anybody in the anti-communist resistance was on Parler, and they all just doxed themselves. And the way the mass media plays games with words and word magic, it's not a coincidence that they're attacking Parler, the media platform, at the same time that the white racist shooter is shooting up the parlors, the massage parlors. They use these words because it mixes stories when you search, and it's all to control your perception. One Step Too Far says, bingo, Tim. The vid I'll link is exactly what you're looking for. Yeah, send me the link. I appreciate it. And I'll definitely, look, if I don't get to it today, we will get to it later. The number 69 within this entire space cult has everything to do with, well, what they're really about, fertility rights, the mysteries of life and death and reincarnation. It's not just about sex, it's actually much further. There's a few books on the subject. Jack Parsons and the Fall of Babylon. We could really talk about this for hours. The origin of the space program. The first person to have seen a UFO, like documented before Roswell, was Marjorie Cameron, the one who was having sex with Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard in these Babylon workings, where they were trying to incarnate the spirit of the Antichrist into the world. So it wasn't about having a baby to take care of with horns or whatever. It wasn't Rosemary's Baby. It was this idea of birthing the zeitgeist. Anyway, this was the actress or the high priestess in these rites, and in 1945 she claimed to have seen a UFO. And the fascinating connection here is it shows you the relationship between these black magicians, black magic, demonic evocations, summoning things, and lights from the sky. The connection between demons and aliens, or interdimensionals. And then what's more, if you didn't know, the Roswell event happened, they crashed in Corona Field. I didn't know that, but during the first lockdown, I was like, screw this. And I rented a car and I drove to Roswell. And I went to the place and it's called Corona Field. I'm like, well, that's weird. Corona Field. this is a correlation between the outer space and inner space I was talking about earlier. And also noteworthy that the vaccine that Putin came out with last August was called Sputnik. You know, Sputnik, the first object in orbit, the first orbiting satellite. Like, wait, that kicked off the space age. So there has been this parallel story with this alien invasion and viruses. Even Men in Black, which is all about what are Men in Black? They're contact tracers. HRC 6666, you know, the contact tracers. Men in Black were contact tracers. And that movie has its climactic scene in the Corona Park or Corona Field. Again, contact tracing is a big part of that movie, big part of this whole scenario, because you're tracing the aliens within, the super spreaders, the carriers. Lickety says, who was that so-called FBI investigator that exposed the underground Disney tunnels? Are you talking about the one who was, I believe, when the Satanic Panic first started, you had a few characters who I think kind of brought some credibility to it because they had worked in the field. So there were a few names in the Satanic Panic. I think the one you're referring to is, let me see if I can get a list. So many of them have been since, discredited. But there was one, I believe, who was like chief of police in Los Angeles for some time, and he was the one who said that there were Satanists in high places. If anybody has the names of any of these individuals, but they had that, it was Gunderson, Ted Gunderson. And he may be one of the originators of this idea of the Pizzagate, one of the ones who gave real credibility to it. Ted Gunderson. Let me see what he was into. Did they ever come to any conclusion about the Frederick color? Some of these stories are so dark. When you get into these supposed satanic cabals and their trafficking, like Hunter S. Thompson supposedly doing snuff films. But yeah, you do find certain things like the Franklin cover-up, underage prostitution in high places, and then you find videos like Alex Jones going out to Bohemian Grove. And Bohemian Grove is just Burning Man for right-wingers. You got Burning Man, where they burn a man. You got Bohemian Grove, where, what do they do there? Oh yeah, they burn a man. Same thing. I'll revisit some Gunderson stuff. I find him to be a little questionable because he was on Metzger's Disinfo. It was this documentary, mostly just conspiratainment. Nothing wrong with that, disinfo.org, but it just seemed like the interview was just a little too stagey. And supposedly somebody from the Illuminati left a note on his truck. I just couldn't really buy it. But yeah, by all means, if you find anything with Gunderson, I'd be interested. For those of you who are wondering what I was talking about earlier with Noah, the modern flood myth that, look, you got so many atheists who laugh at people who are still going to church because it's archaic. They think, oh, it's funny, you believe that Noah tried to warn the sinners and God flooded the world. Well, when Noah saved two of each, there was a dove that brought him an olive branch. So you think that's a positive symbol, right? No, that's the symbol of the reset. After they flood the world, everything's been wiped out, then the dove shows up. So it's not actually a positive symbol. Just noting this because Lady Gaga sang the national anthem on the inauguration day wearing a dove with the olive branch on her chest while she's dressed up like somebody out of the Hunger Games, a post-reset movie. But anyway, this is your National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's logo. It's a dove over the ocean, and it's Noah. So if you're an atheist and you believe in this modern flood myth, you're believing in a retelling. It's a myth, in other words. It's not science. If you believe in global warming, you're not really an atheist. I mean, you've accepted a God proxy. And here you have Noah's Ark. Science, service, stewardship. And you've got the world flooded, and you've got their little dove symbol. And this story was told to the youth in the form of the movie Wall-E, which, by the way, I don't think it's a coincidence that the astronaut that went up to space with Bezos is named Wally Funk. Wall-E is a movie that starts off with the Earth encrusted in space junk and garbage. So the mankind they left in an ark, a space ark. So they've left the Earth because it's no longer habitable. Global warming, it's flooded. So Wall-E is another retelling of the same flood myth. And instead of a dove, there's a robot that looks like a dove. Her name is Eve. And what does she do? She goes down to the Earth and she finds a branch. And she takes it back up to the captain of the ship so they can return to the Earth. But do you remember when Noah went back to the Earth? They went back so that they could do so without all the wickedness that caused them to get flooded in the first place. The way Wall-E ends is they come back down to Earth and they realize technology was our downfall, so they have an agrarian, communist, green revolution. So they come back post-reset with a new way of doing things, so they don't repeat the same problems. It's a flood myth for atheists, for statists, for people who don't believe in God. They get their God from Disney. And this movie has some things in it that really shouldn't be viewed by children if you get into the esoteric side of it. One more thing, this movie also makes use of the number 113. Directive 113 is the directive they're given which says it's time to leave the Earth. And one of the things is, in the movie Wall-E, when they bring this up, they show the president of the Earth giving the directive 113, and he puts on a mask. So it's like a reference to lockdown or something. But anyway, directive 113, November 13th, that date, that number is consistently being used. Even the reverse of it, 311. And supposedly, it's an inside joke within Pixar and Disney and these other. It's an inside joke, and it has to do with a room with a blue door, 113. And where do you see blue doors? It just seems so conspicuous. But the temple door on the inside of Masonic Lodge, the Blue Lodge they call it. Well, that's a Blue Lodge temple door, if you ask me, and that's why this symbolism is so prevalent. But if you look into this number 113, you'll see it's used in so many different movies as like an Easter egg. But it wasn't defined, it wasn't given a meaning until Wall-E. It says the code for the directive given to Otto to never return to Earth, and Otto would be Noah in this context, was A113. And it was the first time the number had any real significance to the film's plot. It also seems to spell out part of Wall-E's name, WA113. So the name Wall-E is actually, again, WA113. So you have your 113, 311 encoded into your modern flood myth movie, which is about resetting the world and starting over as communists, because we've all been turned into fat, overly entertained capitalists with no connection to the earth anymore. I mean, that's the storyline, and that we're no longer sustainable, and that our lifestyle requires exploitation. And that's what the robots on the space ark represent. Also, the reset did start in Seattle on 3/11. Our pandemic was declared 3/11, 2020. I could go into a long list of movies, especially on Netflix. Like, look up Netflix Colony, Season 3, Episode 11. where they talk about Operation Phoenix, which is a reset term. Like I said, the dove is synonymous with the phoenix in this context. Burn down, build back better, flood, build back better. But they're in Seattle, and somebody says, Seattle is ground zero for the reset of civilization. And that's because civilization had been destroyed by the alien invaders who never showed themselves. So an invisible alien conquers the world, kind of like COVID, and they say, Seattle's ground zero for the reset. Like, well, I mean, reboot is the word they used. Reboot of civilization, but reboot, reset, same thing. That's how we were able to predict it. You know, on that Sunday, we had a live stream. World War III begins on Wednesday. Remove Kippa says, I can't talk about it for legal reasons, but when more comes out, I'm okay to speak about it. Talking about youth homes in... Yeah, by all means. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. If you want to leave voicemails, I will get to them when we're not live. I'll listen, and then I'll bring them up if they're... And then also the forums. I always go through the forums. I'm going to put one more link in the chat. If you want to make sure you don't miss anything, if you don't want to miss any of our live streams, and if you want to support what we're doing here, which is a think tank, it's a counter media presence, because alt media is MSM light. It always has been. It's always been controlled opposition. So what we're doing is outside of that. I consider it to be a post-media critique. Oftentimes, you know, I'm reminded of Mystery Science Theater 3000, you know, this TV show where, you know, the premise of it is you have these individuals who are more or less captive audiences. They're prisoners of some kind of an alien that makes them watch bad science fiction. And it's like, that's kind of what we're dealing with here. The cult of the monolith that has this overarching control over all media and is shaping the world religion. And this WALL-E is just one more example of it. This totally, it's a global echo chamber is what it is. It has no real opposition. It really doesn't. It censors anything that's not of it. You know, I mean, so if you want to maintain a continuous flow of information, a contiguous thought process and research with other heretics, like this is one of the few places. And the reason why I insist on the Patreon is that no matter what channels get banned, it's like a newsletter, and I just blast out a newsletter whenever we go live. So if any of you are wondering when you can catch the live streams, that's how. All right, so same time, same place tomorrow. Thanks everyone for joining. This is Lucifer Tim, the official Flat Earth National Anthem. Have a great night.
Looking pretty serious, synchronizations, cooking up a terror storm. It was always bound to happen. Look at the sun, look at the sun, look at the sun, look at the sun. Individual cognizant, dependent and free, been kicked out of me, hypnotized by words of my magic. Distorted symbols and lies have been spiked with disinformation. They bought and sold and packaged my eyes.
like, we're all going to die someday. And if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars?
Okay.
If we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
There they go. Yep. Wait for the sonic booms.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
All right, thanks everyone for joining. We were opening up there with Mud Flood by One-Eyed Jack and the Shells. Epic track and video, by the way. All right, let me go ahead and go through the comments. I see a few people were here a bit early. I'm here early or late, depending on how you look at it. I'm here early for a late stream. Someone in the comments said, I would be interested to hear what you have to say about the secret space program. Sorry, I have some updates that I don't need. My McAfee's bugging me. It's probably his dead man switch. It's trying to throw pictures up of Clinton eating a baby, and I just keep Xing it out. Okay, I would be interested to hear you address the SSP Secret Space Program. Okay, we'll talk about that tonight, the SSP, which isn't by definition a secret space program, if we're all talking about it. But I am interested to hear about what that could be. A few other developments as well. So many things. I mean, when I say developments, I mean we're building off of things that we've discussed in the past. So a number of things I'm going to cover tonight are just continuations of threads that we have already been following, and then some. And so the title of tonight's live stream is Astronaut Lee Harvey Oswald and Kubrick's Connection to QAnon. And if you want to follow the notes to any of our discussions, go to infiniteplainsociety.com, and on the links there you can find my minds. And if you look at my minds, you'll see I'm posting blogs daily that are just links and screen captures that we're discussing. And all of this is very relevant and timely. We're just a couple of days away now from Richard Branson going to space on the 42nd anniversary of Skylab's fall. All kinds of interesting numerology around this thing. You know, Skylab was 77 tons. Just something to note here. You'll see what I mean here. As these things pile up, you'll notice it's like, well, once is coincidence, maybe happenstance. Twice would be coincidence. 3 times, yeah, that's a pattern. And that's what we're looking at here, patterns. Speaking of patterns, notice how the Saturn V rocket looks like a needle, like a vaccination needle. Another example here of where the space age, inner space, and outer space kind of overlap. Not unintentional whatsoever. In fact, I mentioned this last night, the space station has been vaccinated. They're on a mission called Celestial Immunity. And on this mission, a piece of space junk hits the arm of the space station. Now, you may not have known that it has an arm, but the arm was in the news. And I'm like, okay, why is the arm in the news? Anytime it's in the news, anytime the director in a movie introduces a new prop, just out of context, it means that it's probably going to have some relevance later in the film. And sure enough, yeah, it was the arm that got hit with the space junk. So the first time the space station was ever hit by space junk, as we were predicting would happen, it had to be on the arm above the elbow on a mission called Celestial Immunity. Space station got vaxxed. So it shouldn't surprise you that the Saturn V rocket is just basically a big-ass needle. Alright, let us continue. Zuckerberg had a comment here. He said, just something to pay attention to when we're looking at the symbolic system of the elite as they roll out their agendas, and they encode everything. And a lot of what we do here at Infinite Plane Radio is we decipher the esoteric aspect of the nightly news, the daily news, the 24/7 news cycle, and most people can't even fathom that the mass media would have an esoteric side to it because they think it's news. So Zuckerberg has said here, September comes from the Latin word septem, 7. Let's see if there's anything else in here. So the original September 11th was 7/11. And he brings that up in the context of 7/11 Branson's next launch. And we've been talking about how the next 9/11 is going to involve outer space. It's going to be a space 9/11. If you judge by predictive programming, which you can. There's enough of it. There are decades of it. All of your programming is predictive in that sense. So if you want to know what's coming, you have to start paying attention to the fact that we're on a movie, in a movie, that there's a movie superimposed over reality. You can call it the world stage, but it's the worldview that contains all of the stuff that we know to be false, all of the propaganda, the lies, in other words, the enshrined lies. And it is a completely and entirely separate worldview. You know, you can look at it like this. The masses of auto-believers, the ones who automatically believe whatever they see to be true unless it's debunked for them, they are in a doomsday cult. Plain and simple. And they don't know it. And it has all the trappings of a cult. You know, I'm constantly seeing the news media call QAnoners cultists. But, you know, there are MSM cultists galore. In fact, MSM cultists outnumber QAnon cultists. You know, alternative media, and mass media, these are all part of the world's cult, the cult of the monolith, which we've been discussing. But let me go through my notes, and then if anything piques your interest, call in 833-311-1984. Did you know that Zuckerberg, who he's a goat sacrificer? You know, we're not talking about just killing his own animals for his own reasons, for his own meat, doing it all at his own farm. Nothing wrong with that. But the thing is, he seems to do it with a sense of, like, I don't know, relish. It's almost morbid. Makes me think of that movie with Jigsaw, is it? Or no, Hostel. The movie Hostel, where all the rich guys go to this club out in the middle of nowhere where they get to kill innocent people. Well, anyway, Jack Dorsey was talking about Zuckerberg's goat and how he killed it. And some they say he killed it with a laser gun. Others, he stabs it with a knife. But whatever it is, he named one of his goats Bitcoin because he said he could kill Bitcoin at any time. And I'm wondering, what are the names of his other goats? Did he have a goat named McAfee, for example? Anyway, his dog, it turns out, is called or named the Beast. Meet Beast, the billionaire dog of Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg. Okay, let's get into the main topic, though. Let's get into the main topic, because this is, I think, the most important thing. We're talking about, and this has been for like the last couple of weeks, we've been talking about 1969, the space race, and the parallels between 69 and 2021 as it relates to the parallels from 68 and 2020. Just patterns we've been looking at. We've been doing a deep dive into the metascriptors, chiefly JFK's death, JFK Jr., what happened to him, and who wrote these things, who's behind the scripting or staging of these events. And of course, we're talking about Kubrick's role with Apollo 11, with 9/11, and his possible role with, of course, QAnon. And this is where it all connects. So let's go ahead and start with this. If Stanley Kubrick was involved in Apollo 11, check. If Stanley Kubrick was involved in 9/11, we can go and hit a check there. If he was involved in 3/11, aka Corona, check. Then it's pretty safe to say, given everything else he's been involved with, that this QAnon script is derived from Kubrick and this think tank behind a number of these major league psyops, but chiefly 9/11, 3/11, Apollo 11, and whatever comes next. And the next thing might actually be 7/11. It might be what happens in a couple of days. And it would be very consistent. And this is one of the things that we were discussing, was that, and if you're familiar with this topic, a lot of our information and research we find from a site called chartword.com, chartword.com. And the creator of this website has found many interesting scenes in Kubrick films that foreshadowed 9/11, that foreshadowed 2020. And one of the scenes that stands out to me is the one where the ship is going into the space station in the movie Space Odyssey, 2001: A Space Odyssey. And the thing is, the space station has these two wheels. See, these twin wheels, like twin towers. And the scene looks like the scene from 9/11, where 175 was going into one of the towers. So this is an interesting little scene in itself, but given that, and we can go into the backstory here later, but given that the apparent next major event is going to involve outer space, this one really stands out to me for a few reasons. I first started looking at this closely when I realized that Tom Cruise is about to go up to the space station. Now, Tom Cruise's relationship with Kubrick was the thing that really got me looking closely. But I want to point this out. The ship that is approaching the twin wheels of the space station looks like a plane. you could call it a space plane. So it is kind of noteworthy to me that on 7/11 it is a space plane that is launching. It's the Virgin Galactic space plane, and moreover, it's carried up to 40,000 feet by the mothership, which consists of a kind of a twin plane, like twin towers, like the twin wheels of the space station in Space Odyssey. So I'm just suggesting that the next event would clearly have the same writer, director, the same set of props. I think this is all the same hand behind it. I mean, we're looking at films. You know, that's what, when you're looking at psychological operations, you're looking at propaganda films. And I'm just seeing the same hand involved here on many levels. And it's within the iconography, it's in the symbolism, but this is a very important time, and I do believe that 7/11 would be very consistent with everything else that we've seen, especially given that it is the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling down to Earth. So we're going to be following this very closely. It's one of the topics. By the way, it's going to be going 2,400 miles per hour. The craft will shoot up from the twins called the White Knight 2. Let's see what else we have here. Just a few other little hints here, I think. I have a few things we could go through with regard to the symbolism of the number 42, of what virgin might mean in this context. And the 7/7, the numbers, the numerology connected with the date, with the ship, it tells a story all on its own. So we'll follow up on that, and we will be watching it very closely. But now here's where things are getting very, very interesting to me, because we've discussed here how Eyes Wide Shut, starring Tom Cruise. And by the way, Tom Cruise, the name Cruise, because within this analysis of the Metascript, we've been looking at people's names and the symbolism and what the names could actually mean. And given the different ways that Tom Cruise has been represented on the big screen and his upcoming role on the space station, and certain key roles that he's played, such as Vanilla Sky, it seemed that the name Cruise was actually, or has actually, meant cross this whole time. In fact, the name Thomas means twin, and you have this twin cross symbolism inherent in some of his movies. And twin cross, if you get into the symbolism, the first rung on a double cross or a twin cross is the death. The second is the resurrection. All of this symbolism comes into play when you look at these characters in these movies and how they're portraying these roles that may carry them across several movies. And I'm suggesting that there's no real distinction between the movies on the big screen and what they do on the world stage. So this is where it's getting interesting with this Tom Cruise character. But anyway, I checked out the etymology of his name, just because I was looking into the name, of course, Tom, or Thomas rather. So Cruise is from a mid-17th century verb, a Dutch word meaning to cross, Latin crux. So yes, it does mean cross. But we'll get back into that soon. Now, this is something that's really interesting as well. Now, I had some bizarre synchronicities, which I don't really bring them up very often. But yesterday, I had some very strange synchronicities. And it started with, earlier in the day, I had picked up a wrench, and it was a 7/16 wrench. It was just sitting there on the ground, and it had a ratchet on the back end. Nice piece, nice tool. So I just picked it up, didn't think much of it. But the number 7/16, I put it in my notebook because I was thinking there's got to be something with that date or that number. I just had a sense. Well, strangely enough, later in the day or last night, I was doing my research on this topic, and here's what I came across. And again, the wrench has nothing to do with it, but sometimes I get these intuitions. And turns out July 16th, or 7/16, was Apollo 11, the first mission to land astronauts on the moon, is launched on that date from Kennedy Space Station at Cape Kennedy, Florida. So 7/16, Apollo 11 launches. Also, 30 years later, 7/16, Eyes Wide Shut opens in the United States. Now, one thing about Eyes Wide Shut, starring Tom Cruise, Eyes Wide Shut is one of the roles that I think is important when you're looking at Tom Cruise, but it also relates to Vanilla Sky in certain key ways. Vanilla Sky, it turns out, was originally, the original movie it's based on was called Open Your Eyes. And these different movies, the messages they convey tell a consistent story, as you'll see. So anyway, July 16th, Eyes Wide Shut. July 16th, Apollo 11. And this is one of the clues. One of the ways that they clue you into things are dates. But that date also is the date of John F. Kennedy Jr.'s aircraft crashing. So JFK Jr. dies on 7/16/1999. Now, what's interesting about this is Kubrick is implicated in Apollo 11, 9/11, 3/11, and if I had to guess, I would also say Rodney King and the George Floyd death, but also JFK's assassination and the fake death of JFK Jr. So this is where you have the Q connection. If he's involved, and Kubrick's just obviously one individual who'd be a part of a bigger think tank in this operation itself, but he's a key player here. If he's involved in these Kennedy psyops, and if the Q psyop is based on the return of JFK Jr., and it is, then clearly we're looking at an older story. A QAnon's not new. And the creators of QAnon are the ones who brought you 9/11, are the ones who brought you COVID. So are the ones who brought you the fake moon landing. So the idea that there's some kind of deep state being warred upon by the good guys and they're letting you in on it, there is just no way that makes any possible sense. So let's go ahead and go deeper into this particular topic. So I'm going to take you over to chartword.com. I'll put a link in the chat. Please visit the site. See for yourself. Okay, this article is called Eyes Wide Shut, Stanley Kubrick and the JFK Jr. Death Hoax. Okay, so the common thread runs through Jay Weidner's analysis of The Shining and Chartist friends' research into Full Metal Jacket and the JFK assassination hoax. Yeah, there's some references to 9/11 in Full Metal Jacket visually, and there are also some references to Kubrick's role in the JFK hoax. Okay, so let us continue. So in the movie The Shining, this is Stanley Kubrick's veiled confession of his involvement in Apollo 11. And there's a few documentaries about this. And then in the movie, apparently JFK himself is represented by the manager of the Overlook Hotel, Stuart Ullman. Again, it's a confession. And this is one of the common themes. And this is one of the reasons why people seem to think that Stanley Kubrick is a whistleblower, or he's doing truthers a favor. He's trying to clue you into something. And I don't think that's the case. I don't think he's reluctantly doing the devil's work. I don't think he's been recruited. I think it's actually something else. And we'll get to that, into the whys, but I want to establish what we actually have here, because this is very intriguing. Okay, it goes on to say, Full Metal Jacket is Kubrick's veiled confession of his involvement in the President Kennedy assassination hoax. JFK started the Vietnam War. JFK is represented in Full Metal Jacket by Private Joker. In 1980, Kubrick used The Shining to reveal information involving the Kennedy family and the Apollo program. In 1987, he used Full Metal Jacket to reveal information involving the Kennedy family and the assassination of a widely popular president that he could not disclose publicly. Okay, so this is, again, where it gets into JFK. So July 16th, 1999, the exact same day JFK Jr. was killed in a plane crash, Kubrick releases Eyes Wide Shut. And this is from chartword.com. quote, "What are the odds Kubrick used the movie Eyes Wide Shut to reveal information involving the Kennedy family and a plane crash near Cape Cod?" John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. was a lawyer and magazine publisher who lived in New York City. He was the only son of JFK. And now here's where it gets interesting, because the main character in Eyes Wide Shut, Dr. Harford, is a doctor who also lives in New York City. So the New York Post, and this is from this same article, played a big role in the JFK Jr. death hoax. The day after the plane crashed, the Post ran a front page citing that JFK Jr. did not want to fly, to create the illusion that this was an ill-fated flight. It says JFK Jr. was married to Carolyn Bessette, a statuesque beauty who worked in the fashion industry, and a rumored recreational drug user. So what he's suggesting is that JFK Jr.'s wife, Carolyn, is actually being portrayed as Ellis in Eyes Wide Shut. And you have the scene where she's smoking a joint, and the looks, the way she's characterized, yes, I could see that. And then what's more, you have JFK Jr. had a reputation for being extremely attractive to women. In 1988, People magazine named him sexiest man alive. 2 years later, Tom Cruise, the actor picked by Kubrick to represent JFK Jr. in Eyes Wide Shut, was also named the same by the same magazine. So, what we're seeing here, again, is this suggestion that Eyes Wide Shut has a subtext, and it's actually about John F. Kennedy Jr. So we're going to go on. It says, as soon as he died, right-wing mouthpiece William Safire attributed the death to bad judgment. The media rumor mill called him reckless. In Eyes Wide Shut, the character meant to represent him was acting reckless by crashing a private orgy. And that is true. If you watch Eyes Wide Shut, he does behave rather recklessly. He's taken a few risks, and let's see what else it says here. In the movie Eyes Wide Shut, the character representing JFK Jr.'s wife, Carolyn, specifically mentions Cape Cod. There's a few things in here that this article goes through, and I'm posting links in the chat so you can go through the details, but you can find the references here, and you can see how it appears to be very much plugged in to the JFK and Carolyn story. Scrolling down a bit more, so basically it says the JFK Jr. death hoax was directed by Stanley Kubrick, revealed in Eyes Wide Shut, and discovered by the uploader of this article. So this is another example, though, of this idea of there being news benders, meta-scripters, bigger stories. But the main thing here, though, that I find relevant right now is the QAnon connection, because there is no way that Kubrick could be involved with all of this, or that all of these characters could be involved in this story, and the QAnon just shows up organically, unattached from the rest of it. No, because the QAnon story is based around the faking of the death of JFK Jr. So it's very timely, whatever we're actually seeing here. Let me go through some comments, and then I have some more material. Finbar says, Q brick. Infinite Muse says, I caught Eyes Wide Shut last night again. Zerat the Alchemist says, 1963, JFK and the release of Dr. Strangelove. That could be a reveal. Yeah, that's another one. So at the screening of Dr. Strangelove, the first screening was scheduled for 11/22/63. So what are the odds that whenever Kubrick has a movie released, one of the fake deaths he's suspected of being involved in occurs on the same day, including Eyes Wide Shut, his own death. And within Eyes Wide Shut, and one of the callers of the day brought this up, there's an obituary that apparently matches the obituary of Stanley Kubrick himself. Like, his own obituary appears in the movie. Bit of a metafiction there. But here's what's more. So I mentioned that I think he's involved. Apollo 11, 9/11, 3/11, Rodney King, George Floyd. Well, JFK and JFK Jr. Well, JFK was killed 11/22/63. When we were looking at the Derek Chauvin George Floyd event, I pointed out how his hearing was on 9/11, the 19th anniversary of 9/11. But when they let him out before he went to trial, he was released from Hennepin County Sheriff's at 11:22 a.m. And I thought, what are the odds that there are going to be so many references, and that wasn't the only one, so many references between Lee Harvey Oswald, Derek Chauvin, and 9/11, and of course connecting to these other events. But what are the odds? I mean, it wouldn't make any sense if there wasn't a singular hidden hand, and that's what we have been finding here. So let me go ahead and go on, because we're talking about the Tom Cruise connection to the Metascript and the Kubrick JFK Jr. connection. That's big. And again, July 16th, Apollo 11, JFK Jr. dies, Eyes Wide Shut starts, date to watch. And then the other question is 7/11 going to be something, given that it's the 42nd anniversary of the crash of Skylab? And I'm also, this is all getting interesting, but I'm also starting to lean towards the idea that the Challenger, Apollo 1, that many of these high-profile disasters might be events that we could possibly even re-examine and maybe see if we can determine who the directors were. Now, here's an article that came out yesterday. Oliver Stone, and this is, I believe it's from, let me double check if it's from Rolling Stones. Oliver Stone, there's a memory hole about Kennedy. No, it's from HollywoodReporter.com. So HollywoodReporter.com has this article about Oliver Stone, and he's talking about the Kennedy movies. So 30 years after his Oscar-winning political thriller JFK, the director discusses why he's returning to the subject with JFK Revisited Through the Looking Glass. So interestingly enough, yes, right now, Oliver Stone's revisiting JFK. Here are a few questions that Hollywood Reporter asked. Did you ever talk to John F. Kennedy Jr. after the film? Oliver Stone says, I met with John and worked with him on George Magazine. Now, this is interesting because George Magazine, if you don't know about this magazine, go to george.news. This was JFK Jr.'s magazine. Now, it came back out of nowhere a few years ago, and now it's one of the biggest and most influential pro-Trump, pro-QAnon channels out there. And what's more, and there's quite a lot about this channel I could tell you, because I had a run-in with the person over a trademark dispute, but this person directly works for the Trumps. So here's your Trump JFK Jr. connection. So let's continue. So Oliver Stone says, I worked with John F. Kennedy Jr. on George Magazine, wrote some articles, had dinner with him in New York. He was nice and charming. Says he had suspicions about his father's assassination. Why else would he ask me to dinner? He asked me what I thought about this and about that. Now, he goes on, this is Oliver Stone. He's being asked by Hollywood Reporter, why didn't Trump reveal anything about the JFK assassination as he said he would? They asked him, why do you think Trump backed down? He says, whoever knows what Trump thinks, he's a mystery. I'm sure he got some kind of pressure, and they told him, we can't do this for security reasons. He did back off of other things when it came to challenging the intelligence agencies. Do you remember the quote from Chuck Schumer? Trump, don't F with the CIA or they will destroy you. So I'm going to leave it at that for a moment. That's Oliver Stone back in the news, all about this JFK. Okay, now part of the title of the live stream tonight, I have Kubrick's connection to QAnon, and astronaut Lee Harvey Oswald. So here's where it gets even more interesting. So Lee Harvey Oswald. This is an article, and I'll post a link in the chat, called Lee Oswald Space Cadet. Again, go to infiniteplainsociety.com every day, and you'll be able to find links to whatever we talk about. Okay, now this is fascinating. It says, since conspiracy theorists suspect every other U.S. government agency of some sinister role in the Kennedy assassination, it's no surprise they have found reasons to suspect NASA as well. Anthony Summers writes, before he left Riley Coffey Company, Lee Harvey Oswald visited the garage owner Adrian Elba to say goodbye. Oswald told Elba he expected to be working at the New Orleans power plant, or plant of the NASA plant out there. So this is where they have their, if you ever look at New Orleans, they have their NASA training facility. And Oswald told somebody that he was working for that he was going to go work there. It says, quote, I have found my pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Now, Oswald never worked for NASA, but 4 of his colleagues from Riley Coffey Company did go over there. So this is the strange part of the claim. What are the odds that all of his co-workers would go work for NASA? That's kind of strange. And he thought he was going to work for NASA. So it gets a little deeper here, though, because there are some correspondences and some exchanges that make it seem like Oswald thought he was going to go work for NASA. And then what's more, some investigation into Riley Coffey Company. This is where it gets intriguing. It says, I came across the name of Dante, and I wanted to talk to him and some of the other individuals there at Riley Coffey who had worked with Lee Oswald, or at a level immediately above him. So I sent Frank Klein over to the company to get their names and their positions. He returned quickly, saying, quote, they're all gone. Anyone who had any connection with Lee Oswald left Riley Company a few weeks after he did. Here's their names and their new jobs. I glanced down at the list. One name jumped out. It was Dante. He began to work at Riley Coffey Company the same day as Oswald. Several weeks after Oswald's departure, he began a new life at the Chrysler Aerospace Division at NASA on the eastern side of New Orleans. I also noticed that Alfred Claude, who hired Oswald for Riley Coffey, had also gone to go work for Chrysler Aerospace Division. Then I saw that John Branyan, who worked with Oswald at the Coffey Company, left for a job at NASA. At the same time, I found that Emmett Barbie, his immediate boss, left the Coffey Company and took a new career over there at NASA. Now, there's more. There's more here, but what it seems like, this is where it gets really, this is my take on it. It seems to me that they were all probably agents of some kind, and that Oswald didn't just get sidetracked and go do his thing with shooting the president. I think that his job with NASA, his assignment there, probably put him in touch with the guy who was going to fake the moon landing, the guy who's suspected of having faked the Kennedy assassination, and that would be Kubrick. So it makes perfect sense. The pieces all fit. So again, it says, while it's correct in stating that some of Oswald's former co-workers resigned from Riley's and gained employment at NASA, the numbers were 2, and the other got a job at Boeing. Anyway, it's all very strange, and this just kind of adds something. It adds something to the picture here. Because the connection here, of course, is the intersection of the director of JFK's death, the assassin of JFK, NASA, and the director of the moon landing, and all these other events that we've mentioned. So it's just another connection here that makes too much sense. Zareth says, by the way, in King Kill 33, the name Oswald must be the name of the killer. Oh, I'm glad you brought that up, because Oswald said that there was a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. he was talking about this new gig that he had. In fact, let me get the exact quote, because this actually kind of stood out to me. He said, quote, "I have found my pot of gold at the end of the rainbow." So he's going to go work for NASA. He found his pot of gold. And I'm thinking, well, rainbow has a few references here. You've got Under the Rainbow with Eyes Wide Shut, Over the Rainbow, Wizard of Oz. And then Oswald was killed by Jack Ruby, just like Wizard of Oz, the ruby slippers. In fact, there's a lot of Wizard of Oz symbolism around the JFK assassination. But I may have to look into that King Kill 33 again, now that we have this new information. All right, let us continue. Again, all these links can be found at infiniteplainsociety.com. Few notes here, just some numbers. Chinese rocket launcher is crashing towards Earth. The rocket that was, or the parts, the junk that was going to hit us was 21 tons, or 42,000 pounds. Just bringing that up because these numbers are so consistent. Another thing, Skylab weighed 77 tons. The next launch is on 7/11, and you'll just see that date and these numbers. It's unbelievable. Well, it's actually documented. So, all right. So this is kind of interesting. Another monolith appears in Woodstock Field. I was just paying attention to this meta script and this idea of these stories being replayed and these echoes or these rhyming years, like 2020 was 68 all over again. So we're looking at this year, and even last year I said, is 1969 going to happen again in 2021 in key ways, in specific ways that matter, that are driving the same narratives and stories forward? And sure, space race all over again. But this is the first mention of Woodstock, a monolith in Woodstock Field. And again, last year the monoliths, there were like 87 of them, appeared all over the place. And the significance there, of course, is 1968 was the year of 2001: A Space Odyssey. Now, here's something. Speaking of monoliths, Buzz Aldrin reveals the existence of monoliths
on the moon,
on Mars.
We can visit other people with their habitation. We can keep track. If there's something very important to be developed from the moon, I'm not sure what it is right now. And I sure think we should identify what it is for America to make such gross expenditures again for human habitation on the moon. We can help. We can join with.
Guess it's Buzz Aldrin, but let me go ahead and find the part about the monolith.
Asteroids visit the moon of Mars. There's a monolith there.
There we go. So there's a monolith on the moon of Mars.
They're a very unusual structure on this little potato-shaped object that goes around Mars once in 7 hours. When people find out about that, they're going to say, who put that there? Who put that there? Well, the universe put it there. If you choose, God put it there.
So God put the monolith on the moon of Mars. Okay, let's see. Oh, speaking of Charles Manson, so Danny Trejo just yesterday came out with an article, a statement. He claims that when he was in jail, he met Charles Manson and Charles Manson hypnotized him. So fake. He says if that white boy wasn't a career criminal, he could have been a professional hypnotist, which I don't buy. The idea that Charles Manson was somehow like very influential and magnetic or whatever. No, he was a pimp and a drug dealer. He's like 33, and most of his victims, the ones he exploited, were half his age. But anyway, in his new memoir, the 77-year-old actor revealed he was locked up in Los Angeles County Jail in '61, where the notorious cult leader was imprisoned, and the two embarked on hypnotic sessions. While the greasy, dirty, scrawny Manson was too small to protect himself, he convinced the machete star and his cohorts that he had hypnotic powers and he could make them feel high. It was like guided meditation, Trejo said, adding that Manson insisted that the group could have the sensation of smoking marijuana and doing heroin. Quote, by the time he described it hitting my bloodstream, I felt the warmth flowing through my body. Trejo, who was a heroin addict, recalled... Anyway. So yeah, apparently Charles Manson could hypnotize people and make them feel really high while they were in jail or whatever. So, do you remember Charles Manson also thought he was Jesus Christ? He was released in 1967. It says 32-year-old criminal gets paroled from McNeil Island in Washington State after doing 7 years for transporting women across state lines for prostitution and forging checks. Right after that, he's about 33. He becomes the cult leader. Now let's go look at 1969. A couple more things. 1969. Here's new in 1969. Your ability to read this article is courtesy of ARPANET, the internet's predecessor. ARPANET was a U.S. military communications project with the goal of connecting computers. Two computers, one at UCLA and the other at Stanford, sent the first electronic communications to each other on October 29th, 1969. So that's kind of interesting, considering that this is the year that they're going to connect everybody with a person-to-person ARPANET. I think that's how it's going to work, right, with the injectables. Now, look at the numbers here. The Apollo 11 module, the Eagle, which is just another symbol for the phoenix. It's a veiled phoenix. The Eagle landed on the moon July 20th. 500 million people were watching. That's huge. 500 million. So the significance to me here is about the synchronizing of all these minds on one propaganda act or deed. I mean, if everyone had slept in Tuesday morning, September 11, 2001, and had not watched the news until that evening, it would not have had the impact. They need everyone to watch. But also, July 20th is the date that Bezos is taking off. Assuming everything goes according to plan and nothing crazy happens in the meantime. Zareth says, by the way, Tim, first time I got cut off in this broadcast 4 times earlier, never on any other channel, very suspect. Oh yes, very suspect. No coincidences. Not with this, but I would always advise people just go to infiniteplainsociety.com. I'll walk you through there really quick now just to see what I've done because I've been working on it. It's a link list. So the top link will always be the latest archive. Live 24/7 YouTube, Live 24/7 DLive, Minds, Gab TV archives, Odyssey archives. And then you have all the different podcast platforms. There's about 10 or 15 of them. And there's a few places you can listen 24/7 live. I would go to the radio.net 24/7. Anyway, it's impossible not to find us now. And Google has done a very poor job of censoring our content. All they've done is they've caused us to metastasize. Because what happened is they shut down a YouTube channel. And I have to go build up a new channel. Then they take that one down. The previous one has its strikes expiring. So I take that one and use that one again. So I go back and forth. And so slowly, brick by brick, we have a huge edifice here of just a big pile of channels to be used. So I don't care if they shut down one channel. We always have 2 more to fill in. So if you're listening on YouTube, you're on one of 3 channels. All right, let's continue through the notes here. I've got plenty to cover. So, again, Sunday, virgingalactic.com. I'll be watching. We have to be watching this thing real time together. I think we should all make it a point on Sunday to watch this event because of the historic significance. And it might actually be something in a long line of events. Like this might actually be something that's part of this meta script. It may not just be another PR stunt to sell tickets to outer space or whatever. Does anybody have any opinions on the John McAfee situation? The dead man switch hasn't happened, and his wife says she doesn't believe he killed himself. Now, she has to be acting obviously. She has to be acting to give him cover if he didn't kill himself. But I find it strange that she would even be in the news raising the question. And if he didn't kill himself, or if he did, whatever the case is, what about the dead man switch? How come she hasn't pulled it? How come she hasn't released whatever it is? But it says here, the widow of John McAfee says she does not accept the story of suicide being spread by malignant forces. She said the media, the anonymous sources, are not to be trusted. She says the investigation is ongoing. I'll share what information I can when I can, but do not accept the suicide story that is being spread by the malignant cancer that is the mainstream media. Now, the only issue I have with the story here is the switch. Where is it? Was she not privy to it? All right, let me see. I have a short clip here. I don't want to torture anybody with this. No, I'm not going to do it. I have a clip from Rachel Maddow. They are so triggered. They're very triggered by Trump and these recounts, which are spreading. And it's not going to stop. I don't know if they're doing it just to gin up support or if they're actually going to try to get something to happen. Although Majority Taylor Greene does not seem to think that Trump's going to get back into office in August, or at least she said to kind of cool it on that. But we'll see. Rosanna Arquette wants to ban fireworks because of their environmental impact. I noticed that this is another thing. Banning fireworks all of a sudden. They may trigger PTSD and cause air pollution. Now, I just want to point out, because this is another partisan thing. Rosanna says, I love fireworks, but they pollute the atmosphere, they cause anxiety, and we're going to have to give some things up for Mother Earth and the human race to survive. So fireworks will kill us all. My thing on this, though, is where were these people to complain about fireworks last year when Antifa was using fireworks, as part of their nightly routine? Like, nobody seemed to care then. So I find it hard to believe they care now. Now, have you seen this? You have AI contact tracing you. If you've come in contact with any memes that carry information that might contradict the news, you might get this. This one here. Michael, you've been exposed to harmful extremist content. Violent groups try to manipulate your anger and disappointment. You can take action now to protect yourself and others. Get support, spot the signs, understand the dangers of extremism. This is exactly the same thing they did last year with COVID. And I called it in advance. I said that this is only about censorship. It's not about a virus. More recently, I've been saying that the infodemic is real, pandemic is fake. They ran a drill, a war game. They pretended there was a pandemic, but it was all just a cover so they could deal with the infodemic. Now, the infodemic is the internet. It's all the unregulated information. And as you can see here, if you come across unregulated information, they contact trace you and they let you know. Okay, and look, this is getting the slippery slope thing is getting slipperier. It's getting increasingly slippery as we go along. More slick, more dangerous. You can't even look at UFOs anymore. It used to be, flat Earth was just a joke, but now flat Earth makes you an anti-vaxxer, makes you doubt climate change. So that's not a joke, or it makes you a Nazi. They love their slippery slope arguments here. Well, here's a new one. And this one is courtesy of Mick West. This is about UFOs and how dangerous they actually are to even consider. And this is from popsci.com. Are UFO conspiracies dangerous? Now, this is one of these acceptable conspiracy theories, by the way. But it says UFO conspiracies can be more dangerous than you think. Hardcore UFO enthusiasts have troubling elements that they share with other conspiracy communities. And here's what Mick West had to say about it of metabunk.org. UFO belief may seem like a fun conspiracy. Who doesn't like to contemplate aliens or secret advanced technology? But I think it's difficult to imagine that UFOs are a reality without also thinking that there's a conspiracy to cover them up. Again, this is Mick West, an author and skeptic who runs the forum Metabunk. Quote, if you believe anything extreme that involves a government cover-up, then it will be easy to believe the government stole the election or is covering up a vaccine conspiracy. So you can see here, looking into UFOs, you can't even do that. Everything is a gateway drug now. So if you come in contact with a meme with a flying saucer, you can expect them to send you a notice that you've been in contact with harmful information. And I'm surprised he's still out there spreading this, info phobia or whatever. I mean, this fear of information, because I've seen Mick West and Metabunk censored on Twitter and YouTube for talking about these things critically. All right, let me find I have a few other comments I want to get to. We have one from My Third Eye. He says, another thing I pointed out and also suggested that Nicholson was portraying Kubrick in this film and that he's depicting a meeting where Kennedy gives him his marching orders for the space program. If that's what they're trying to depict, then Kubrick would have been in on the JFK production, presidency, and assassination. Good comment. I agree. LVP says, I think the Kenosha event was staged. Okay, this is a good one. I picked up this one earlier today because we've been talking about Kenosha Kyle, and we still don't have any evidence that the thing was real. I mean, we can't assume it to be real just because it hasn't been perfectly debunked, but there are enough holes in the story that I can't accept it all at face value. So here's what the commenter said about the Kenosha event. He says, I think it was staged. It's like they had a roped off playground. If there was some other action in the city that no one is filming, and I think the police were in their vans waiting. Oh, I see. So he thinks that it was closed off. That's a possibility. Blocking the intersection by the gas station, stuff like that. In the real world, the police would have seen Kyle with the rifle and would have arrested him because he's at a riot. The police were just rushing by Kyle as if they were heading somewhere else. He's referring to the fact that after Kyle shot those individuals, he walked by the police and they just waved him by. He says if the cops thought there was an active shooter, they had every reason to suspect it would have been Kyle. The police should have stopped their vans, opened the doors, pointed a gun at Kyle, and told him to get on the ground. Right, that's one of the bigger inconsistencies, how he just kind of went home. And they didn't seem to seem surprised when he ran by. And, when I kind of think that he has a point, that this could be a roped off thing. My only issue with this whole episode is that the realism of it. The skateboarder getting shot, that could easily be faked. Rosenbaum getting shot, you couldn't really see anything, and he was tended to by a couple of Tucker Carlson's friends, which is odd. And what's more, they put a shirt over his head so we couldn't even see it. And it's easy to fake dead. You think about crisis actors, they have such a hard time crying, showing tears, right, because that's difficult, but playing dead is the easiest role, so we can't rule that out necessarily. Now the other one, Gage Grosskreutz, that's the one that we haven't been able to really, I haven't been able to figure this out. It could be a squib, but how do you simulate an assault rifle 15 at close range blowing somebody's bicep up? How do you fake that? I mean, I guess it's a squib. Commenter says the Patriot soapbox is a slippery slope to National Socialism. Right. And if you look at a flat earth meme, you fall off the edge and you fall into, you become a Nazi, is what it is. You leave the globe, you become a flat earth Nazi, according to Joe Rogan and a few others. At the very inception of the modern reboot of flat earth, everybody associated it with Nazis for some reason. And there's like literally no connection there. In fact, there was a time when some were even saying that whenever Hitler did that Hitler salute, that it was a flat earth thing. And it's like, well, no, the Hitler salute was like at an angle. So I don't think we're on a tilted earth. Could be. Commenter says, London, 1666, during the Black Plague and Great Fires of London, Parliament enacted something behind closed doors. And what was that? You know, there's a monument to the Great Fire of 1666 that you have to look at. And it has 311 steps to get to the top of this. Let me pull it up, a picture of it. A few things about it. One, it has a big COVID on top. It looks like a big corona spike. The other thing about it, this is from the Wikipedia. Again, it's the Monument to the Great Fire of London. The viewing platform near the top of the monument is reached by a narrow, winding staircase of 311 steps. Now, the significance there is 311 is the date that the pandemic was declared. That date was encoded as the day that the reset would begin, starting in Seattle. And the pandemic indeed started in Seattle with patient 0. Arriving there, in fact, he first had symptoms on 119. So it is interesting that at the top of that monument, you got a big COVID ball. Lickety Split says Hitler was an occultist. I've heard Hitler was Walt Disney. I don't necessarily believe it. Although, we may have to do another deep dive into the Nazi connection to NASA as it relates to Elon Musk, Werner von Braun, and Kubrick. There's a few things here we need to kind of keep digging into. Hoaxahana says Elon was obsessed with Mein Kampf. Right, I heard that. I find that to be very hard to believe. Although, I mean, I guess it could make sense. Again, von Braun created the character that you know of as Elon Musk, or at least the aspect of him that's going to Mars. He's an amalgamation of several characters, including Willy Wonka, Iron Man, which is hard to believe if you ask me. But, you know, Musk is definitely a mix of several contradictory characters, but they're all there to sell a certain vision. I have a quote here from Thomas Pynchon from Gravity's Rainbow. He says, quote, "There's a theory going around the USA that there's a gigantic Masonic plot under the control of a group known as the Illuminati. It's difficult to look for long at the strange single eye crowning the pyramid, which is found on every dollar bill, and not believe the story a little. Too many anarchists in the 19th century were Masons for it to be pure chance. Lovers of global conspiracy, not all of them Catholic, can count on the Masons for a few good shivers and voids when all else fails." Just a random quote about the Illuminati, or whatever you want to call it. You know, you don't have to have a group with membership, but we're talking about a conspiracy, a monolithic conspiracy that governs the whole world. And I don't even think it's a conspiracy theory, it's a conspiracy fact. We do have it. fact, there's no doubt about it. We're just examining the architecture and reverse engineering it and finding that it involves total control over the means of perception, over worldviews, over mythology, over cosmography, over our sense of time. I mean, it pre-exists the media. I think the media is an extension of the mind control that we're all living in and through. This is a headline that stood out to me. Justin Trudeau's love of fossil fuel will make Canada's extreme weather worse. You know, the new thing about climate change is that now it can target small areas. So even though it's global, climate change can knock down a condo. Like that's where they're at. And also climate change can now be put on your death certificate. All right, I'm putting a link in the chat for a couple of people here who are asking about the Lee Harvey Oswald Space Cadet. That is a very strong connection. You know, whatever you think about it, whatever you think about this connection, at a minimum, it shows you that if there is anything at all to this Kubrick thing, and clearly there is, then there would have to be some type of a relationship. I mean, we're not talking 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon here. This is 1 degree of separation. The assassination being carried out by this individual who works for this agency. And then you have, of course, this president behind that moon mission who would have been involved with that agency. It's just going to require a mind map, I think, and just a few little dots to connect here. It's not really a conspiracy theory. I think we're looking at the architects of the modern zeitgeist as it's being presented to us. Let's see, these UFO fanatics. Okay, so UFO people were going crazy over this image from Google Earth. They believed it was some kind of large craft that had been found, like an alien invasion, just kind of caught on film. I mean, they're so quick to believe anything because they've been conditioned to accept photographic evidence, which it's not evidence. You know, it's just one perspective. But no, that's not what that is. It's just a lucky shot that actually happens to be something a bird dropped, and I believe the camera caught it in mid-air. Just bringing that up because you have this tendency to just automatically look at footage as though it came through your eyes. You're directly seeing it. And that's why I've been calling this thing the cult of the obelisk, because it seems to me that the way that this cult runs is it has everybody with the same frame of reference, and that frame of reference is their carefully curated screen. And it's the major events when we're all looking that it has the most power. So 9/11, we're watching because the spectacle. 3/11, we're watching because we're locked down and there's nothing else to do. We're a captive audience. Rodney King, George Floyd. Think about all these major transformative events, these major psyops, these dramas that cause ripples, that cause power upheavals. These are movies that have incredible numbers of people watching. How many people watched The Challenger? Now, I know a lot of people saw it. However, was it live? No. People saw it on a replay. But the numbers are quite staggering. I think it was, I want to find the exact number. How many people? And a lot of people who saw it under the perception that they were going to watch it live or that they were seeing it live. But no, it was already a snuff film before they brought it into the classrooms. Now, it happened live in front of a smaller audience, and then it was rebroadcast. So how many people watched it take off? Only 1,200. It says, did it explode live on TV? We just saw tapes. But it was a misconception, I think, that people would have seen it live. Okay, 5 million. So it says 5 million total. The Challenger disaster simulcast draws 1.9 million views. So they did a simulcast of it for the Science Channel. Very interesting. Again, my point being, it's all about synchronizing people on these devices. Like, think about the Super Bowl. You know, and Super Bowl is a perfect example. Every time you watch the Super Bowl, you see all the money invested into how they're going to direct your attention. We watch these Super Bowl halftime shows for this very reason. In fact, one of the Super Bowl halftime shows that I first really paid attention to was the one where the lights went out for 33 minutes very conspicuously. Colin Kaepernick was the quarterback during the Blackout Bowl, is what they later called it. And that figures very prominently in his particular storyline, which we could get into, the 33 minutes of darkness and what it might mean for a guy who later would become a leader in a revolution where he's the only person standing up to the world of darkness, you know, symbolically by sacrificing his career and kneeling. And he was the quarterback when it went dark. You know, for 33, which has some significance to the reset, Christ, and all this other stuff. Well, he's 33 right now, as of 2021. And so it's all very fascinating to me how consistent the symbolism is. And there's a story. There's so many stories that you can see here, but there are many stories that fit within this bigger script. And these characters, many of them are actors, celebrities, celebrity athletes. You'll find that, the reason why they're throwing these hand signs, or the reason why these stories seem to be laden with subtext and occult symbolism is because we're looking at movies. Was it Russian Vids used to say, truth in movies, lies in news? I mean, it's pretty much that is the case. But, I mean, the way I look at it, they give you the truth in movies, or rather, they tell you what they're going to present to you as the truth in the movies in advance. So you're watching stuff, and it's all just conditioning. So that when they give it to you on the news, it's like, well, that makes sense. I mean, for example, if you watched everything on Netflix in 2019, you would have been prepared for COVID-19, for lockdowns, for a pandemic. You would also have been prepared for talk about Mars and how to save the planet. And there's probably a lot of stuff in there about racism, probably. But quite literally, everything that's going to be in the news next year, they kind of prepare you for. They soften your mind up that way. Commenter says, my friend has a cousin that died in 9/11. Nobody did. Not even the dog. Commenter says, tell us more about Tom Cruise going to space. Yeah, that is easily the most interesting thing about this, as ridiculous as it sounds. All right, let's see if there's anything new about this. Now, something about Tom Cruise, by the way, he, in his last few movies, has done his own stunts. He's actually scared his the people around him. They don't like the risks that he's taking. So it's not inconsistent at all that Tom Cruise would be taking risks that he could possibly die. So let's go ahead and see where that story is at. Okay, what is the most dangerous stunt that he's done? He rode a motorcycle off a cliff for Mission Impossible 7. Tom Cruise almost getting decapitated. Tom Cruise stunt injury, Mission Impossible 7. Dangerous stunts without a double. Okay, let's start with this one. Tom Cruise going to space. Now this is Space War 2.0. Russia is in a race with Tom Cruise and NASA to shoot the first ever film in space. I mean, what are the odds? What are the odds? Now, this is something I'm not sure. The movie that's going to be up there from the Russians Originally, it was called The Challenge. Now they're calling it The Call. I don't know if it's the same thing. Russia races Tom Cruise and Musk for the first movie in space. So it's another space race. Like this whole year has all been about space races. The project The Call was announced in September, a few months after Tom Cruise and Doug Liman made the world know that they're gonna work with NASA and SpaceX to do a movie in space. Now, this to me is just pure irony that Tom Cruise is going to do the first movie in space, being that he did Eyes Wide Shut, directed by the guy who faked or helped to fake Apollo 11. After beating America and sending the first humans to space, Russia's gearing up to shoot the first movie before Tom Cruise and Elon Musk take off. So, something else about this one. So last year, Putin released Sputnik 5. Sputnik 5, and this was in August, because he said, we beat you in the space race, now we're beating you in the vax race. And Sputnik 5 is the vaccine that they released. Now, Sputnik, by the way, was the name of a movie that came out the same day as the vaccine. A Russian movie about a space virus the cosmonauts bring home that turns them into hosts for these parasitic aliens that come in as viruses, take you over, and cause you to feed on their behalf. So you basically become, an adrenochrome junkie. That's a movie that came out last year. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. Sputnik. In fact, the aliens in the movie Sputnik mutate. They actually change their form to trigger the most fear in their victims because they actually feed off of it. It says, the creature shows itself to its victims to augment their fear, which makes the brain release cortisol, from which the aliens obtain their nutrition. Again, this is the movie Sputnik that came out the same day as the vaccine. No coincidence there. All right, let us continue. So there's a race right now to get to space to film the first movie. Now, this movie in space by the Russians, The Challenge. Again, they called it The Challenge. They called it The Call. I'm wondering if it's a translation thing. I'm hoping they didn't change it. Look, March 14th. The Russian film will be called The Challenge. I'm wondering if they changed it just because, look, the film tentatively called The Challenge. I had drawn attention to the Roscosmos agency and their plan for The Challenge because of its resemblance to The Challenger. It's just phonetically very close. Challenge, Challenger. So I thought, well, that's an odd pick. So now they're calling it The Call. But it might mean the same thing. Okay, so in May 2020, NASA announced it's working with Tom Cruise to film the first movie. The Russian movie is about, I believe it's about Yuri Gagarin. We'll see. By the way, Yuri Gagarin died in 1968 in a very mysterious crash. Fiery crash. Couldn't find his body. In fact, like the story of Osiris, the Sun King, he dies, they can't find his body parts. Same thing with Yuri Gagarin. I mean, the various components of these myths are always intact. And not only could they not find his body, we're talking about the first man in space, but the only reason they were able to say they found him is supposedly they found a piece of skin with a mole that they claimed was from Yuri's neck because somebody had recognized it from having seen him at a bar. Believe these stories if you want. I happen to believe that Yuri Gagarin, first man in space, was repurposed as Neil Armstrong. You have to look at this YouTube channel, Super Recognizer. He did this great piece where he shows that, yes, you're looking at the same person. Latest moon hoax theory, Neil Armstrong was Yuri Gagarin. correct. I would say this is a match. Now this is by Super Recognizer. I'm just going to play 30 seconds of it here. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Implied we all have one, like a soulmate, but do we? Does anyone? Just how unusual is an uncanny facial resemblance between strangers? Even supposing we all have doppelgangers somewhere, what are the chances that your doppelganger would find themselves not only in the exact same job, but in the exact same world historical, national mythic role? That's a hell of a coincidence theory. Twins separated at birth might both end up as piano-playing accountants or something, but this is ridiculous. What if it's much simpler than that? Why can't they be the same guy?
Now, this makes even more sense when you consider that there is no space race. There is no real competition between different nations to get up really high first. That it's been a ruse from day one, that they're clearly all working together. So, again, this is Super Recognizer, and he has found some other ones that I'm not going to get into now, but we're looking at a big clown show, and we're going to have to look at all of these characters. In fact, Kubrick's the key. He's the key that connects all of them. You have to look at some of the actors that he's employed in some of his early films and see the overlap between these various actor-nauts, and you'll see what I mean. I really feel like we've got a thread here and we're unraveling something.
The same actor. I mean, stop me if you've heard this one, but Neil Armstrong did not actually fly to the moon in a tin can. He played the pilot in a high-profile hoax or mockumentary about flying to the moon. Same goes for Yuri Gagarin's historic first space flight, which was seriously doubted at the time for various reasons, but those doubts were cut short by the immediate congratulations of JFK.
Interesting. So, on this article here, did Gagarin orbit the Earth? Very critical of it. People asking questions. He said he saw a beautiful view and gave details, but Soviet rocket chief at a meeting said his ship had no porthole. Okay, well, how did he see it? Very interesting there. Of course, yes, I brought this up.
Yeah,
his mysterious death. Couldn't find his body. Something else he mentioned here, though. JFK congratulated him, helped solidify this as real. So that's also another clue. Makes a lot of sense also when you look at this connection between Kubrick, Apollo 11 and the JFK assassination. And again, as Zareth the Alchemist noted earlier, the movie by Kubrick, Dr. Strangelove, was screening on 11/22. I mean, that is a very heavy JFK connection, especially as Eyes Wide Shut, his final movie, was released the day JFK Jr. died. So you have two JFK deaths, two Kubrick films release dates coinciding. His first major film and his last major film. Very interesting. Now, Kubrick's probably dead now. I have no doubt about that, age-wise, but his exit was clearly contrived and faked and staged, and there is some indication within the movie Eyes Wide Shut of this in the obituary scene, which I'll be bringing that out here very soon. I saw someone in my Discord server said they're watching all of Kubrick's films back to back, which I think is a good idea. I may watch Eyes Wide Shut again. I don't know if I can tolerate that one. Vanilla Sky. Vanilla Sky may be worth a rewatch as well. In fact, Vanilla Sky has quite a lot to do with 9/11. In fact, it was the number one movie, $100 million, its opening day, 33 days after 9/11. But, to recap some of the things that we were talking about tonight, according to this theory or this analysis, Kubrick's film Eyes Wide Shut was based on, or the character played by Tom Cruise is based on JFK Jr., which would be very consistent with Kubrick and his JFK connections. And again, July 16th was the date of Apollo 11 leaving Kennedy Space Center at Cape Kennedy. Also the date of JFK Jr. crashing, and the date of Eyes Wide Shut, which was ostensibly based on JFK Jr. Full Metal Jacket, according to this analysis, was also including a character based on JFK, and that would be Joker. So I put the link in the chat. The website is chartword.com. The article is Eyes Wide Shut, Stanley Kubrick, and the JFK Jr. death hoax. Now, where I'm picking up on this is that if this is all true, and if this is, if we're reading this right, then it's pretty safe to assume that QAnon is a Kubrick creation. This QAnon narrative, and it must have to do with probably this, I don't know if it's a civil war, I don't know if it's just whatever's happening with Trump is all part of it as well, which is something else to consider. I mean, we often talk about how many of these various characters are introduced to us in the entertainment media first, and Trump is one such example, straight out of Back to the Future. So, and not just Back to the Future, he's not just Biff Tannen, he's an amalgamation of many different characters, sort of like Musk. So again, I have to reiterate here, we're analyzing the world stage. One Step Too Far says, I think Tim's on point about Kubrick's tentacles, but I think he died when the Warner execs got to him. Now, this was one of the takes by, I think, Widener even, that may be some kind of whistleblower. Maybe he's revealing something. In fact, he was involved in AI, which Spielberg was wrapping up. And that movie had some kind of dark connotations, if you think about it, involving people purchasing, like Pinocchio, for example, has all the same dark undertones as Pinocchio, human trafficking type stuff. The making of the boy out of wood, or the artificially intelligent robot creation being sold. It's less than a human. Could all be a reveal on his part, like Eyes Wide Shut was too. In fact, there's a lot of things Jay Widener had found out or brought up about Kubrick's films, and his use of the bear, the symbol of the bear, which Widener associated with child predators. But I wanted to get into the AI thing really quick here, because 2001, A Space Odyssey, ultimately is about this, the monolith. AI, you got HAL 9000, HAL, advance each letter 1 over, H becomes I, A becomes B, L becomes M, it's IBM. So the monolith, AI, all of this is woven into a story. In fact, the other day someone brought up the David Bowie song, because again, David Bowie he's a character. This character in the music over the decades corresponds with David Bowman in the Space Odyssey. He's the captain who merges with the monolith. But there's this David Bowie song from '69 where he talks about President Joe selling the world on a savior machine that ends war and ends hunger. And it sounds suspiciously like the AI described by Grimes, the wife of Musk, mother of Yucky. You got Musk, Grimes, and Yucky. Well, I don't know if that's the real baby's name, but I'm like musky and grimy. Grimes is talking about AI perfecting communism so we don't have to work, and this is the savior machine referenced in this David Bowie song on the album that was, I believe it was called The Man Who Sold the World. But President Joe, I mean, obviously this is what we're looking at, but this AI thing is also significant too, considering this. AI is 19. A 1. I 9. So September 11th, Kubrick's work. You have a 19 built into it, 19 hijackers. COVID-19, 19 years later. So this 19 thing happens to be correlating with AI, because now post-reset, we have this AI thing being talked about at the World Economic Forum as the world savior. And they have a name for Earth worship, Gaia. And it's the Global AI Initiative Agenda. So this is, I think, building towards this idea of a global governance run by some type of computer. And this is, or HEL 9000 perhaps. So I'm going through these conspicuous uses of these various numbers and these codes and how it corresponds to the same directors. It's like their signature. In fact, I was just kind of toying around with JFK's, the letters the other day, and I was like, well, J is 10, F is 6, K is 11. If you flip it upside down, well, 11 is still 11, 6 becomes a 9, 10 becomes an 01. So you have 91101 kind of encoded into JFK if you want to get into numerology, which I'm not into. I'm more interested in the overall pattern and the script that I can point out. Not so much interested in trying to prove that God did this because of these numbers or some divine thing. I don't believe that we can rule out that we're dealing with sophisticated technology and media, but I don't think it's time to start jumping to the conclusion that we're looking at some type of divine hand here. Like, these aren't coincidences. This is all engineered. One Step Too Far says, Tim, are you the one who said ICE's code for off limits? Yes. Anywhere on the maps where you see ice, it's just code for off limits to slaves. So you can't go to the North Pole. You can't go to the area they call Antarctica. You can't go further than 60 south. If there is even such a thing as Antarctica. Maybe there's many Antarcticas. Adaptivia says, cyber polygon commencing. We saw that coming. In fact, if you listen to the live streams we did earlier last year, I was noticing, and you can look all these up. So as we're approaching the end of 2019, we had some conspicuous shootings, one in Pensacola, Florida, and the other at Pearl Harbor. So the one at Pensacola was reminiscent of 9/11. You had these Saudis, they were going through pilot school, it was on a military base, and it was a shooting. So it reminded people of 9/11. Then you had the Pearl Harbor event, the shooting over there. So right before 2020 started, we had this Pearl Harbor 9/11 reminder. And right after that, the cyber attack started, where the 311 in these areas had been shut down. And it was thought that it might have been connected to these terror attacks. So I looked at that as foreshadowing. And we were looking even then very closely at March 11th as the date that it would all start. But again, this idea of cyberspace wars has always been connected to space wars. And as we saw last month with the Columbia Pipeline, it was being done by the dark side. Major Star Wars reference. And of course, Star Wars is what they call space wars. Marve says, have you seen the world map presentation of Vibes of Cosmos? Yes, I used to go over it when it was Sturgio Studios 10. And some others have picked up and expanded on his concept as far as their own theories about what it might mean. But I think it's undeniable. And this is what I find interesting, is that there's no curiosity from the true believers in the globe model. Like, look, I think globes are cool. I think heliocentrism is cool, even though I believe the solar system is just a reconfigured Kabbalistic tree of life. Even though I think that space travel is just allegory for higher states of consciousness, and that the countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 is the journey from Malkuth to Kether up the tree of life. That's what I think. However, I think that even if I was a total believer in the globe Earth and the heliocentric model, I would still be very curious if somebody said to me, hey, look, there's a quadrant on the moon, on the face there, where several of the larger craters apparently look exactly like the corresponding continents on the Earth below. So, in other words, if you take the continents that we know of on the globe and you flatten it out like an AE map, the azimuthal equidistant map, that they say is a flat Earth model and they debate against it, it's not a flat Earth model. It's a globe presented two-dimensionally. I don't know why they mix it up. And they debate against it and they congratulate themselves when they win. It's like you guys are fighting a straw man. But my point is, if you look at that arrangement, roughly speaking, how the planets are, the planes are, these various continents, you can see that there is an area on the moon that corresponds pretty well. There is a little distortion as you would expect, and there are some things that you wouldn't expect, but they are perfectly, I think, consistent with what he has posited. One Step says, how do the moon phases work? That's a good question. I mean, you have the official story, which, and this is the thing, you can say you don't believe it, but the explanations that they give make sense. It's an internally consistent model. Mostly makes sense. But your arguments against it are mostly limited to incredulity at this point, because we don't have the vantage points. But with regards to the moon thing, and this idea of it having these correspondences to the arrangement of the continents below with the craters, it has to do with the idea that they're not craters, that we're not looking at a physical object that was impacted at some time in the past, but that what we're looking at is a projection in the ionosphere from above, more or less. This is the thing. It's not exactly like the Batman signal, where there's some kind of a source projecting from below through the land and then shining up in the sky above us. The way that he explains it is that it's actually reflecting off of whatever's higher up above. He uses the word dome or firmament, but I don't think those words are very useful. You say dome, well, what's the curvature of it? Is it flat? Is it higher in the middle? But essentially what he's suggesting is that we're on a larger plane, and that the area that we're on can be spotted on the thing we call the moon above. And it asks the question, it raises the question, if he's accurate, if he's right, and look, there's something about it. The thing about this projection theory, and everybody should question it, but he has done his homework. He's published a book on it. He has shown correlations where not only is it remarkable for its correlations, but that I think it's extremely noteworthy. And even if I didn't think that there was anything at all wrong with the heliocentric model and the globe Earth thing, I would 100% be very interested to find out if there was some kind of relationship there. Patterns are interesting. It would be a strange coincidence. But now what his theory also does, and this is the part that's problematic, is it suggests things, it adds things that we don't have access to. Like, we don't know that there is some type of black sun beneath the surface. But what I find most interesting of all is this. Either A, he's correct, or B, it's one of the most interesting and I would say probably, I don't know what you'd call this. I mean, it's beyond coincidence. I'll just say this. It's an intriguing set of relationships that probably has some element of bias confirmation built into it. Like maybe he's seeing what he's wanting to see. But it's either one of the greatest examples of bias confirmation in action, or it's real. It's one of the two. Kind of like when you look at clouds, you might say, okay, well, that cloud, looks like a squirrel. It's purely subjective, right? And the thing is, this could be purely subjective. But then when he gets into the part where he's showing the arrangements between them, that's where it starts to line up. But again, there are some things that shouldn't be there that are. Like, if this is true, then there's another continent that is on the area we call the globe, that is somehow being obscured or avoided. And look, I brought this up before. I said, even if the world isn't flat, there's plenty of reason to fake the ISS footage if they're trying to conceal land. Adaptivia says Cyber Polygon is going to communicate with the ISS this weekend. So here's a link to Vibes of Cosmos. And if you want to see the detail of his work, there's a link in the chat. Just look up Vibes of Cosmos. One of the first videos is the World Map Presentation, Volume 1. So it could just be bias confirmation, but my point is that I can't find anybody on the globe side of the fence willing to look at this for more than 5 seconds. And I'm like, where's your sense of curiosity? You have a guy here who believes that there's a crater shaped like Madagascar, that there's a crater shaped like Saudi Arabia, and that between it and where the Sahara Desert would be, there does appear to be an area that corresponds with a certain body of water there. I mean, that's the level of detail he's gone into. He's labeled all of the major cities. So what he's done is he's kind of, I guess what he has done here is he's overlaid the AE map in a way, and you can see here, for the most part, that it seems to work, although there's some distortion, obviously. But what would you expect? Do you think the globe looks like the world looks? Even before people started even asking this question aloud, many have spoken and written about the Mercator projection and the distortions. So it's like, well, which globe do you believe in? Which model do you live on? When our maps are all inherently distorted. So the Mercator was designed by a Flemish cartographer in 1569. And we're talking about a map that overstates the size of the continents in the northern hemisphere and understates those in the southern hemisphere. Significant distortions. So my point is, they're so distorted anyway. If your starting point is using the globe and trying to match it with those craters, you might find it a little more difficult. But it's the spatial relations, I think, that really connect the story here. Now there's another channel, Ewar Anon, who has suggested that what we're looking at is the larger world, but he believes that the other side, the other lands represented by this projection, are areas that don't have a sun, that the sun and moon are more or less making a circuit over 26,000 years, and that with every age, every time we go through one of these, like right now was it Age of Aquarius or whatever, that with every age that this pole is moving around this circuit. So his thinking is that we're actually probably at a period where we're about to see significant changes, which the elite will be able to blame on climate change and your fossil fuel consumption, when it's really part of a broader natural cycle. We'll go through some more of that stuff on Saturday. I want to go through a lot of this Vibes of Cosmos. But again, bias confirmation run amok? Or is this the truth about our world? And if so, this is probably the most important channel on the internet. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't speak. He lets his work speak for itself. But now, whenever I look at the moon, having studied this guy's work long enough, whenever I look at the moon, my bias confirmation kicks in, and it's hard for me not to see, oh look, there's North America, South America, there's Asia, Russia, Australia, oh there's Lemuria. I mean, there's some that obviously don't fit. Made me think about Darth Vader when he said, if you only knew the power of the dark side. And then it also, Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. Because the dark side and dark side of the moon could relate not to the other side, but if it's a map, it would mean the other lands that we're not privy to. Stranger says, the moon is a fascinating part of this realm, seemingly giving and receiving energy. Ivar says, Ewar Anon has all the answers. Nothing suspicious there. Right. Well, okay, I don't agree with like half of what he says. He believes that SpaceX rockets are hitting the dome. That's just nonsense. He's a big mud flooder, big believer in the Tartarian thing. Nothing against that. But again, when you try to put like a theory of everything on something, all the pieces, you just fit them all in there, you're going to be wrong in a few things. In fact, I follow someone on Twitter. I'll try to get her to call in. She has a lot to say about the topic as well. In fact, she claims credit for most of Ewar Anon's work in terms of his ideas. I don't want to get in the middle of their beef, though. Okay, so when is Tom Cruise going to the space station? If he's going to beat the Russians, he's going to have to go sooner. And I'd been predicting this. It says here, I think they're planning for it to be in like October, but I wouldn't be surprised if he pushes it forward. Maybe pays Musk a little bit for I kind of have a suspicion that we might wake up one morning and Tom Cruise will be up there in space. Like he'll just kind of go up there on a secret mission. Did you guys see this? Juvenile's new song, Vax That Thing Up. Juvenile's hit song gets a 2021 transformation. It's from the New York Post. I won't be listening to it. Vax That Thing Up, Juvenile's hit song's transformation, the unofficial summer anthem of 2021. The 46-year-old rapper dropped the video. Well, they're not masked in the video, by the way. The lyrics were rewritten to encourage Americans to get vaccinated. You're a handsome young brother once you vax that thing up. Dating in real life, you need to vax that thing up. Okay. I'll play like 2 seconds of it. I don't want to get copyrights strikes here, but let's take a listen. No social distancing in the video, no masks.
Brother, won't you vax that thing up?
Okay, they went there. Well, I hope he makes a lot of money. I mean, I don't really care at this point. It's all just parody and comedy. Not as bad as Eminem rapping about how when he goes to Walmart, this is Eminem, when he goes to Walmart and he sees somebody coughing, he's afraid it's going to put him in a coffin.
Putty incredibly.
Let me see if I can find those lyrics, because they're pretty bad. And it was Eminem dissing anti-mask protesters on Kid Cudi's Adventures of Moodman and Slim Shady. So in this song, there's a line, I found the lyrics, where Eminem says, and I'm kind of paraphrasing, I believe he says, if you don't wear a mask, you're whack, and if you're coughing, you're going to put somebody in a coffin. Anyway, I'm paraphrasing, but that's Eminem, who also did a video about the shooting in Vegas, which was fake, but in his video it was real, and he blamed America. Like, all of these activist celebrities begin to sound the same after a while. All right, let's see. So tonight's live stream, astronaut Lee Harvey Oswald and Kubrick's connection to QAnon. That's been the main theme so far. Also, I have a couple of announcements here. I've been thinking about this idea of super male vitality, for example. Like having something that gets you around all the censorship, all the needs to obey terms of service to get monetized. Because look, my last YouTube channel that was monetized was shut down. And so I'm like, there's got to be something else. And I can't do super male vitality, but there's got to be something that this channel can get behind that can keep this channel alive into the future. And I found something. And I don't want to announce it yet, but I'm going to give you a bit of I'll give you a preview. We're going to be releasing an energy shot. I'll leave it at that. And it may or may not have something to do with adrenochrome. And it'll be out for pre-orders here in a few days. We'll do a little test run. One Step says, Kid Cudi is dope, though, for real, for real. Oh, sure. Look, I have no issue with any of these rappers. Eminem just happens to be something of a sellout, but what else is new? I just think, I mean, look, they're just so insulated, they may not know. They may actually feel like Eminem might actually be legitimately outraged at gun owners for these various events. Like, we don't know for sure. I assume that they're insulated. I can't imagine that they're all insiders. There's no way. I don't think you'd be able to contain some of these secrets. Now, I don't know about this. It's hardly worth mentioning, but I get served ads on YouTube sometimes, so I'm going to comment on this ad. There's this thing called the Cube Pillow, which isn't even a cube. It's like a rectangle. And I get ads for it all the time. Anyway, I was across the room. I couldn't stop the commercial, so I had to watch it. And it was a very bad commercial with this guy making funny faces. I thought it was Will Ferrell. And I watched this commercial, and I kept pausing it and taking screen caps. And I'm like, okay, so the Pillow Cube guys have actually found an actor who looks like Will Ferrell. And they paid the guy to make Will Ferrell. These are Will Ferrell expressions. They're actually like copying the guy. And I'm like, can he sue for face infringement, for persona infringement or something? Anyway, deep fakes everywhere. Here's a quote from Robert Anton Wilson. Has to do with this bias confirmation I had mentioned. What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. Psychology Today had put out an article about this, and they said that conspiracy theorists are actually, and people who recognize patterns are actually we're kind of victims of our own brains. Like, our brains are just things that we can't control, and our left brain is going nuts, and it's making connections where there aren't any. Here's what it says. Our brain has post hoc sense making pattern matching abilities. And in other words, what it's describing here, your ability to notice things, is a problem. It says here, this might explain how we understand the stories we hear, even if the stories are interrupted, even if the chronology is interrupted. We don't have much difficulty in piecing it together. So, this is all done to your post hoc sense-making pattern matching ability. So the next time you consider believing a conspiracy theory, start paying attention, or if you start paying attention to horoscopes, you know who may be responsible. It's your left brain interpreter. So this piece from Psychology Today, horoscopes, conspiracy theories, and your left hemisphere, is suggesting that you have some kind of bias, or you feel like something's right, and your left brain just makes sense of it for you. So it's kind of like your left brain will prove anything if you let it. Which it is true, but it's not true only for, quote, conspiracy theories. It's true for MSM. But again, that's what Robert Anton Wilson was referencing when he said, what the thinker thinks, the prover proves. Something to be aware of. Although it's funny that the conspiracy theorists are constantly being accused of things that the mainstream news believers are guilty of. All right, phones are open, 833-311. 1984. Cubstar says, is it a free energy shot? Right. Actually, I'll probably do something. That's actually not a bad idea. Free energy. I like that. What about like there's so many directions I was going with this when I was kind of coming up with a product to compete, not compete, but something parallel to what they're doing. Like Rush Limbaugh, for example, he had tea. Gwyneth Paltrow's Sex Scoop was actually it's the same company that makes the sex dust. Makes the same stuff that Jones sells. They call it Super Male Vitality. But anyway, they have their staples. And I'm like, I think that the adrenochrome energy shot could be the staple. And adrenochrome is one of these things too. That's one of these. It's like it's not going to go away, and I think it's kind of marketable. It's like the thing I think that sold that movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. And if you look into the origin of it, it's not hard to find out how the stories got started, how the rumors got started. But the question is, why is it constantly showing up all the time? Why do these celebrities constantly allude to it? The most glaring example of it was when Lady Gaga put on the Freddy Krueger gloves and played piano in a massive bloody brain looking piano and sang a song called Chromatica. She came up today in a discussion. We were talking about symbolism with the Derek Chauvin George Floyd event, which was on 5/25/2020. 1 year prior, she had actually performed a song called Edge of Glory. Significance there: Edge of Glory is an anagram for George Floyd. And by the way, Floyd is referenced in Space Odyssey 2001 in the context of a fake epidemic, fake pandemic. But anyway, Edge of Glory is an anagram for George Floyd. Another bit of significance here to it too is that the song is about being at the edge of a deathbed, according to the singer. And yesterday we were talking about how she performed at the 2012 London Olympics, where it had a Burning Man and a Corona in its ceremony. And then she sings Imagine, which is pretty much, I think, the anthem of the post-reset. Ivar says, adrenochrome is advanced product placement. It'll be the next Gatorade. That's kind of my thinking. Marve says, human augmentation, the dawn of a new paradigm. Chips. Well, look, they'll sell you chips before they forcibly inject them. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, caller. Hey, what's up? Hey, would you take a shot of adrenochrome if I sent you a free sample to do?
I'm still waiting on my adrenochrome. I'm still waiting on my adrenochrome cup.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, adrenochrome cup. You're the one who... That's how I know this will sell. I have a cup, and if you ordered one, I appreciate it, because that's what keeps this channel going.
Yeah, man.
And it's don't talk to me until I've had my adrenochrome. And believe it or not, that cup sells every...
Yeah, exactly. I love that.
Like every damn day. So I'm like, well, obviously when I start selling real adrenochrome, well, real fake adrenochrome, it'll sell.
Right. Yeah, just like the, here's the thing. Another reason I'm calling in is this lickety split, right? He keeps saying that this Southcard thing is an auto hoax. What is that supposed to mean?
Let me go through his comments.
Has he done any research to just playing with himself under the keyboard there?
Let me check. Let me look at his comments because
find out what is it? Is this supposed to be about sovereign citizens? Because there's no such thing as a sovereign citizen. You're either one or the other. You're a sovereign or you're a citizen, and it's that simple. And yeah, they do take their shit real serious because I used to speak about it in public. And I was threatened. My life was threatened in front of other people. You don't want to be talking about this anymore. Now, if it's a hoax, then why would 3 different people be standing all around me I've never seen before? And as I was threatened, I looked at the other 2 and I said, did you hear what this guy just said to me? And they just stood there smoking their cigarettes like, yeah, I did. That's why I'm here. We're here to let you know. And that was at a presentation where I was supposed to speak about it. I went and did it anyway. Didn't matter. But I did throttle it a bit because I do understand it. I went to a federal magistrate in order to get control of my account. So, you know, if people want to say that it's a hoax, then get on the phone and tell us how it's a hoax. Because the SESCOV accounts are what's real. I went and looked mine up back in 2008. And according to the account, I mean, anything in all capital letters is a corporation. So you go look up the value of the corporation that you don't know exists. And you used to be able to, through Fidelity, look up that account number. It's on the back of your Social Security card. They don't want you to do that anymore. They don't want you to know. They don't want you to know that it's a global slavery operation. So, you know, just the fact that I'm talking about it, I've already been interrupted 4 times this evening. They cut off the program 4 different times, like they do on average. So, you know, I'm just sitting here thinking, what is this Sovtard? Is it somebody who's supposed to be retarded because they believe in sovereignty? Or is that somebody who just says, no, I'm a slave and I know it?
I see what you mean.
It's one or the other.
Right. There is this tendency when, and I see this a lot with any topic, when somebody's into a topic or they know something about it and someone else doesn't agree with it, they call the person who's focused on it a fill-in-the-blank tard, like a Q-tard. Well, I don't think that there are necessarily Q-tards. I think there's a lot of people who are looking in this area. So I'm not really quick to be entirely dismissive of something. And so I agree with you. If somebody has a counterpoint, they should just call in and explain the counterpoint.
Yeah, exactly. Say exactly, and state the case. You know, because there are a lot of people who, well, I imagine that when you get to the higher realms, and I've heard, and I know somebody that actually got a black card. They got their card way back when. And they were told, don't you ever tell anybody about this. And I'm not talking about the Visa black card. I'm talking about the card. It says here, you've gained access to the account. Now you're only allowed to get your needs and not your wants with it. And so what I understand from that person was, and like I said, I can imagine who has access to it. Now look at our politicians. How much do we pay them a year? And yet they're hundreds of millions of dollars in the black. Is it insider trading like Pelosi does and she just got caught doing? Or do they have access to the account? And it's quite probable that they do, because that's what I was told. But once you get to a certain level, they say, here's your reward. Now you do what you're told. And they do. I mean, let's face it. I was trying to comment today that voting is a joke. If you watch the documentary Uncounted, the guy who actually programmed the voting machines back during the George W. Bush election, he whistle blew. And he said, listen, they asked me if I could program these machines to switch a vote. And he said, yeah, no problem. And he said, people would go in there and they would vote Democrats, and they would open the curtains, turn around, walk away, and it would just switch to an R. That's a great documentary, by the way. But, you know, so, yeah, there's a lot of bullshit out there, but the Moors are not Sovtards, Nickety. I'm looking at his comment right now.
Yeah, that's what I want to bring this up.
Sovtard means it's somebody that believes they're sovereign. Well, right, they're not retarded.
But Rolling Stones,
they're well-educated people.
Well, Rolling Stones is.
I think somebody ought to give Lickety Split a short lesson in this stuff.
But what's your take, though?
Doesn't want to believe it.
What's your take on
troll
this?
the people in the audience.
You've got the Moors, right?
I can hardly hear you, so speak up on it.
Okay, so Rise of the Moors, right? This is the standoff on I-95. And I see stories like this come out where
Right.
It's a very convenient way for the mass media to now talk about the danger of sovereign ideology. And they've described themselves as Moorish sovereigns. So do you think this is a psyop to further damage the phrase, the term sovereign citizen, sovereignty? These words, it seems like...
Well, Tim, that's the thing, and let me explain this. There is no sovereign citizen. That is an oxymoron. You are one or the other. You're either a sovereign or you're a citizen. Citizen means owned by the city. Which city? The city of London. They're the ones that control and own the accounts. But that's only because they're the bankers for the district, which is the corporation that was started by the Vatican. Truth be known, there's only one corporation in the world, and that is the Vatican's corporation. All other corporations are sub-corporations of that system. You got the crown, the city, and you got the Vatican or the district.
Okay, so...
The District of Columbia here in the United States is a 10 by 10 square mile of land with a flag in the middle of it. And that flag is the red, white, and blue stripes that we allegedly celebrated the other day. The Queen of England copywrote that flag in the year 1600. It was the East Indies Trading Company, and they traded in people. They were a slavery operation, bro. I wouldn't be surprised if I got cut off again. So, you know, when I first started speaking about it way back when, I was given the heads up. And, you know, so I'm just letting you little audience member here, Liggity, know that, hey, listen, man, you've got to do your own homework before you just start slinging mud at people. And if you don't, then you're an idiot. I'm not an idiot. That's etymologically saying that I'm a slave to my id. I'm not an ego-fied individual. And I could have went after my account. I was really, really close to it. And I said, you know what, maybe I'm just going to back off and be like everybody else. Try to make a living in this slavery operation. Well, that's what it is. It's an involuntary thing. And the moment you're born, they birth you.
You brought up a point. You brought up a point here about sovereign citizen being an oxymoron, and here's a great example of Rolling Stone and Southern Poverty Law Center pushing forward and forwarding the term sovereign citizen, using it together, this phrase. And this is typical. Anytime they're trying to take down a group, they define it in a way that makes it easier for them. They don't want people to have accurate information. And I find this event to be very questionable.
Absolutely.
It's getting a whole lot of attention. So who are the Moorish sovereign citizens? So, yeah, I'll be following the story.
Yeah, who are they? Well, they've been at it a while, Tim. They've been at it a while. And a lot of them are waking up to the fact that quite possibly black folk were here first. They paddled over from Africa, brought over by that current that all the British sailors started using after they found out about the place. What do they call that? The Gulf Stream or whatever. The point is, it's been 30 years since I looked into all that stuff. But the point is, you know, I grew up in Philly and South Jersey. And there's a place called Moorestown, New Jersey. It is one of the most beautiful places in that state. There's a lot of money in Jersey. And they say that John Hancock was actually John Hanson. I don't know. I don't have any proof of it. But he did sign his name rather large. And so the point was, he said, allegedly, show the King of England how I feel about this. And he signed his name really large because a lot of people were afraid to. And a long history of this guy just lopping your heads off and locking you up and dumping you off the ship at sea on the return trip back to the courts. Okay, it's like, no, the slavery operation thing might have been a total psyop, and that's where the Moors are wrong, because they believe that, well, it's quite possible they did, that they ruled Europe for 700 years, but they also spread out all over the planet. I mean, look at the old Olmecs and the Toltecs; they look like Africans to me. You know, when you see those big colossal heads, those guys. I just got cut off again, Tim.
Okay, no,
my little device over here.
Okay, I still hear you here. You're fine. We got you loud and clear. So anyway, yeah, go on. You're talking about how they had spread globally.
So yeah, there's a kid named Dane Calloway. He's got a channel, and it's Dane Calloway, and he talks about, look at the pictures. I live with a woman who is a Seminole and Cherokee descendant. Her grandfather looked like a black man. Okay, so why do you think they shuffled him off to Buffalo and all these other places? They didn't want people to know. But then, from what I understand, was when Cristobal Colon, if that story is true, was hired by the Vatican to come over here and basically go around the planet. In 1491, the Pope at the time, I can't remember who it was, I think Innocente VII, he declared war after they defeated the Moors in Europe finally. Declared war on black people everywhere on the planet, black men in particular, and said, go find them all and kill them. And so Cristobal Colon had 3 little tiny ships, but he had 33 other ships behind him. So they would come up to the beach, do a head count, pass out some dirty blankets, come back the next day, and kill all the men, and take the women and children and ship them off to Africa, teach them about white Jesus, and then ship them back a generation or two later, fully indoctrinated to not know that this was their land that they could make a claim upon. Because regardless of all the bullshit stories, their legalese is all they have. All their acts, that's what they're called, acts, is all they have. And so they have to honor anybody who makes claims. So if I claim that this is my CQV account, it has my name on it, you created it. I didn't. I wasn't born with an all-capital letter name. I wasn't birthed, but you birthed, and you gave my mother a certificate, a receipt. It said, "Now he's our ward. We're in charge of him now." And then they take that little print of the sole of your feet before you ever touch the ground. So now they own your soul in their eyes. This is their symbology. So, it's basically a banking operation. Church and religion is all bullshit.
So they own our souls.
It's all bullshit.
This is
it's
fascinating.
all about a slavery operation.
I hadn't made that connection. The soles of your feet and souls. Kind of an interesting one. I was thought about this when Nos X put out those shoes. The 666 shoes with the blood in the soles. And I kind of thought, okay, that's an interesting little pun there. But all of this sounds very consistent with the way things seem to be run. It's the same old cult, only now everything is a little more Jetsons, a little more high tech. Did you see the digital monolith at NATO?
The digital monolith?
Yeah, over there at NATO, they erected a giant digital monolith, and it's got all kinds of LED displays, and it's like recycle, save the planet. Well, all the world leaders were up there. Oh, basically
the new Ten Commandments. Ten Commandments, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of exactly. It's probably built by the same people who built us the Georgia Guidestones, but it is the emblem of the cult that runs the world, and I think it's just an updated version of the older cult. So, I think you're right on all this.
It's all religion, Tim. It's all religion. Worship us as the gods. They basically say we're the elite. You can use that term freely amongst yourselves. Elite means sons of God. El, the sky god. The invisible guy who lives in the sky. Sky daddy. Okay? He's their straw man. While they're making straw men and superimposing them over you in life, and you are now subject, which means you're a slave. That was one of the things that really pissed me off about 20 years ago, when all these British people started getting on American television and telling me things like, you don't know how to decorate your house. You don't know how to cook. You don't know how to... The British are telling us how to cook. Gordon Ramsay and all these guys, they all are the greatest chefs in the world. Now, what you are, you're a subject to me. You're a subject of the Queen of England or whoever is sitting on that shithole fucking thing they call a throne. And you're telling me I'm not better than you? I'm sovereign. That's how we set this place up originally, allegedly, if it wasn't all entirely a scam, just to pit one side of the planet versus the other. Because they're all in on it together. I remember seeing a great illustrative example of this. And it was a Vice video where a guy goes to one of the weapons shows. It's in the middle of a friggin' desert. but they constructed a big stadium in there. And he goes, this is surreal, man. He goes, there's all these generals around here, allegedly, they're all sitting in their little costumes, buying rockets and weapons and tanks and guns and lasers and shit, and they're all allegedly enemies of one another. But they're all buying those weapons so that they could cull the masses. That's what war is, culling the warrior types so that they can't rise up against. And so just like that PSYOP in D.C. in January, that was a major PSYOP, all put together. You see all these things. And it was to say to anybody who, if you want to get together and maybe storm the Capitol, it's too late. This is what's going to happen. So we're going to put a big fence up, and that's not going to happen. So they just fortify their positions. And all the minions who buy into their bullshit are the ones that serve them. So it's really all of us people versus each other. Actually, when it should be versus less than 0.1% of the population. All the inbred, mental defective psychopaths who run the world. They encourage that amongst their kind.
Oh yes,
so
and that event,
to all of us.
Yeah, that whole event 1/6/21 taught me. It showed me more than anything that collectively we haven't learned anything from any of the fake events. That the believers.
I love Timbo. I love the comments of these people. I thought they were smarter. So how is the state sovereign? The state is a corporation, lickety. And then somebody saying, hey, the cooking program's getting to them. I don't watch television, Marvey. Okay? I am an internet researcher. Look me up. I've had my stuff out there. And yeah, I don't do Bible. I don't do any of this stuff. For all you people who believe that God's going to save this place or Jesus is going to be, don't waste your time. This guy needs to pick up crossword puzzles.
Okay, so God.
I love. Listen,
God,
I've been on that end of it.
God may not. Jesus may not come back, but what about JFK Jr.? Right? Have you ruled that out? JFK Jr. Any possibility in your mind?
So much of this sort of shit. Like, think about this. If JFK was Jimmy Carter, how did they show me pictures of Jimmy Carter this last weekend when he was like, his nut hadn't even fallen yet? So was JFK repurposed and Jimmy sent out to build houses? I don't know. But all I know is what I do know is a sovereign citizen, not in a CQV way, lickety, in a sovereign citizen mindset, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're a slave to your ego because there's no such thing. You're either a sovereign, like the Queen of England. She's not a citizen. Her citizens are subjects. So this is why when I keep seeing him say this, I'm like, all right, that's it. I'm going to call in and put my opinion on the record. I'm not going to sit there and jack off under my keyboard, lickety. You call in. That's what I suggested you do.
Look, this is
why don't you explain it to everybody?
This is why on this, I say open phones for open minds and also closed minds. I'm like, you know what? Let's get all the opinions out there and discuss things, because the marginalizing of wrong think or just personal attacks really gets nowhere. That's why the flat earth topic is so stale in 2021 when it used to be so triggering for mainstream believers in establishment science and media. And it's because it devolved into personal attacks and into, well, I don't think it ever really.
Well, that's what I think. Half of your audience gets bored, and that's what they start to do. They start to troll. So earlier, this guy here, Too Far, was trolling somebody like Lickety, and Lickety times him out. I mean, what are we in kindergarten? And then now he's siding with him and saying, "I'm very super stable, like me, dude. I'm not stable. I'm one of the craziest fucking people I know. I've had a life like goddamn Forrest Gump. The fact that I'm still alive is ridiculous. I used to live 2 blocks from that friggin' condo that just fell down or was brought down. I also worked for CDI for a while when I was in the laborers union in Jersey, bringing down the old hotels so they could build new ones. I worked on the Trump. I worked in 5 casinos as a casino dealer. I also dealt other things in life. I used to work for the mob. I worked for a guy named Nicky Scarfo. The fact that I'm still alive, the fact that Nicky liked me shows you how crazy I am.
Hey,
so yeah, I was a king crabber.
Let me run
Told
this
you
by
that
you.
too before.
Mike Tyson.
You know, I got watched overnight in January. The fact that I'm even alive blows my mind. Every day I wake up, it's a surprise.
Hey, Zara, appreciate the call. I have one other call coming in tonight. Have a great one. Call in anytime. Infinite Plane Radio.
Mike Tyson. Hey, how's it going? It's a lickety split.
Hey, I got a quote here from Mike Tyson. Social media made people too comfortable disrespecting other people. What do you think about that? Do you think social media has made people too quick to be disrespectful, or has it made people too sensitive? What's your take on Mike Tyson's take on social media?
I wouldn't say it made people that way. I think people probably had it already, like, in their personality, most likely. You could say enabled it, I suppose, but he's definitely right that the getting punched in the face part definitely would change things, but yeah, not in this case. I just want to respond real quick to
I bet he punches. I bet he punches.
If I could.
I bet Tyson punches his screens a lot. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. Did you want to respond?
Yeah.
To the previous caller?
Sure. I would just, like, I wish he would have gave me something to respond to. Like, he kind of just was going off about things. But I do want to mention, like, even though he lacked any kind of practical solution to what he was saying, he was just, like, parroting the same old sovereign citizen stuff that I've heard and studied for about 12 years. So I'm kind of used to it, and that's why I can't stand to see it. But there is a practical answer to it, and I'm not going to give away all the game. But really, it's like this. Like, an example is, let's say, the border crisis. That's an issue for people, and you always talking about it, that it gets used in politicized, and if there's a campaign going, someone's going to use it a lot. That's a non-issue if you are someone who's not paying an income tax or any kind of tax on your income. That's a non-issue, really. So the only real practical answer to that is to find a way to no longer be taxed and to live that way. And so until somebody has actual answers about how to do that, and the Moors don't, and Zaris, the botanist, doesn't have an answer for it either. But I like I said, I think I'm working on something personally, and I can't give away too much game, but practically I can tell you the answer is through tax exemption. I mean, we don't need to think about anything else other than that, and that's the only answer. You can talk about CQV back in 1666. How are you going to use that, like, in a practical sense? Like, how would you ever do anything with that? It just makes people angry. In fact, what was it, like 9 months ago, there was that, I don't know what to call them. Like, I say Q-tard. I don't mean, like, to be so rude about it, but, you know, there was a Q-tard that was killed by a soft-tard. And that's what's happening with this shit. And that's why we do need to take it seriously and stop spreading this crap, because people are going to be pitted against each other based on all these beliefs. It's just so stupid. If you don't know how to do something with it or direct people to do something with it, then, like, you know, auto-hoax the shit out of it. Like, especially with all that law stuff. There's nothing that can be more practical than anything law-related. So if you just want to sit here and talk and sound like you know a lot about this and that, cool. But the truth is that it's totally useless. And I have some ideas about how to probably use this, and that is take yourself out from the income tax. And you know a little bit what I'm talking about, but, you know, I'm not going to get into a whole thing about it right now.
That's totally cool.
Yeah.
Well, hey, in the future, though, we'll be the first to know when this information gets out. Am I right?
Absolutely, yes. And we will definitely do, like, a more in-depth thing about this, because, you know, I like to keep it practical, you know, whether it's journalism or research and law. Let's just keep it practical. Hey, there's nothing more to it.
You might find
anyway,
this.
But I mean, I appreciate, like, him. Go ahead.
But one thing, before anything before everything just falls apart in this world, Infinite Plane Society will be becoming its own nation. It will be a seasteading community, in fact. We're a seasteading society, so or space steading as well. So there's a point, kind of like the Asgardian nation, where I think we can just sort of globe exit. So there is a point where if we don't like the way things are going, we can opt out in some sense, whether it's a spaceship leaving or just organizing and saying we're not of this world.
Right, and you can do that through just, administratively. Like this isn't that far-fetched. Like when you're talking about it, sounds beautiful and idealistic, and then people will talk shit about that, of course. But no, this is like a practical thing, and if you just read and read and read enough, there's simple things that you can do, and it's just so like right in your face that it's so simple. And in the background, we're all penguins working in the back, doing some shit and making shit happen. So stay tuned for the actual practical answers. I'll just say that.
All right, I'll stay tuned.
Yeah, dude. Thanks for Darius. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I appreciate Darius calling in, but it's like you talk about it, like call, because like it's the same thing as like whenever there's trolls in the chat, it's like calling about it. Ban them. Here's the number. Call in. And I'm not saying he's a troll, but I'm saying like, if somebody's really believes, or I won't say believes, but if somebody really knows something about it, then call in about it. And I appreciate that he called in, but I didn't really hear that much substantive talk from him. But I still appreciate the fact that he called in. So yeah. Anyway,
to be continued.
That's about all I have.
Awesome. Thanks for calling. Have a great night.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, I missed that one. But yes, he agrees. He agreed to share the information with us in the future. By the way, a caller before that had ordered one of these. This is the "Don't Talk to Me Until I've Had My Adrenochrome." There's a link if you want to pick up one of these mugs. And very soon, like I said, we're going to be releasing an adrenochrome energy shot, and that'll be in the next couple of days. I've been planning on it for a long time. Long in flat Earth years, like 6 months. But now I'm ready to actually announce it because it's about to go live. Not that I think there's a lot of competition. I mean, how many people out there have been or had the idea to create some energy drink based off of adrenochrome and considered it to be something they could take to the market? And I think it'll work. Nebulous said, "I'm setting up a new civilization in the 33rd dimension." Awesome. Draw a link so we can get on your newsletter. Zareth says, "Run for president and change the world. Can't wait." Yeah, I know. This is so intriguing to me. This is the best. Like really, this is the best time to be alive. I think as far as understanding where we are, because prior to 2012, nobody knew what the hell a crisis actor was, except for the people on the inside. Like so many of the insider secrets that matter, like the real things that tell you how things really work, have only just leaked recently. And the idea that the president or an elected official can save you from something, it's like, well, what are they saving us from? Asteroids are fake, nukes are fake, terrorists are fake, bowl cut shooters are fake, there's no pandemics. Just seems like, what do we need these saviors for? And then we find out that these saviors are just actors and characters, and they're, for all intents and purposes, living on a movie set. Bex says, adrenochrome WTF. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the kind of response that we want to get. In fact, if you look at the screen, I have one of, this is from the label. It doesn't show you what's in it, but it's just B12 complex. Adrenochrome, energy shot. And I put here sourced by the Dark Matter Network. It doesn't say how we source it. It didn't say, did I contact a supplier or did I source it the way they usually harvest the material. All right, I appreciate the callers very much. We started a little bit late tonight. I have a lot happening. There's always a lot going on over here, and we're following so many developments. This is going to be a very important weekend. If you are here for the weekend, if you're home or whatever, tune in. I will be live for sure on Sunday to cover Richard Branson's launch into space. The mission is called Unity 22. And I have a few ideas on where this is going. We've been analyzing the symbolism, most notably the fact that this launch, which is reflecting 1969 and that space race, it's the spirit of 69 all over again. But another aspect to this launch is that it happens to be on the 42nd, very important number with regards to this meta script in the space program in particular. But it's on the 42nd anniversary of the Skylab station falling. 77 tons of Skylab hit the Earth 42 years ago on 7/11, and that's the date that they've chosen for this launch. I think it's ominous. All right, putting a link in the chat. Anytime you want to find the latest archives, just go to infiniteplainsociety.com, and it's a link list, and I always put the latest on top. A couple of things really quick. If you want to support the channel, Infinite Plane Radio now has magnets, refrigerator magnets. Put a link in the chat, or just go to darkmatter.radio and scroll down to the bottom. Magnets, stickers, mugs, and a few other things. Everything we can do to get around the terms of service. I believe YouTube's TOS salad is what somebody called it here. It's just their communist thought policing that believes that it's better to burn books than to discuss bad ideas and let them cancel themselves. Zara says, cut off again, please ship off my mug. Oh yes, I'll make sure you get your tracking. Everything ships automatically, like right after you order it. I have a great supplier, so everything's on the way, but if you check your email, you'll get your tracking. We have magnets, 3-inch by 3-inch, Infinite Plane Radio, among other things. Adrenochrome will hit the market soon. All right, thanks for hanging out. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. The edge is in your mind.
The edge. to your brain, the infinite plane. The edge is in your mind. 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 Edge is in your mind. Edge is in your mind.
Alright, that's One-Eyed Jack and the Murder Hornets, World War III. One of the anthems of 2020, if you've been listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Now mirrored on the Dark Matter Digital Network. Phones are open 833-311-1984. I see a number of individuals here lining up in the chats all over the place. You can find all of the links, all of them, very simply. Just go to infiniteplanesociety.com or darkmatter.radio. It'll take you to the same place because we have people who prefer Twitch or YouTube. A lot of people reject YouTube for political reasons. Twitch has remained mostly apolitical. DLive is just not willing to give out lemons and bananas that can be traded in for real money. They have their own digital crypto produce currency, but they take it away from you if you have political speech. So they took that away, but we still broadcast there because some people like the app. So wherever you're at, you can all call in 833-311-1984, or if you want to get involved in the chat, all of the chat rooms are integrated, which is a nice new feature. Which means if you're on, let's say Periscope, which is Twitter's live thing, and you say something, everybody will see you in the other chats. So I'm just pointing that out because we're on a lot of platforms right now. Okay, so I have some voicemails. Let me go ahead and just start with this, and just fair warning, I haven't vetted these, but hopefully they're thoughtful. Okay, so this guy, I can see the transcripts here because I use Google Voice for this, and I can tell by the transcripts that it auto-censors. I see a lot of asterisks. There's like an asterisk here, one there, a lot of blanks and hyphens. So let's brace ourselves.
Hey, I was just calling to tell you what a fucking moron you are, but I guess you don't want to talk about that. But all right. My number is 512-201.
Okay, he gave his number out, so I'm gonna go ahead and I might call him back. I don't know. Sounds like Alex Jones.
Please bleep that out if you put it on your podcast. I think you're just a fat nerd in a basement, in your mom's basement, talking all the time.
Okay, well, yeah. I'll text him. I'm not going to call him. I know it's late. This is a late live stream. Sometimes I don't plan in advance. We just kind of play it by ear, and tonight we had some time. So, yeah, this if you're the individual from 512 and you want to call back, I am awake here in my basement. X-Ray 76 says that was Alex Jones. Didn't even try to disguise his voice. I thought it was Bill Hicks. Mix those two up. Okay, here's one.
Hey, Tim. This is Quincy Carr, the pilot. Hey, I wanted to explain how the sun works on the flat Earth and how the sun is responsible for day and night, the season changes, and all sorts of weather activity. All right.
Okay, so that's Quincy Carr, the pilot and pilot instructor. In fact, we brought him up the other day when we were speaking to Mark Gould, the annoyed Scotsman who's crowdfunding $250,000 to send flat earthers into space. That guy, well, he's looking for a co-pilot that we will all trust. And I mentioned Quincy Carter, who might be interested in going on a suborbital flight with Virgin Galactic. What he said here was, I want to explain how the sun works on the flat Earth and how the sun is responsible for night and day, the seasonal changes, and all sorts of weather activity. Okay, well, you know, a lot of people might want to hear that because there are some ridiculous misconceptions. Let's just say hypothetically that the world was flat. Most people will say, well, then why isn't the entire thing lit at the same time, like a coin? You know, how could you light only part of it? And so right off from the start, you have to erase the assumption you're dealing with a larger sun than the Earth. I mean, it's a completely different concept or cosmography. It's takes a bit of explaining, unless you're happy just attacking a straw man and something that's been misrepresented. Now, here's the thing. Someone asks here, how much did the Scot raise? So the annoyed Scot, who's actually a huge fan of science fiction, he was in his basement tweeting, or rather at a club tweeting, not tweeting, he's doing this rave. He's a DJ, and he was kind of in a Star Trek costume. And he was being tweeted about by George Takei from Star Trek. So a number of people have taken a great interest in this guy's mission, and his GoFundMe account has been shared 1,000 times or so. It's a viral story, has been for a couple weeks. I haven't been all that aggressive about promoting it because right after we interviewed him, GoFundMe shut his account. So it's still there, you can share it, but you can't donate, which is strange. Now, $250,000 sounds like a lot of money, but if you think about it, there's 12 million Brazilian flat earthers who would easily put in $1 a piece to watch what they think would be a confirmation. And there are far more people on the other side who would easily put up that much to see what they expect. And, you know, it'll be a letdown for some, and we'll see. It's an interesting endeavor here, and I think that if you were to raise even half that, Branson, Musk, Bezos would give you a flat earther discount, pay half of it. But it's not going to happen through GoFundMe for some reason. I mean, really, what are they afraid of? And there's no real good explanation, and we do have a couple volunteers. I had brought up this Quincy Carr, but Jake Gibson is also interested in taking the trip. But it's still open. So to answer your question, how much has he raised? Let me take a look. If it's still frozen, then it's about $250. So maybe invest that into Dogecoin, and if it goes up high enough. Yeah, $250 out of 250,000. It's been shared 950 times, and they blocked it. They blocked it 9 days ago. So if anyone has any better idea, they do this all the time though. GoFundMe is very selective about, it might even be because they consider it to be dangerous or a stunt, which is against their terms of service. So we'll see. Maybe they have to verify that he indeed has a clear chain of communication with the different agencies that they're going to approve it. Like, they have to make sure he actually has a way to obtain a ticket. All right, let's go ahead and get into this topic. So for the last few days, we've been talking about space junk because this is one of these artificial threats, in my opinion, which they have been presenting as viable. Like, you know, basically just expect at some point soon you're going to be told to helmet up for your own protection, and you won't have any way to, you know, opt out of it. You can't opt out of the helmet for space junk, and it's going to get there. And just in time, we have the plane parts falling from the sky, and just in time we have Debris, a TV show on NBC. We have Don't Look Up, a Leonardo DiCaprio film about, well, objects falling from the sky. So it's this reoccurring theme, plane parts falling, things falling from the sky. There's a movie coming out called Space Sweepers, and Space Sweepers is about space junk cleanup crews. So we're looking at all of this presented, all these different mediums, entertainment and the mainstream news, and they're all kind of saying the same thing. Stuff's going to fall from the sky. Here's an article from earlier today, Axios.com, NASA's space junk problem, why it matters. Experts warn they'll have to mitigate the junk in space and prevent more junk from being created in the future. How long will it take space junk to burn up? I mean, these are all questions that are popping up. Space junk from Chinese rocket breaks up over Queensland, creating a spectacular light show. So now you have light shows from falling space junk, allegedly. Now, there are different ways they can simulate falling stars. All of these effects have been well known. You can just call up a company. It's called Star Ale. It's hyphenated. It's in Japan. It's within JAXA's approved safety standards. They basically, supposedly, use these satellites filled with shooting star pellets. So my point is, we don't know what it is that's falling from the sky, but they're saying it's space junk. TheTimes.co, this is from yesterday, jumble of space junk threatens weather forecasting and even banking. There's an estimated 130 million man-made pieces of debris orbiting the Earth right now. 130 million? I mean, I thought it was 3,000. Suddenly it's a lot more. So they drop a tool bag in space. And now it even says here they have frozen astronaut urine ejected from the waste hatches. This is all stuff they have to watch out for. And I'm looking at the pictures, and they show you outer space filled with junk, and it looks like, yeah, it's like pretty much like an asteroid belt looking thing. You couldn't fly through that. Now, that doesn't comport with any of the footage we've ever seen. I'm just saying. But it goes on because, the more I look into this. So if you've been following, last month there were these reports about how when the dinosaurs were extincted by the giant space rock 66 million years ago, that it punctured a hole in the atmosphere, and it had such speed behind it that it was a direct link from the Earth, from the ground, to the vacuum of space. And this is not me, this is the scientist speaking. The dinosaurs were forcefully ejected into space. Many of them. I mean, not just the dinosaurs, a lot of stuff. But based on this, they've suggested that it's quite likely that they will find dinosaur bones on the moon. And I'm like, well, if we're going there, then what about orbiting dinosaur bones? Aren't they posing a threat? I mean, this is the absurdity of this hypothetical environment. And I'm just saying this is a hyped up, non-existent threat that's going to become very real. And if you've been following this channel, we have predicted a lot of these things. I said, just wait until they start simulating space junk Armageddon. China will shoot down the DirecTV satellite, and it's so easy to do. But again, these are all recent stories, and we have not seen space junk in space on any of the footage. In fact, it's conspicuously absent for as much as this threat is hyped up. And in many ways, it reminds me of the oceans and how the oceans are overpolluted and how that's been made a deal. They make a big deal about it, the environmentalists. Save the oceans, save the whales. And that whole movement seems to have moved up to this outer space threat. It's kind of why I find it interesting that Leonardo DiCaprio is in this Don't Look Up, which is basically an asteroid movie, because we really know him from the Iceberg movie. I think it's kind of an interesting analogy here. In the chat here, Overthought says, obviously the pieces broke down because of the Earth's atmosphere and because of gravity. Sure, I'll accept that. I think. Now, what I don't get is this. If I was out there 284 miles above the surface of the Earth, moving at 17,000 miles per hour, I would eject my waste products into outer space. Like, just aim away from the big blue ball and try not to hit the moon. How easy is that? I mean, do we really care if we litter in the depths of space? Like, let it find its way to a black hole. Who does that hurt? But apparently it does hurt somebody. There are space environmentalists out there. There are space archaeologists. Now, there aren't any space paleontologists, but there ought to be, since they're now claiming that there are dinosaur bones on the moon. But now, Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos, he was at this event and he was speaking about hollowing out asteroids, and he actually had people in the audience, protesters, who had a problem with this whole idea of these, well, space arcs created by hollowing out asteroids. So this was back in 2018. Again, he's giving a talk about creating space arcs out of hollowed out asteroids. You know, something right out of Isaac Asimov. These science fiction authors have really just predicted everything. Just call them prophets. But anyway, my point is, this attitude of environmentalism, save the oceans, well, now it's being directed towards outer space. And so here's Jeff Bezos he's at Princeton at a seminar about the development of space and exploration. And he's giving a talk about transforming hollow asteroids into arcs. And a woman, this is from Wired.com, quote, "A woman leapt to her feet and said, 'How dare you rape the universe?' And Jeff was taken aback and he said, 'Did she just defend the inalienable rights of barren rocks?' And this is the equivalent of someone chaining themselves to a tree or something. But the idea that you'd be worried about exploiting outer space, it sounds absurd because, you know, it's infinite resources, right? But no, actually this is a problem. You have a couple of different visions on space travel, and this is where I think space wars will end up. You know, there's pretty much a divergence here. You know, how are we going to proceed into outer space? Is it going to be led by the capitalists throwing their orbiting routers up there, talking about mining asteroids and bringing down trillions of dollars of wealth, you know, for financial gain, in order to what? Make us into better polluters? Because we'll be wealthier. And they've made this correlation between material, earthly wealth and the destruction of the planet. So that flies in the face of the idea of saving the planet, sustainability. And so it's kind of an ideological struggle. You know, are we going to go out into space as basically collectivists, or are we going to go out as entrepreneurs, and we're going to have more or less the Wild West up there? And that's where the moon, I think, is also a key part. And I've seen articles about resources on the moon, future contention. So if you were hoping for alien invasions or anything interesting like that, probably not. Okay, so let me go ahead and go through a couple of these other pieces here. This is what I was getting at, though. Okay, so I'm talking about all of these articles that are suddenly hyping up the threat of space junk. Like, suddenly it's a real thing. And now there's been a sighting of space junk. And I brought this up saying, well, we just had these plane parts falling, and I think that the plane parts falling are acclimating everyone to the idea of things falling from the sky. That's what I think it is. I think it's all part of a protracted psychological operation. So anyway, I'm looking at this latest event in Broomfield, Colorado, where the plane fell in just part of an engine fell in a truck in front of a house, reminiscent of the movie Donnie Darko. Now, it happened to hit a house on Elm Road and 13th or the 1300th block, which people have noted also corresponds to some of the bits of symbolism and scripting in the Donnie Darko movie. Again, a movie about plane parts falling. Well, interestingly enough, the movie has been talked about in the last month because of its 20th anniversary. So 20 years later, Donnie Darko is as enigmatic as ever. So I find it noteworthy here that a couple of things, but mainly that here we have a movie about a plane crashing. It says here, with a budget of just $4 million, it made $7.5 million during its theatrical release in 2001. So it's the timing that's so interesting. So it was released October 26th, 2001, and this was a month following the September 11th attacks. So this is why I find the timing interesting. Subsequently, the film could not be advertised as a plane crashing and its engine falling into Donnie's bedroom is a key element of the premise. So again, they were noting the anniversary of this thing, and on the anniversary of the movie, just shortly a month later, suddenly plane parts start falling, and now you have this NBC movie, Debris, and you have this other one, Don't Look Up. So again, I'm just looking at this as, it looks like, if you ask me, more of this immersive entertainment propaganda that we're always subject to, and that's what we analyze here. Most of our conversations are about hyper-analyzing the zeitgeist of the day and how it's being shaped, and its shapers. Okay, so following the theatrical release, it was very successful at DVD, became a cult classic. Okay, so 9/11 kind of got in the way. Maybe this thing was meant to be released before 9/11. I mean, who knows? It just seems like kind of convenient, that would be a theme in a movie released around that time. And we have many, many examples of films, comics, movies, books that specifically referenced 9/11 in advance. Some of All Fears in particular. I mentioned Tom Clancy a lot because we're living in his Dark Winter as we speak, which was about, Dark Winter was the name of a bioterror exercise conducted right before the September 11th attacks. So when we have these mentions of Dark Winter repeatedly, it's, to me, it's signaling. It's almost like they're forcing the meme. It becomes part of our lexicon, and we all start defining things in that way. Okay, so the main thought on writing the script, and this is coming from the author, it's based on what a person might think if a giant piece of ice had fallen into their bedroom from the sky. Interestingly, a piece of ice falling from the jet and into people's homes is a more common occurrence than one would think. A search on the topic returns a number of articles from different people at different times. Now, I had not heard about that. Now, a couple of other things about the Donnie Darko film. People have correlated this character, Donnie Darko, with a number of things we could go into, but mostly it's about time travel. And it's about dreams. He's a sleepwalker. And so the plane parts falling on a home on Elm Road is kind of reminiscent of Elm Street. Elm Street, Freddy Krueger. Well, Donnie Darko has a Freddy Krueger of his own. It's Frankie, the rabbit with the skull face. Again, interesting patterns. And again, this was a movie that came out right after September the 11th. And here we are looking at articles about its release, how it was hampered by 9/11. And again, the sky is falling. Now, this is something else. The sky falling. Space junk from Chinese rocket breaks up over Queensland. So we actually have footage of it. Residents on the Sunshine Coast capture a vision of falling space junk. So they're calling it space junk. I think they're able to actually track it, I believe. They're actually correlating it to the rocket. And I wanted to point this out because there was an exercise that was called a fictional event. And it was sponsored by, it was NASA, and it was the NSA. This is in 2019. And they were working with FEMA. This is from The Verge. Don't panic. NASA is simulating a potential catastrophic asteroid impact this week. So I was paying attention to this because anytime something's been simulated, it's something to pay attention to. They seem to simulate things into existence. Don't panic. Interesting reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Not going to go down that particular trail at this time. But again, we were looking at this simulation where they were live tweeting about an incoming asteroid, and all the agencies below were responding accordingly. You know, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. So not only did this asteroid that they were saying, okay, it's 330 feet wide, it's going to pass by Earth on May 13th, and they projected its course, and of course it was a false alarm. Now, strangely enough, now this is again, it's a false alarm. It didn't actually happen. Well, after the drill, supposedly a large asteroid came within 27,000 miles of hitting us. So I'm like, well, what interesting timing. And it says here, we're trying to ask, what would we do? So the simulation, of course, was conducted in 2019. Now, right after this, 1 year later, we had a piece of Chinese space junk. So this isn't the first time we've seen Chinese space junk, where it actually landed, and this was May 13th. So this is right after the drill, a year later. May 13th, 2020, Chinese rocket debris passes over New York City and Los Angeles as it fell. The debris, which came from a rocket launched in early May, is the 5th largest piece of space junk to plunge uncontrolled through the Earth's atmosphere. A 20-ton piece of a Chinese rocket passed over New York City and LA before it crashed into the Earth this week. Chinese space junk narrowly missed hitting New York City Monday night. So we almost had a space 9/11. Massive piece of Chinese space junk slams uncontrolled into... Looking at this... Again, I'm looking at this as, did this really happen? Or was this something that they simulated the year before, and they just basically had all the key personnel in place and everything they needed in order to successfully pull off the simulation as real? And I'm just saying this because so many times we have major transformative events that just happen to have been simulated in advance. That's why I mentioned Dark Winter. Dark Winter bioterror attack, that was something that was simulated. In fact, I saw something today. I believe that they're hyping up the threat of homegrown terrorists in America, and they're suggesting here that there's going to be some kind of, again, homegrown terrorist attack, that there's threats being made. I'm not sure if I really believe this. Like, who really cares all that much? Do we have anybody that extreme? And it's important to keep in mind, too, that the Proud Boys, the ones that are cited as the fringe and the extremists, their leader is an admitted federal informant. So we're not even looking at organic, authentic movements here. But anyway, I'm just bringing this up because we're living through Dark Winter, and one of the main themes of the Dark Winter exercise has to do with a bioterror attack. So this was conducted in June 2001. Is a code name for a senior level bioterror attack simulation. It was designed to carry out a mock version of widespread smallpox as an attack on the United States. And this was the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. So this was very much similar to the Event 201 that preceded what we had last year. The magical mutating, whatever you want to call it. I mean, we've been having some conversations about this thing lately. To be honest, I have COVID fatigue. And I know there's 110,000 info volunteers working for the UN flagging live content just for even speaking about it. But I think we all know what it really is. I think it's pretty obvious at this point. Now let me go ahead and bring up a few examples of Dark Winter and how often that phrase has been used in the news. If you just search Dark Winter, here's one from Reuters. Fact check. Did Joe Biden predict or manipulate the weather that caused the Texas freeze? President Biden has used the term dark winter, the phrase dark winter, on several occasions. So even they note that, yeah, he conspicuously uses the term dark winter. And then he has his inauguration. The inauguration had Lady Gaga perform, and she was dressed up like a character out of the Hunger Games to sing the national anthem. And I'm like, okay, Hunger Games, dark winter. It paints a pretty ominous picture. Okay, again, a few articles. PolitiFact. No, Joe Biden did not plan a winter storm as an attack on Texas. I've seen that out there a lot. A lot of people think that this was a weather weapon. It was payback against Texas by Biden. That's what they say. That's what some believe. I mean, I don't necessarily believe in that kind of... I don't think so. But I think it's possible to create the perception of it when you control the media. If you control the media, you can make the public think that you're having, a blizzard over a wide area just by, projecting that you do. If nobody goes outside, how would they know? I mean, it's just a simple decoy operation. And people are so hyper-mediated, I think they're more susceptible to being, deceived. Having a simulation replace the real world. And that's what I'm suggesting here too. When I'm talking about all of these movies predicting in advance or suggesting in advance, putting the suggestion in your mind, okay, well, stuff could fall from the sky, planes could fall. I mean, that scene, the movie Donnie Darko was obviously ready to go before September 11th. So it is an interesting coincidence there. But interesting again, they're celebrating its 20th anniversary. And then we suddenly make debris a main character in all these movies. And space junk, for all the hype about it, just to point this out, it hasn't really done anything yet. We haven't really lost anything to space junk. I remember when this was first hyped up, it was actually on a Joe Rogan podcast. He was talking to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who said that if we don't do something about space junk, we may not have the ability to leave the Earth in a generation or two. Like your grandchildren will be stuck on Earth. And Joe Rogan said something about, to the effect of, well, has anything been hit? And the answer was no. And it's kind of an awkward silence. Like, well, what do you mean it's such a big threat, but we don't have any real evidence of space junk taking anything out? So I'm just suggesting, just based on looking at the past as a predictor of the future, that all of this preparation, in the mass media, the hype about plane parts falling, and then it's already something that if you watch Donnie Darko after 9/11, you have that association. It just seems like maybe we're being prepared for something. So I won't be surprised, in other words, if the sky falls. Now, on a related note, someone pointed out that the movie Donnie Darko is about the end of the world, well, his world. And the skull-faced bunny Frank in his dreams tells him how much time he has left. And it's 28 days, 42 minutes or something, 6 hours. He has it down to the second. But someone did the math, and they said, if we start counting down from the plane falling from the sky last week, or the plane parts, because it's not the whole plane, if we count back, I think March 20th would be the end of the world, whatever that means. Okay, let's go ahead and move on. A couple of other topics. Again, space junk is one of the main topics of the day. And now people are actually seeing it. Seeing is believing, and really all that means is enough people see it on the screen. I don't believe in adrenochrome. This is a side note, but somebody sent me this meme. It's a juxtaposition of Ted Cruz and Gwen Stefani, the singer. And it says, Ted Cruz is younger than Gwen Stefani. I guess the insinuation, again, I constantly see these, is that the celebrities who are, hooked on the adrenochrome, they don't seem to age. I don't lend this any credence. I'm just pointing it out because it was sent to me. Okay, so let's see. There's another one I wanted to point out. It's called Space Sweepers. I may actually watch this one. Space Sweepers, Netflix official site. Now, remember last year I said that if you want to know what's going to happen the following year, you just got to look at what they were hyping up in Netflix first. Just like before we had the pandemic, there was a 5-part documentary on Netflix called Pandemic. So right now on Netflix you have Space Sweepers, chasing away debris and faraway dreams in the year 2092. Now, one of the things about this movie is that it starts off after we've already ruined the world. I mean, everything with sci-fi is post-reset, if you've noticed. But I may watch it. It may be a comedy, but the point is, Space Sweepers is about people cleaning up space junk. "22 Watson says a space junk is so common it should be up on eBay." Well, people do see stuff falling. Do you remember a couple of years ago, Samsung had a satellite fall to Earth? I mean, this to me was a big reveal about how things really work. So basically, Samsung had this party where they had people on camera posing with the curve of the Earth. In other words, they had a satellite in space with a Samsung phone on it, and if you got up on stage, it would basically take your picture, and your picture would be on a physical phone attached to a satellite, and that image would be streamed, and you would see yourself against the backdrop of the Earth. These were called space selfies. Well, it sounds like a good idea. The problem is, and this thing was very much hyped up. They had some models there. But the issue is, they didn't actually go up into space. It was dangling from a balloon. And the way we found out is this. The space selfie satellite turns out to be essentially just a camera with a stand, solar panels, and a balloon. And it landed in someone's backyard in Michigan. Michigan resident Mumby Welke and her husband heard a loud crash outside their home Saturday morning. They went outside to investigate, and they found the space selfie satellite on their property. "We realized it had fallen from the sky, and it looked like a satellite. They noticed the logos from Samsung, a company in South Dakota." So my point is, they led everyone to believe that they were getting their selfies taken in space. Well, no, these selfies were not taken in space. They were taken from a pretty fair height, but it certainly wouldn't be enough to see the curvature of the Earth. Now, I did see some article recently about a company, I believe is in Japan, talking about using wood, as in wooden satellites, because, well, they would burn up in space. This is from the BBC. Japan developing wooden satellites to cut space junk. That makes a great deal of sense compared to everything else. That is, if you still believe in orbiting satellites and orbiting routers. I still have yet to have an adequate explanation for midnight overhead sightings of Starlink satellites. I think it really contradicts the shadow of the Earth, being a thing. I mean, the shadow of the Earth, they say, extends out 870,000 miles into space. How can anything reflect the sun if it's in low Earth orbit? Okay, let me go ahead and turn on phones. 833-311-1984. Maybe the irate caller from earlier wants to call back. He didn't say what he was mad about. He said, oh, that's right. He was calling to tell me that I'm a nerd in a basement, or something to that effect. There's been a couple of follow-up stories. This is getting pretty bad, and I don't know what to make about this. It just seems like some people have been targeted by the media, I guess. But we've been following the story of the Flat Earth. I mean, they're using his name against him. Flat Earth F word. And so he has made the news a few times. He was a yoga instructor, and he kind of refused to close his shop when the city went into lockdown. He butted heads with the authorities. He walked into some empty hospitals to prove that there wasn't really a great deal of activity or pandemic. And so he kind of got in their crosshairs and went to, in contradiction of the orders to stay home, he went to America to a Flat Earth conference, flaunted the rules, laughed about it, went back, got arrested, and then he's out again. Now he's hanging out with a group of friends at a private party with no masks, and he is live streaming it while the media is watching. The media is watching, they're taking notes, and they used everything he said against him. And note the word here. He's not a conspiracy theorist. He's not a free thinker. He's not a skeptic. He's a conspiracist. Conspiracist. But listen to the headline. Conspiracists fantasizing Dr. Henry's execution. Part of a troubling trend. So basically, in this private conversation at a private party, for some reason the conversation veered into whether or not the BC's provincial health officer should be hanged or shot. So that's what they were talking about at this party. Which, yeah, I understand doesn't sound like the kind of party that most of us would attend, but that's what they were talking about live on YouTube. They said a couple of things about lead between the eyes. They went into detail. And unfortunately, it's had some ramifications for the pianist John Stetch, an award-winning pianist who invited everyone to his house for this party, and now he's associated with all of this. So the Vancouver Police Department is involved in this unlawful gathering. BC's top doctor is now feeling threatened. So it's an ugly picture. But based on what? Well, the media was obviously snooping and listening in, but I'm like, wow, how much trouble can one flat earther get into in 1 year? I mean, usually something happens and they kind of disappear. Like that one that was running around the playgrounds warning the kids about 5G towers or whatever. They usually snatch these people up, but... Oh, someone asks if Cheetah Woods is okay. Yeah, Tiger Woods, I heard his legs are fine. This is just an excuse to retire without quitting. But I did see a video today. It doesn't prove anything, but it was on Twitter, which is a primary source, I admit. And it should be, actually. It's one of the few places where you can get unvetted, unfiltered, straight from independent reporters and live streamers. It's where you can get it directly. So I have nothing really that bad to say about Twitter beyond, of course, their policy on censorship and how unfair it is and how biased it is and how anti-American it is. Like, I don't like any of that stuff. But other than that, someone on Twitter had posted a video showing how there are golf balls that have these little, like remote control golf balls. They have some kind of mechanical device inside of it, and there's a controller that looks like a mouse, like a computer mouse. And when you roll the trackball up and down, the golf ball will move left or right. You can actually steer a golf ball. So I'm not saying that it's fake, but I'm saying, hey, it's fakeable. And that's a word that, in fact, I have a chapter in a book that's in the editing process right now. Conspiratained. So if you go to conspiratained.com, it's been something I've been working on for months here on the editing. The editing takes longer than writing. So the word fakeable, though, that's a good thing, a good concept to keep in mind here, is that just because something's not fake, it is important to understand, is it fakeable? Because, a lot of people share fake news because they don't recognize it. They don't just see it and recognize, okay, that's false. I mean, there was a study that said that people over 65 are more than like 90% more likely, rather, 90% more likely to forward misinformation or deep fake without vetting it. And I can understand why. And it just has to do with habit, tradition, and of course, the lying today is so much more sophisticated, the deep fakery. I still believe that fly that you saw on the head of Mike Pence, I think that was augmented virtual reality. I don't think it was a real fly. I have no reason to think so. He didn't react like it was there. And not only did he not react like it was there, but I think it was a little too big. It was just out of scale. But you notice how the fly came in, and suddenly that was the only thing people could talk about. Finbar says, Donnie Darko is one of my all-time favorite movies. Drew Barrymore is an executive producer on it. Yeah, it's an interesting movie. We talked about it with a couple of callers the other night, specifically as it relates to time travel. In fact, we had a chat about it in Discord because the time travel is introduced in the movie when they come across this woman they call Grandma Death. She's a woman down the street, and she's walking across the street. They almost run her over. They call her Grandma Death. Well, it turns out she's the author of a book on time travel. She's 101 years old. And so when you get into the story, it's really all about time travel and a few other things. But then when you get into, that aspect of it strongly relates to Alice in Wonderland. And the idea, of course, of the time travel, time distortion, and Follow the White Rabbit. In Donnie Darko, it's a more ominous figure, but it's still a rabbit, and his message is you're running out of time. And that's why the story opens up where Donnie Darko is told how much time that he has. And of course, the dream world is Wonderland. It's the same thing. A commenter here says the fly was flat and embedded. Yeah, that was the impression that I got. And this is what I mean. People could would not even notice. You could say that the public was fooled by that. And that's because the general public isn't working with AVR. And those of you who work with us in Discord on these animations we do, and we're always looking at this technology, it becomes plainly obvious when you're looking at green screen or something that's on a layer that the actor's not even perceiving. There have been some pretty hilarious instances of NASA astronauts handing objects to each other, and the object goes right through their hand. Or they hand an object and the person acts as though they have it and they put it on the shelf, but they haven't actually received the object. These are not anomalies. They're actually pretty much standard. You just watch it. I've been comparing our media analysis in many ways to Mystery Science Theater 3000. So the premise of it is you have a group of individuals, and this would be us, forced by evil scientists to watch bad B movies. And so that's kind of what's happening if you think about it. Mainstream media, it's a bad B movie. And who's forcing us to watch it, if not evil scientists? So in Mystery Science Theater, you have the host and a bunch of captive robots, and they comment on the films just to keep sane. And in many ways, I feel like that's what we're doing. It's not that we're losing our sanity, but we're trying to maintain a continuity of sanity and clear perception, because what you have with the world stage is a very contested reality that's not even the real one. It's more or less to be fully in the world stage, you have to be a cultist. It's a doomsday cult. And you can't say it's not a doomsday cult when every other day they're telling you that the sky is falling. 22 Watson says, good analogy. Oh, with the Mystery Science Theater. Sure, because we're making the best of it, recognizing it for what it is. I think I'm impossible to gaslight, and I think most of you have crossed that line. Like, did you watch the Mars landing? There was something kind of interesting about it. A few things interesting about it, but the one thing that I just couldn't get past was, for some reason, I can't even suspend disbelief. I guess maybe I've spent too much time doing computer animation or something, but it looks like computer animation. And I remember I guess it was 2019, JPL were hiring. They said, hey, we're hiring for the Mars landing. Here we go. New Mars landing tech internships being offered for the Mars 2020 mission. Okay, here we go. Everything you need to know about getting a job at the JPL. NASA posts job listing for Mars Sample Return Program. So I looked into this. This was from Business Insider, January of 2020. And I said, okay, look, they're hiring people for the Mars mission. And I thought, okay, what, engineers? Pilots? No, they're hiring people who are just exceptionally good at MS Paint, computer animators. And all we get, of course, are computer simulation. A number of people have said that Mars looks like Arizona, which someone had messaged me. Arizona seems suspiciously similar to Aries Zona. Aries, of course, being the Greek version, a Greek name of Mars. Aries Zona. And yeah, I could see that as being something of a covert meaning there. Now, let me show you what Vice had to say about the Mars thing. So Vice.com put out a piece. They said, start rolling your blunts and watch this 33-minute tour of Mars. Okay, so Red Planet Rise is a movie by Sean Dorian made with images of the Mars rover. Red Planet Rise. It's in 4K. And again, I feel like it's here on Earth. It doesn't feel Martian to me. It's in high def. But yes, 33 minutes. I don't know if that means anything to any of you. But you can watch it. And I mean, it's beautiful art, as all religious art is. And they try to give you the most grandiose and jaw-dropping depictions of heaven. So you choose their path. And to me, this is just high-end religious art. Again, that's from Vice.com. Something else I had to bring up, too. This is another interesting one. So we're talking about Donnie Darko, the 20th anniversary. And I came across something else having to do with another but related story here. So it turns out that you had the Challenger explosion, which was January 28th, 1986. And we've spoken about how all of the major tragedies with NASA happened during the same week. From the Challenger to the Apollo 1. Anyway, this is kind of a side note, though. But we've analyzed these in depth. All these mysterious deaths, fiery explosions. Even Yuri Gagarin, first man in space, his fiery death is considered to be very mysterious, and the circumstances around it. The Challenger broke up at 73 seconds into flight, or 1 minute and 13 seconds, for those of you who take note of the patterns with these things. The 113, very, very interesting and reoccurring number in a lot of these, we'll just say, high-profile tragedies. But anyway, it turns out that an old soccer ball with signatures from all the astronauts survived the explosion. And now it's in the ISS. So here's a picture here of an old practice soccer ball with signatures from players from 86's Clear Lakes girls team, and it floats in the cupola. Just an interesting bit of history. Believe it if you want to. But again, a soccer ball survived the fall. It belonged to the daughter of one of the astronauts. Interesting and touching story. A couple of other things. Martian chemtrails. Still waiting for an explanation if anybody's found anything for that. But let's get into this really quick. So there's this theory that Jim Morrison didn't die. That at the age of 27, his character was shuffled off the world stage, and that he was reincarnated in the form of a Rush Limbaugh. So it's not a new conspiracy theory. But now we move forward because that happened, and then so Rush Limbaugh exists on the world stage as in his radio host capacity for 33 years. So, of course, he then just recently passed, allegedly. And, you know, whenever we look at these world stage characters, death fakers, suspected death fakers, you know, we look at these things very, well, objectively. You know, for example, many of the death fakers among the rappers of 2019 turned out to be some of the highest earning rappers of 2020. And it's like, wait a minute. Is that how you make money these days? Is this how you stand out? You know, you get shot, you have a scandal, you get killed, or whatever. But, you know, there's this definite pattern. So I'm like, well, he didn't have a book pending, is what I was asking. I said, did Limbaugh have a book or a rap album? Like, was there something pending right before? Because there's always a spike in sales when the artist passes. So it turns out that actually, yes, in a way. So a brand new book is out, and it is the collective works of Jim Morrison. Poetry, journals, transcripts, lyrics that have been put together with the assistance of his estate. This will feature never before seen material, unrecorded song lyrics, poetry, personal notebooks, drawings, photos, and more. It says here, also included will be the final collection of writings from Paris in 1971, just before his death at 27. So this is says 50 years on from his death, the collection appears to be a return to the initial roots of Morrison, who noted his desire to be a writer more than any other kind of creator. Again, just noting that, you know, it does seem to fit a pattern. You know, by the way, there's a quote attributed to Jim Morrison, who controls the media controls the mind. And if you look it up, that was said by Jim Morrison years ago. And every time I go onto Twitter, Noam Chomsky is tweeting that, only he attributes it to himself, like he's quoting himself. I don't know who does that. When I'm on Twitter, when I'm tweeting, I assume people know it's from me. I don't put quotes around it and sign it. But I've let him know a couple of times, and I'm like, this is like twice already. It's like these communists will steal anything. One Trick Pony, they say, the signal takes 11 minutes and 22 seconds to reach the Earth from Mars. Okay, so that wasn't real time. I mean, I watched it, and it was kind of interesting what they did with the parachute. So when you look at the parachute, it contains a message in binary, and it says, dare something, I think it says, dare something great, or something like that. Let me double check that. It was encoded into the parachute, and it was perfectly executed so that you were able to see it. No, oh, dare something mighty is what it was. Dare mighty things, is that what it was? Oh, dare mighty things. I'm sorry, yeah, but it was encoded into the bottom of the parachute of this Martian landing. So the people who were watching were able to discern that, and that happens to be a tweet from Elon Musk. I think he might be under investigation by the FCC for the Dogecoin thing. We'll look into it. I find these world stage characters and their antics to be very amusing and interesting. Totally contrived, though. Like, you still can't tell me that the CEO of Robinhood isn't playing the role of the individual at Reddit who created the whole chaos here with the spike in the GameStop stock. Literally, it's the same person if you put their two faces together. All right, so this is late Infinite Plane Radio. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. Covering a lot of topics, mostly about the sky falling. Just letting you know that this is also the anniversary of a movie that came out right after September 11th, the movie we were just talking about because it corresponds to recent news of, well, plane parts falling from the sky. Predictive programming, likely, if you ask me. We talked about how the fundraiser to go up into space and debunk flat Earth has been halted by GoFundMe for no good reason. So we need a way around that. If somebody here wants to put a flat earther into space, it's about $250,000. And we do have some volunteers. But we're going to have to go above and beyond this company, GoFundMe. They're obviously not going to comply. Couple of other quick things, just predictive programming wise. 2021 is Mad Max. It's the year Mad Max took place. And 2022 is Soylent Green. Just trying to keep things in perspective. Okay, a couple other things I want to point out here. If you go to infiniteplane.media, I updated a couple of things that are worth pointing out. One, we have a web forum, which is kind of like the Discord server, but it's public, and so it gets a lot of traffic from outsiders, people who aren't necessarily involved in this live stream, but they are searching these topics. And so there's a number of topics people have placed here, things they want me to discuss. So if there's anything you want us to talk about here, just post it here. For example, dinosaurs on the moon, chemtrails on Mars. Was Martin Luther King a death faker, now playing the role of Don King? Let's see. March 4th is the new goalpost. Oh yeah, March 4th. So Trump's going to speak at CPAC in 2 days, the Conservative Political Action Committee. So that kind of contradicts the idea that the QAnons are pushing, that on March 4th he's going to take over America by riding in on a white horse with a tricorn hat. Going through some comments here about Jim Morrison. Somebody remarks, you have an anagram, Mr. Mojo Rising. Yeah, definitely. What is it with anagrams? We're constantly noting these conspicuous anagrams. I can't breathe, a better China. Commenter says, I need off this flat earth simulation ASAP. I don't think there's any escape. I suspect that Mars is a deep underground base. So you can only go deeper. Commenter says, I'm making a vaccine wish of people on my social media feed. It's like an Amazon wish list, but for annoying people. Yeah, the Vax wars. Vaxes are the bullets in this. I mean, that's how some people see it. They really think the elite want to wipe them out. I'm like, you know what? Bill Gates admitted that he put only $10 billion. He only put $10 billion into vaccines, and he made he made $200 billion back. So he wants repeat customers. That's one of the things that anti-capitalists never get. It's like, no, the person providing the service of the product is not trying to kill you. McDonald's is not trying to kill you. If anything, they're putting life extension in the burgers because they want to continue to serve you. Commenter here says, and his name suspiciously is 33D, says Rush Limbaugh started broadcasting the same year Morrison died. And look, the television is a time machine. I said this yesterday, and what I meant by that is that he who controls the media controls the mind. Whoever controls the television essentially is controlling time itself, like 1984 style, Ministry of Truth. They can erase, delete, memory hole inconvenient facts. They can insert facts that are lies and make them real. So if they need to backdate a character, they will. If they need to Photoshop some non-existent people in order to make something into atrocity, they do, and we've seen it. Commenter says Morrison could control lizards with his mind. I watched the movie with Val Kilmer. I don't know how much of that's based on reality, but I remember there was a scene where he's hanging out with a witch and he's like holding some antlers on his head, like Cernunnos, the horned god that CERN is probably named after. And then he drinks some of her blood out of a chalice. This is shortly before he died. I don't know if there's any correlation there. Any Wiccans can tell us, what was that about? Like, you can't, maybe that's when it happened. He's like, I want to be a right-wing, arch-conservative radio host. I don't know. I mean, he went from rock star to radio host. It's a very unlikely thing, but it's kind of typical when you go into death fakers. When you go into, just in general, people adopting multiple personas, you tend to do the opposite, and there's a reason why. Pono Ku says, nobody's name is Rush. They both have a golden microphone. Look, to me, it's not even a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy fact. A lot of things that are called conspiracy theories are actually facts. You can call them conspiracy facts, but they're just facts. They have these things out now. They're called fact checkers, the Twitter bots. It's like, no, the fact checkers are the ones they're calling the conspiracy theorists. They're the ones who are asking the question, is this indeed a fact? Now, the lie reinforcers are the fact checkers. Just like the hoaxers call the skeptics hoaxers for asking if this thing is a hoax or that thing is a hoax. It's very effective, this form of coercion through projection, and really it's misdirection at the same time. Someone comments that Jim Morrison's father controlled an aircraft carrier. Oh yes, there's quite a lot in that entire area there to go off of if you want to look into his father's involvement in military intelligence. The Rush Limbaugh character is obviously given a backstory, and Photoshop is not a new thing. I mean, trick photography, manipulating photography, video, that's as old as, movie magic itself. Anything they can do in Hollywood, anything they can do in Hollywood, they do in the news. It's not that they can, they do. There's a lot of crossover. Have any of you seen that video? And I'll have to find it, where it's a couple of news anchors in the morning show, and they're going to cut on over to a feed of the ISS, and the camera appears to show a bunch of machinery. It looks like a space station, but it's inside of a garage. And there's a couple of people outside drinking coffee, and it's like some movie set. And they said, okay, wrong feed, and it was just really awkward. It was a real glitch in the Matrix moment there. Like, the glitch was just open. I mean, it's just like, okay, something right out of the Truman Show. But what do you do when somebody spots something? Like what happened in the Truman Show movie? The whole Truman Show movie is about a fake man becoming a true man. The fake man believing all the lies and the hypermediation and all the gaslighting. He becomes a true man when he starts questioning things. But every time he questions, what happened? He was met immediately with resistance. Somebody telling him, oh, don't trust your senses. Don't trust your intuition. Trust us. And until he broke that trust, he was essentially a prisoner of coercion, manipulation, and lies. And the television does all of these things. Have you all seen that picture circulating? By the way, it's a picture of band practice in 2021. And you have a gymnasium full of, band. It's a band class. And they're standing inside of tents. Like, they have individual vertical tents. So they have their music stand and their instruments, and they're playing their music inside of these things, presumably to keep them from conspiring. And I find that also interesting too, that the number one bad guy of the day is the conspiracy theorist. They don't want you to conspire. And if you get to the root of the word conspire, it means breathe together. And they're literally preventing people from breathing together. And I think this might have some implications beyond just the medical protocols here. It may have to do with a number of things, and it's just one of these areas I'm looking at here. Lean Dion says, what about that anchor with the fake palm trees in the Gulf War? Yeah, that was great. They heard the siren. Oh, it's a Scud missile coming. And they put on these gas masks. And I'm thinking, wait, the camera's not even shaking. So is the cameraman not putting on a mask? And yet, how many times do you see this to be the case where the president and his wife are walking around with masks on and the journalists walking by don't have masks on, like the cameramen don't wear them? A very consistent, common thing. And it's like, okay, it's almost like they're filming a movie. Like, if you're filming the movie, why would you adopt the wardrobe of the characters in whatever fictional universe you're presenting? Okay, one other thing I want to point out at the Infinite Plane Media, we're putting all of our archives over there at Gab TV because, well, everything else aside from the library will delete everything at some point. And I have an RSS feed conveniently located, so as archives are posted, they auto-update here. Easy to find, and I'm also amassing a collection of videos you might find interesting. I'm compiling a lot of high-altitude footage, and there's one I find interesting. It's from 240,000 feet, and I bring this up because it just makes me wonder, where did the boats go that supposedly go over the horizon when you're on the beach? If from 240,000 feet, the horizon seems to extend indefinitely. All right, so I have a couple of other podcasts I uploaded on here as well. If you missed those, I spoke with Fakeologist the other day. I have to recommend fakeology.com and also John Laban, johnlaban.com. These are all links that I'll be posting in the chat. They've all joined me here at the Dark Matter Network. So we're concentrating all of the best media skeptics, media deconstructionists on the internet. We really are, because if you look at, and any of you here in the chat probably know and have experienced this, the mainstream media has its tentacles everywhere. And it seems like the ongoing attempt to control our perception involves infiltrating and, well, really distorting reality by even infiltrating all of the fringy topics. And so many people still fall prey to false flag theory and a number of other invented things that cover up real fake news. Real fake news. Not the fake news the media talks about, which is media bias, or a political bias, rather. No, that's not fake news. We're talking about complete fabrications, things that didn't happen, movies inserted onto the world stage. And it's really quite remarkable when you get down to it, just how much of your worldview has actually been shaped by movies about major events. And the movies give the impression that the event was real. And the movies are usually far more dramatic and engaging, and you get the whole story in a couple of hours. So it's just always interesting to me to watch movies come out depicting things like the Boston bombing, for example. A movie came out about that, and there's a graphic warning. It's like, warning, this movie will show you scenes from the event. And I'm like, that's so paradoxical that the special effects in the movie are far more realistic than what you're shown on the news. But it's just layers and layers and layers. The mind control is deep. We've been analyzing, by the way, a number of these characters like Again, these events are there to shape your worldview. They shape the zeitgeist. And we examine their political utility. So we're here in Discord talking about Elliot Rogers, who was said to be the result of toxic masculinity. That's why he was shooting at these sorority women at the Palo Alto shooting. Well, it turns out his father was an assistant director at the Hunger Games. And his father, and this is all just, I think, made for public consumption, this drama. His father was something of an objectifier of women, if you look at his photography. But then he works at the Hunger Games. And his grandfather did war photography in World War II and documented various concentration camps. So again, concentration camps, Hunger Games, mass shooting, toxic masculinity, and then of course the Hunger Games' this author is from Sandy Hook. A lot of interesting connections. But the thing is, and I'll put Elliot Rogers on the screen if you haven't seen him. They called him the Virgin Killer. The reason I brought this up was this was the first time they isolated the incel killer. And the incel is the new terrorist. Here's from the BBC how misogynist killer became an incel hero. If you watched any of his videos, it looks like he was watching American Psycho. I mean, it just looked like it was a bad performance art. In no way do I find this to be realistic. But listen to this. This just came out last September. The FBI terror hunters have now included the involuntarily celibate on their list of terrorist threats. So I'm looking at this big picture though, and to me it just looks like, no, these are world stage creations, crisis actors. These are dramatic movies superimposed over our reality. And this is just another example of when you have a lot of movies shaping your worldview, you essentially live in a simulation. And this is why the masses are going to fall for it when Space Junk Armageddon kicks off. Flat Fact says, what does incel mean? It means involuntarily celibate. And what we're seeing here, it's actually a perfect repeat of the caricature of these terrorists who were basically holy warriors, who were blowing themselves up for virgins in heaven. You know, that whole story. They've taken that story and they've kind of refashioned it with these incels. Everything from 9/11 has been repurposed for this next cycle, it seems, and they've just changed the threats. And white Al Qaeda, vanilla ISIS has replaced the previous. QAnon and QAnon radicals are now replacing the ones radicalized by the Quran and Quranic verses. Now it's the QAnon posts. And the QAnon thing, you can laugh at it all you want, but to me it's pretty self-evident that this is something that's engineered from probably intelligence agencies, and it's a long drawn out operation, and it's working perfectly. And people have found perfect parallels between this and something called Operation Trust, which was a counterintelligence operation of the State Political Directorate of the Soviet Union. So they created a fake anti-communist resistance. They called it Operation Trust the Plan. It started about 100 years ago. And it has all the hallmarks of, QAnon has all the hallmarks of being a similar counterintelligence operation. So in the news right now, though, you're finding many examples of QAnon being called out as a major threat, that it's tearing families apart, and that right now it says, look, 5,000 National Guard are going to remain in D.C. throughout March because they think that on March 4th, the QAnoners are going to try, another something. They believe they're going to install Trump as the president of the American Republic. and this will replace the American corporation. That's the QAnon storyline. You know, I'm not endorsing it or believing it, just pointing it out that that's what the mainstream media says they believe, and they're responding on that. They're basically treating this as what's about to happen. All right, so hey, this has been fun. Thanks everyone for joining. Subscribe if you haven't. If you want to catch the replay, simply stay here, Infinite Plane Radio. You can find us on every single platform, and also we're on Spotify now. And then also 24/7 there's replays going on at darkmatter.radio, and you can hear some of these others I mentioned. And I'll be doing a few more live streams this next week with guests. And so if you want to suggest any guests, I actually put a comment section up there on the forum that I mentioned earlier. So go to infiniteplane.media, suggest a guest if you like. All right, this is Wake the Masses. Have a good night.
Yeah, truth music. This is my medicine, I'm steadily fetishing to make sense out of this nonsense they relish in. Look at all the poison they're feeding us, always misleading us. All they're doing is bleeding us dry. I'll be red pilling to keep on with healing us. Why? I just want to open your mind. Open your mind. May take more than a minute to get it, but once you get it, you'll never regret it. Their lies are incredible. All this destruction was always inevitable. Fuck these elitists, they're up on their pedestals. Pharmaceuticals, they're pushing their chemicals. Some sort of federal tyranny up in your medicals. Are you really hearing me wrong? It's pitiful. Bear witness to my swan song, I'm a general. When we're gone, we're leaving everything to rubble. We're gonna watch you stumble through the fog. You'll find deliverance in the barrel when we're playing gods. Wake up, wake up. What the fuck? I'm trying to wake the masses.
With your vocal cord, shake your minds with your every word. Remove the sheep from your lyrical sword. Whether your tongue not suited for the war. Wake the masses with your vocal cord, shake your minds with your every word. Remove the sheep from your lyrical sword. Whether your tongue not suited for the war.
Nothing in your world works the way you think it does. There's a far
in this dialectic. The side
your brain, the infinite plane. The edge is in your mind. 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 Is in your mind. The edge is in your mind.
Yeah, playing infinite things, man. The play society. Yeah. Infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane. Doing my thing, do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Infinite plane, yeah. I live on an infinite plane. I live on an infinite plane. They telling me different things. I'm supposed to be pulling the strings, but I know they playing the games. Since I found out today, I live on an infinite plane. I'm on a different plane. I live on an infinite plane. Yeah. None of the news is fake. They're trying to choose my fate. I know the views is fake. They pushing the global stage. Fake news on the radio wave. All the hoax, the whole world is a stage. Body double like I'm Saddam Hussein. Doing my thing. Don't want the fame, just trying to make change. They took out my page. But an infinite gang, infinite plane. Playing no games. Infinite gang, we ain't playing no games. Infinite plane, I'm on an infinite plane. Infinite plane, the world that I live in is strange. Cause I'm on an infinite plane. I'm doing different things, yeah, I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. Stay with the infinite gang. Supposed to pull the strings, but they can't follow the game. Tracks today. Your mouth, I stay more play. Different places right now. Yeah, man. All I do is black roll out, yeah, just this, man. Can't take us down off the channel, I'm just shaking that. Check the stats, man. And do it, man. Check the word is flat, man. Growth is the whole man. I think it's down on shit right now, man. Shit, satellites are not real, man. I think satellites are real, man. I don't even know what the fuck is going on. I rock the news and shit, man. They already got it, man. I'm telling you right now, it's all the hosts, man. All the hosts. What up, bro? Tim out, what up, bro? Yeah, man.
Purchase your tracks today.
what it seems. Restless people run in circles, chasing the dream, chasing a dream within a dream. I live in a world that's all about the fame. Broken people giving me their word, but it doesn't mean a thing. No, it doesn't mean a thing if you ain't got bling. If you ain't got bling. They're asking me, what do you do? What have you done for me lately? What of love? What about love? Where is the love? Everyday love. I live in a world where it's so cool to be fake, where narcissism is all the rage and crazy is sane. Crazy is sane. Look at me, I'm virtue signaling. Look at me, I'm virtue signaling. I'm posting vaccines in my masky. I'm posting vaccines in my masky. I'm bowing to the plastic gods of celebrity. World stage actors wearing maskies. World stage actors wearing maskies. They're posting vaccines in their maskies. Posting vaccines in their maskies. But down is up and up is CG. It's like a Photoshop reality. What of love? But what about love? Where is the love? I live in a world of a scripted tragedy, with people dying everywhere and believers who believe in the insanity. It's no conspiracy. It's no conspiracy to survive the dying breath of our humanity. We got to breathe. We got to breathe. Just breathe. What of love? Have no fear. What about love? No fear. Where is the love? It's here. It's right here. Inside is love. Infinite love. There's nothing on us. We got this love. This infinite love. Have no fear. 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 Have no fear.
seen. I've got a fever of 113. And I'm watching my neighbors turn into zombies. Boot on my face makes me feel uneasy. The commie world order is totally sleazy. Shifty-eyed Bezos counting his cash. Now he can build his moon gulag. Nipsey, forgive me, I can't stay home. I'm going to the lake, gonna paddle my boat. Had enough Netflix, 4,000 lives. Walking around the food kingdom satisfy my mind. Dancing nurses are boring me, wasting millions in PPA. No one is in the hospitals, you see. Must be practicing the dance routines. News keeps saying the war zone is real. They left out the facts, there's no one to heal. I'm so tired of World War III. Now we have riots in the streets. Better wear your mask, boy. Get somebody sick. Stay out of the sunshine. Find a TV show to pick. Don't worry about your money, yo. Your truck check's on the way. Your COVID ID
Hey, what's happening, people? Celebrate good time. We're gonna have a celebration tonight. Chief Crow has hit 1K. Who do we got hanging out, chilling? What's up, Osher? Space Religion. Tom Buddhas, TLC IV. Flaming Penguins, all up in it. On fire, Penguinati, Happy Face. Oh yeah. We're gonna get this party started here. I got a few songs for you tonight. Thanks for hanging out, AJ206. Earth spinning around with the buildings upside down. Yeah. So, much love to y'all. Hopefully we got this sound. Y'all hear this? Is there sound? Let's get ready to rumble. Dropping in here. Hey, we got No Despair Bear. What's happening? Leon Dion. All right, everyone's chilling in the Chief Crow live stream. 3 used to be cool. Now it's all about the 2.
The edge is in your mind. Edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind.
Hey, thank you. All right. That song was called "The Edge Is in Your Mind," and got a little foot drum here. And sharing this too. Hey, thanks, No Despair Bear. Shout out to No Despair Bear for sharing. All right. Eel 03733, The Missing, Osher Space Religion, yeah, Leon Dion, One Man Band, wow! Matthew Northey, shout out y'all, all you beautiful people out there. Hey you, thanks for tuning in y'all. We got 21 people tuned in right now to Chief Crow. Hey, check this out. So my guitar sounds like a guitar, right? But I got this thing on here, switch it. Now watch, listen. How about that, huh? You guys hear that bass octave? I got a low octave coming out of that. I'm gonna drop it even more. Thanks again for tuning in. Trying to do a different set of songs for y'all. Something different. You know, I usually put in that space is fake and where's the curve and auto hoax and all that stuff. But tonight we're doing some other songs. Because it's a special celebration. It's a celebration. It's a celebration. Yeah, so get your corn dogs out. Grab your lattes and your corn dogs and your beefcakes. Get your hot dogs all ready, because we're gonna have a pizza party, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, volcanoes are fake. Alright. So, that one guy, he's trying to do a GoFundMe to go to space. And Jake the Butthole, he's supposed to go fly to space or go underground or go to Mars and eat a bunch of drugs, whatever. But, you know, I think we should all just go to Antarctica. Storm Antarctica, people. The penguin will be man's new best friend. Hey, hey. Another shout to everyone in the live stream. Thanks for hanging out the toast. Lickety split. What's up, brother? Hey, hey, hey. Lickety, lickety, lickety split. All dumb shit. Press Infinite. Oh, yeah. Synchro. The Missing. Shaka Khan. Lickety split. Yeah. X322. What's up, Tim? Hey, hey. Thanks for mirroring this stuff. Mirror. Is it mirror? Or is it mirror on the wall? Is it who's the greatest? Oh man, I must be infected with the Mandela virus. Oh no. Did Tone Loc die? Is Tone Loc dead? I think Tone Loc from Blank Check might have died, but he really didn't. Hey, 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 what's up, Karen B? Thanks for stopping in. Oh, yeah, shout out to Karen B for putting all the celebrations together and making it happen. I'll be playing a live set in South Carolina at the Solar Return Celebration. South Carolina, March 27th. So everybody come on out. It's gonna be a celebration. Oh yeah. Penguinati all up in it. Yeah, so everyone's here. All good, beautiful people. Gonna get down with it, you know. I think we got a couple more tunes. Done. Exit the dome, new lands to roam. That was the line. I mumbled that one. All right. Okay. It's a pretty cool little bass octave, right?
Play some more tight riffs for you, man. This one riff, my brother played a riff and it went like this. Yeah, my brother played a riff and it went like this. Yeah, my brother played a riff and it went like this.
That's called My Brother Played a Riff. All right. Here you go. Got a little turd. Little turd in the corner. Hey. That was Mask of the Beast. Brought to you by Fred Meyer. Oh yeah, hey, James in Germany. LOL. Charlotte and Paul Flatastic, Synchro. Tim Osmond, shout out to Tim Osmond. That was a good chat we had on the phone earlier, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hey Brian Stapley, what's happening? I'm gay. It's a happy time. It's a happy time. Did Tone Loc die, or did he not? Because I'm telling you, man, Tone Loc from Blank Check. He's like, get that kid, yo, get that kid over there. He took my boss's check, get that kid. He's like, Ace, the boss is gonna kill me, Ace. And he's in Ace Ventura 1. They were doing the wild thing. Funky Cole Medina. Tone Loc in it. Ain't no joking it. Wheels in the spoken it. Spoken word. Turds flying out my mouth. Spitting and shit. I got the sharks. Gonna put it on the charts. Number 1, number 2. Hey, AC Slayer, Shannon Jones. Oh yeah. Yeah, Tone Loc from Ace Ventura, lookity. Right? He's sitting at the office chair there, and Ace is trying to, he's like, do you have any banaka? Talking with his butt cheeks. What's up, the toast? Yeah, Stephen Schmidt. 33. 33 is cool, but I'll tell you what. It's all about 2. Meditate on the 2. Having a gay old time here. Cucumbers, cheeseburgers, everybody. Oh yeah, we got the Flamin' Penguins. Having a gay old time with the Flamin' Penguinati and the cucumber cheeseburger. Check it out. Check it out now. I'm gonna tune back up. There we go. So this is the 1-year anniversary of the last flight that Mad Mike ever took. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Mike. All rocket men go to heaven. And Mike, man, he's a pretty far out guy. I was honored to play his party in Las Vegas. And I made a song for him. Got to play it at the party, hang out with all the Penguinati folk. Met Chris Pontius, got to see his beautiful art. Got to meet Nathan Thompson. And yeah, hopefully I'll see all y'all March 27th at the return celebration. The return, the moon and the sun spinning in the sky. South Carolina, they're probably gonna have to give me an anal swab before I get on the plane. So, I'm taking one for the team, okay? Same team, right? Right. We all. You guys better get anal swabs too. Just anal swab yourself. You know. I'm gonna fly to South Carolina to play tunes for all y'all. So all y'all need to get anal swabs too. If I'm gonna get an anal swab, we can get a double anal swab. I mean, they have Q-tips on both sides, right? So we can do that double thing. You know what I'm saying? Just boom, 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 boom. Anal swab each other. Anal swab each other. All right. So this next one here is gonna go out to Mad Mike, and just want to give a shout out for everyone that is hanging out here in the Matrix party, on the computer, the bowling alleys of your mind, the tainted swabs, the cucumber cheeseburger, the tainted swab. We got pancakes and rockets. I swear I saw Jesus. His face on a pancake, and then I realized it was Mark Sargent. I was at McDonald's, and I was got a pancake, and I saw Mark Sargent on the pancake. Yeah, if you look close enough to the moon, you can see the map, and it's Mark Sargent's face in the map of the moon, and the spirit of the rainbow swab sticker. Everybody better be triple masking out there. How about the mask, right? Jim Carrey mask? Boo! Boo on the mask. Hey, commercial sound and video, what's up, bro? Oh, yeah. Don't swab me, bro. Leon, stranger, yeah. All right. Check it out. Go.
Man, I get so high, out of sight. Man, sonic boom, put yourself through the plasma. Infinite land in chaotic creation. Land in the sky, new age of exploration. Mad mind, infinite land, I'm in chaotic creation.
Oh yeah. Hey, that's Mad Mike. Shout out. Shout out now, King George. All right, True Life Media. Do Where's the Curve? Shannon Jones. Tim Osmond. Hey, brother, everyone hanging out. Overthought. Yeah, Mad Mike. What a cool, weird, awesome dude. All right. I'll try. I'll try to do Where's the Curve with my one-man band set up here. Ra is the place. The moon makes light so cool at night. The luminary, they all rotate around you. From the point of truth, where is the curve? Where is the curvature? Hey, worked out there. Where is the curve? Yeah, so I want to thank y'all for coming out tonight, hanging out in the Matrix live stream. Shills versus Shills. Whoa, it's Shills versus Shills, everybody. Hey. Shout out to Shills versus Shills. Yeah. Thirst for Truth. Hey, brother, what's happening? Dan the Waterman. Woo! Hey, Nathan Thompson might come and hang out on his little Clown World tour, so we'll have to have a conference with Dan the Waterman and Nathan Thompson and work it all out and do some math equations. Yeah, Michael Shiva, what's happening, brother? Lilith, hey, Goat Clips. All right, so hey, In the description of this video, I think I put the link for my new channel. I got 2 strikes on this channel, so I'm sure they're probably going to delete it any day. So I got 2 strikes on it. So go sub to my new channel, and we'll be doing more live streams and stuff like that. So I'll try to do maybe one more for you guys. Let's see here. What's up, Ace Slayer, Rosie Finn, Copacetic, brother, what's happening? Flat Plain, Oregon, hey, what's up, Oregon, brother? Let's throw a party here in Oregon. Where you at, bro? Let's throw a party, bro. Yeah, hey, we got all the good people here. You know, the music, it brings people together, you know. I know we're all in different tribes. I know everyone is a shill tranny. I know we're all just a bunch of gay shill trannies. And, you know, we're all just a bunch of Loch Ness monster shill trannies. But it's all good. We can all hang out in the Matrix party and have a good old cucumber hamburger time with, you know, Bumblebee tuna. Here we go. Oh, we got some requests here. Let's see here. COVID 1984. Man, I don't even remember how to play that one. It's like COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bend you over like a whore. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. 4, 3, 2, 1. Is the other verse? I don't even remember. So, go into my grandma's house, shut up, cover your mouth. So, Barbara Dynasty bullshit. I haven't played that one. I don't think I've ever played that one live, so I don't know the chords. Man, I can't remember the chords. Dude, chord H. Do a cover of Earthman. Hey! TLCIV, it's Teddy in the house. Earthman. Dottie's World Meetup in March. Yeah. Tell you what, boy. We got a flat earthworm in the live stream here. We got TLCIV, you know what I'm saying? He's earthworming it. Oh, yeah. Man, we got 59 people in the chat. What's up? I just love seeing all the different tribes in here, you know what I'm saying? Everyone get along, you know? I mean, fuck it, you know? Shit, let's all just hang out, you know? Party at my house. Slam Dunk Barbecue, you know? We're gonna have a Slam Dunk Barbecue. Should that be it? Should we do the Slam Dunk Barbecue? cult. I'm in a cult. I'm not in a cult. I'm not in a cult. That's got the Grove, then the Bohemian. I'm Alex Jones. I'm at the Grove. It's a real deal. I'm on TV, the web stream, the internet, CNN, NBC, LeBron James on Fox 4. Everybody, you know, I'm a dork. I'm in a cult, 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 I'm in a cult. I'm at the Grove, Bohemian. I'm at the Grove, Bohemian. I drink the juice, the chocolate milk, the holy cow. I want to see. Does anybody have a conch? Anybody want to? It's fucking cool. I wear a kilt. I have a cloak. It's freaking sweet. I'm in a cult. Yeah, cults are cool, man. What's wrong with a cult? I think they're sweet. You have a fire. We all sit around the fire. Wow. Get visions of rainbow swastikas all up in the fire, you know what I'm saying? Get them visions. Yeah. Got visions, baby. All right, we're gonna finish this off with a gospel tune for you. All right. We're gonna go out on the cultish gospel song. Have a minor chord harmonica. What are we, from the UK? All right, gonna finish this off with a sweet little tune. There's hey, once again, shit, guys. Fucking love y'all. Love y'all for coming, hanging out, being here. So-called Mexicans are the tribe of H minor. Look at he split out the H minor. Hey. Shout out to all my cult members. Here's a little spiritualized song called Shine the Light.
When
Hey. Haha. Once again, this has been Chief Crow giving you some of them flat earthworms. Yeah, you can get baptized in the Colt 45 or 2 zigzags, baby, that's all we need. You can go to the bar, bake the bar, smoke that tumbleweed. The man wanna burn, we can take our turn singing them dirty rap songs. Stop and hit the bone like Cheech and Chong. Sell teeth from here to Hong Kong. Yeah, finish the night off with some Afro Man. Thank you so much for hanging out. Remember to check out in the description. I have a link to my new channel. Like I said, I got 2 strikes on this one. I don't know how much longer it's gonna last. So sub to my channel. And yeah, celebrate good time. Diet Pepsi. If it's irresistibly, hypothetically, and come on, says a bit about it, but go get it, got a good bust a bucket, bust a bucket. Yeah. Solar return March 27th. If any of y'all out there, South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, East Coast area, come on out. And want to thank Flat Plane Oregon X322, The Toast, Impress Infinite, Thirst for Truth, Blake O'Reilly, 6119, Leon Dion, Osher, shout out Osher! Much love, y'all. I think I might have figured out this live stream stuff, so hopefully I'll be back soon. Peace. March 27th, Crystal. Okay, not March 20th. March 27th. East Coast. Hey, Tim Osmond. Thanks again, bro. Shout out to Tim Osmond, Infinite Plane Society, Penguinati. Check out Infinite Plane Radio, y'all. Best stuff out there. Infinite Plane Radio. 2. Peace. 2 up.
For as long as I remember, my mom never was able to surrender. Yet if this shit keeps going on, I need to find me 24/7 bartender. Society's now so far astray that they love the masses to which they pray. Total fanatics liking all that which treats them like prey. They can't stay away. And if you dare to say out loud that for this state you got nothing but doubt, your peers will make sure you experience serious cash flow drought. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt. Not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured. Not setting freedom for feeling secure. They co-opted every venture of the human soul, all the while marching towards that fucked up end goal. Selling communism and laying out some psychological ground. Kids being propagandized and molded since early playground. Killing the feeling of self to suffer for the greater good. This fairy tale even most leftists never really understood. Doesn't matter, now we're all wearing the hood. Lost the places wherever we stood. Music's now about selling drugs, coma, drinking and sex. CA's been given hippies hugs drawn upon the hacks. Band's been manufactured, branded, used and suicided. Lead the counterculture and ensure it's divided. Bent over idols raptured on TV for a fact of tragedy. Fake reported real is a new baseline melody. Journalism's now nothing but a mere parody. You need an auto hoax to retain your sanity. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt. Not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured. Not setting freedom for feeling secure. It's all fucked up wherever I look. Children have no interest of reading a book. School hammered it out of their little heads, having them learn useless shit, bought to be dead. Listen and repeat over and over again. No wonder they close their minds according to plan. When parents ain't there and the state plays its game. No brain, no shame, every dictated curriculum is lame. In 1984, all were laid out what 2020 would actually do. Just a little late, we've been overdue. The street was paved long ago when the federal dirt got its go. Total control brought to a wider scene, delivered by the screen. A hijacked financial system at the base for the greater scheme. In the halls of mental asylums echoes what critical bosses scream. Division is on every level, but have your dream. Allopathic drug dealers, botchers and psycho rapists thrive. The thief management of the road that healthcare does drive. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt. Not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured. not selling freedom for feeling secure. Retirement provisions co-opted by father state, making sure no one really owns any real estate. Mandatory payments directly subtracted from the loans, no questions asked, like they're all just drones. The taxation is theft, knows even skull and bones. Secret societies infest all campus life. You'd have to be corrupt to join such a half. Members to compartmented the murder crew. Students specialized to lose a broader view. Concepts meant to divert in disguise. In the end, no one's able to theorize. Same goes for the heavily censored interwebs, where J-Tricks, trolls and agents set their traps to lure in the lab man into the dumbest theories meant to be laughable issues made up of fallacies. Government guard-rating its sensitivities. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society had, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be its good, not selling freedom for feeling secured. Society's being divided on every level they can. Fear is spread by virtually all me over all my lifespan. Countless narratives being laid out to create illusions, nobody being allowed to come to sensible conclusions. Economic hitmen used to force the wanted solutions, further extending control on people's confusions. Painfully evident if only ever thirst for, admitted and swept under the rug like pedal gore. Yet the sheep can't see the world's a stage. Smurf level blue pilled and caught up in rage.
It's like, we're all going to die someday. And if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars?
Okay.
If we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be quite exciting. But so I think given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Forgive us our sins, for we ourselves forgive everyone who is indebted to us, and lead us not into temptation.
And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
There they go.
That's a cold kill, baby.
Wait for the sonic booms.
Skip
May she rest in pieces. May she rest in pieces. We're now speeding through space, flying through the Milky Way. Not unless you're on some kick-ass drug. When the waste blows out, oceans can't cope.
Happy Penguinati, get the VIP, cause I'm a 33.
A bunch of important numbers.
3.
A bunch of important numbers.
42.
A bunch of important numbers.
481.
A bunch of important numbers.
5.
A bunch of important numbers.
0.
A bunch of important numbers.
9.
A bunch of important numbers.
23.
A bunch of important numbers.
7.
A bunch of important numbers.
11.
A bunch of important numbers.
11.
I'm in a cold. 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 Here's what I got.
Ready, real.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the team? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Fly by 9/11, club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Them Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto close. We call that an auto hoax.
Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Get it, that's an auto hoax.
You tripping, times 2. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
Real, that's an auto hoax.
They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, the antichrist out there turn you out. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in the Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax. Not even a proven fact. The floor curves into a spinning ball, and you can test for that.
Globe is an auto hoax.
Man, you must be trolling me. Scientific theories aren't what they are shown to be.
Yup, that's an auto hoax.
So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim that's missing proof, then you label it.
Exactly, it's an auto hoax.
Wow, sports is scripted by the number code, but do I really don't? Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Squad.
Let me turn on my auto hoax and look this stuff up when I get home. Cause boy, I tell you, these kids today is tripping. I ain't tripping, he must be tripping. Cause I am not tripping, not one little bit. I know my things, I know my shit.
Insidious lies that spoon fire. Broke the spell. Now I see red.
Yes, mama. I know that it's late, I'll be safe, mama. I'm not going nowhere to escape the law. I'm just going outside for my daily walk, and it ain't the law to wear a mask at all. Oh my God, police might hit me with their rods, throw me to the ground with no just cause, so the post will go viral with no applause. Well, it's a blast from the past and the race for the cash, just like Doug Dimmadome. Dressing all white, that might be subliminal. Lions in the skylight, pure grade chemicals. No, I'm not feeling them. At the bare minimum, I'ma get a mini, gonna open fire till I say a fall in a million. I know the weight scratch that, I meant to say a billion, a trillion, a zillion. No, they ain't killing us. Don't know how to get it done for sure, cause the fit they have a side of straight venomous. All we want is freedom, but they always trying to catch another case like the gang leader's name was a Gilligan. Fuck your authority, but then accordingly, damn. They got weapons, we got guns, like we drive, bam. What's the plan? All I'm saying, we in the jam, go ham. But we steady, watching the office, look, it's time to take a stand. I see the bricks, but I need a shiny vengeance for all them bodies. I auto
The city is loud.